Their eyes widen as they witness the crystal starting to fracture. Shocked, the manager grabs his phone and realizes only 10 minutes have passed since our hero entered. Suddenly, the mana cube collapses, leaving both spectators in a mix of terror and awe. This kind of test typically takes an hour for an S-rank player, but our guy smashed through it in just 26 minutes, shattering the record held by the European Union's Camilla, a genius mage noted in the World Guinness at 36 minutes. The manager immediately walks forward, shaking our hero's hand enthusiastically and showering him with praise. The lady also joins in, but her curiosity is piqued about how he managed to shatter the cube so quickly. The boy explains that he found a crystal inside the cube and broke it. The lady is shocked to hear this because a mana cube crystal contains all the magic power within the cube, and it's incredibly rare for anyone, especially a regular awakened person, to find or break it. The fact that our hero not only found it, but shattered it, suggests that his mana capacity exceeds that of the entire cube. She bursts into a moment of happiness and immediately vows to help him become the greatest mage in the world. But none of them could have imagined how powerful Jaehyun really was, a regressor who possessed a divine artifact, though in his past life, he wasn't so lucky and overpowered at all. This story starts in a public restaurant, where everything seems to be going fine, until someone starts shouting. The one shouting is the protagonist of the story, known as Jaehyun, and he's absolutely mad to hear that he's only being hired as a meat shield while raiding. The guy in glasses immediately tells Jaehyun to simmer down, because our hero was the one who wanted to make some quick cash with a job, and this is the only one currently available. Well, as much as our hero Jaehyun might drag his feet, it seems he doesn't have much choice in the matter. Jaehyun then reveals to us that the guy with glasses is Young Wooman, working at the raider agency. He hooks up people like Jaehyun with jobs who aren't officially part of any guild. When Young Wooman finally got in touch, our hero thought he'd scored a sweet gig. Turns out he's just getting a role of cannon fodder, standing frontline in a dungeon full of undead. It's like being told you're disposable shield of meat, ready to be ditched if things get hairy. Jaehyun sighs and wonders why this is the only job available for him, especially when people lower ranked than him are landing high-paying jobs. Young Wooman then reminds him about his martial arts class, which, despite being top-notch class, rarely gets job offers. Jaehyun then gets even more annoyed, questioning if he's being underestimated just because he's a martial arts raider. The guy with glasses reluctantly agrees, explaining that in reality, magic users dominate the job market and snatch up all the requests. The truth is, martial arts raiders tend to take longer to finish jobs and get injured more often. That's something employers definitely take into account, and that's the harsh reality here. You see, unlike mages who stand at the back while hunting monsters, martial arts raiders are on the front lines and naturally prone to more injuries. And that is precisely why, in a fight, mages definitely have the advantage. The boy further reveals that about 10 years ago, martial arts raiders were in high demand. However, that's no longer the case, and he regrets not becoming a mage back then when he had the chance. It all started 11 years ago when our hero was in his third year of high school. He aced the Awakened Aptitude evaluation and was chosen to attend one of the prestigious Mila's academies, specialized in nurturing raiders. At that time, his aptitude result for a mage was an impressive 97%, nearly a perfect score. Even the top students of the time only managed around 92%, like Lady Sioina. His results back then were unbelievable. On the flip side, his aptitude for a martial class was just 34%, and despite that, he made a dumb move and chose to become a martial raider. He didn't choose the martial class for any noble reason. He just didn't want to become a mage. Back then, mages had a bad rep because they were seen as mere buffers, unable to handle even low-ranking monsters without martial arts raiders backing them up. But times have flipped since then. Martial arts raiders are on the decline, while mages are now highly sought after. If our hero had gone for mage class 11 years ago, his life would probably be a lot better now. Even if he decides to switch classes now, raiders hit a growth plateau at age 20, so there's no room for improvement. I guess there's no point in dwelling on regrets since nothing can change now. Young Wooman then reminds our hero that opportunities like this are hard to come by nowadays, and he shouldn't be choosy. He further reveals that he was going to offer this job to someone else, but chose our hero instead, because he thought of him. Hearing this, our hero feels a mix of sadness and irony. His talent was one that was envied by all those who wanted to become mages at one point in time, but now his dumb choices has reduced him to just an insignificant D-rank martial arts raider. With no other options left, he decides to accept the job. His friend perks up happily upon hearing this, assuring our hero that he's making the right call. As our hero is about to leave, the manager informs him that he'll see Jaehyun at 8 a.m. the next day at an address already sent to his phone. Curious, Jaehyun asks why the manager will be there, assuming he'd be busy with agency work. Young Wooman casually reassures him not to worry and mentions he has some business there as well, so they'll meet regardless. The next day arrives, and everyone gathers outside one of the dungeon gates. There stands our hero alone. Jaehyun checks the time and starts feeling jittery because Young Wooman still hasn't shown up, despite saying he would be there. He lets out a sigh, thinking maybe Young Wooman should be handling more capable raiders, considering he himself is just a D-rank martial arts guy and Young Wooman's an A-rank mage. Jaehyun wonders why Young Wooman bothers hanging around at a raider agency when he could join any guild he pleases with his skills. If Jaehyun were in his shoes, he'd have found a better place somewhere by now. Suddenly, a thought pops into his head where someone calls him a useless bastard. It seems to be a part of Jaehyun himself, though we don't know much about that yet. Lost in his thoughts, Jaehyun hears someone calling out to him. It's Myungho, clad head to toe in armor, a friend of our hero. As they chat and joke around, Myungho seems pretty proud of being a martial raider. He thinks the younger generation doesn't appreciate how cool martial arts raiders are, compared to mages who he calls useless hobos standing at the back throwing fireballs. But Jaehyun doesn't see it that way at all. He feels being a martial raider is far from cool. In fact, they can barely afford food these days. Myungho encourages them both to do their best regardless of their position. He suggests they grab a drink after the raid, and Jaehyun agrees, but he quickly adds that he's broke and can't foot the bill. Myungho shoots back that it's not his turn to pay since he covered the last round. Jaehyun feels a bit awkward and embarrassed hearing this, but seeing Jaehyun's helpless look, Myungho decides to cut him some slack and agrees to pick up the tab once more. Jaehyun chuckles and apologizes for always letting his friend pick up the tab. Deep down though, he can't help but think Myungho is a bit too easy to sucker into paying again. Suddenly, someone abruptly arrives and instructs everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance as they'll be entering in 30 minutes from now. For some reason, everyone seems really worried and anxious upon hearing this, including our hero. It might be because they don't appreciate this new guy barking orders. In any case, the armored guy decides to head back to his party to prepare, while Jaehyun remains standing there, repeatedly checking his phone. While waiting for the raid to start, we learn that when raiders enter a dungeon, they need to be mindful of two things. The first is when they unexpectedly find treasure tucked away inside. Once they're pumped about the loot, their greed can mess with their heads. They stop thinking rationally, and that's when the dungeon decides to test them. Surviving that stroke of misfortune is rare. Usually it's a total disaster. As for the second thing, we'll have to wait to find out because the armored guy butts in again. He tells Jaehyun to quit staring at his phone. It's time to roll into the dungeon. Then he cracks a joke about our hero, stating that he is probably ogling his girlfriend's pic before getting inside the dungeon. Jaehyun waves off the comment, saying it's no big deal, but truth be told, he's actually peeking at a pic of his mom, not some girlfriend. After a quick word to his mom, he heads inside the dungeon. Once inside the dungeon, the mages hang back with their wands while the martial raiders walk up in the front line. Mindless ghouls immediately appear with their grotesque faces, and an arrogant wizard starts yelling orders at the martial raiders, demanding they form up even if it means risking their lives. This is exactly why our hero despises this job. He hates being bossed around by these jerks about what he should do, but he's got no choice but to follow orders. The mages begin chanting, conjuring their elemental powers and start throwing sizzling fireballs straight at the zombies, turning the creatures into crispy critters. Jaehyun checks out the wizards and wonders if they're actually with the Meteor Guild, because that guild was just a rookie not long ago, but it appears that is not the case right now. Despite the tension, he figures today isn't his day to kick the bucket thanks to their power boost. While taking a moment of respite, Myungho grabs water and chugs it down to refresh himself, and points out that the dungeon's all about taking down the big boss now. The old man jokes about feeling his age, saying he can't keep up with others like he used to. The old man then asks if our hero got any item drops. He is feeling happy while asking this because A-rank dungeons usually have decent loot. The boy decides to check for himself, but as soon as he opens his system window, it starts glitching, and he feels a sudden headache. But then, another system message pops up, stating that the Aesir system is down, and the connection to the user will be temporarily disconnected. Then, another message follows, explaining that for unknown reasons, the Aesir system failed to reboot. Our hero has never been in such a situation before and has no idea what's happening. Suddenly, a voice starts speaking in his mind, urging him to follow the light. Startled, he turns around to see the glitching system notification stating that an unknown entity has infiltrated the system and the safe mode restoration is failing. Jaehyun is utterly clueless about what's going on. The old man notices his tense expression and asks if something's wrong. The boy simply explains that someone asked him to follow the light, and right on cue, something starts happening. These bubbles of light start appearing out of thin air. He wonders if this is the light he's supposed to follow. It looks like no one else can see this light other than our hero, and the old man asks why he's acting so strangely. With no clear answer, the boy's eyes stay fixed on the light. He swallows his fear and decides to check out what it is. When the old man asks where he's going, Our hero assures him he'll be back shortly. After following the light for a while, he ends up in a strange place, and the system window immediately pops up, saying the Aesir system has been disabled and the status window can't be loaded. He tries to interact with the system, but it's unresponsive. Another notification arrives, stating there's partial damage and the system will attempt to reboot in safety mode. Jaehyun scratches his head in confusion, because ever since he first became an awakened at 10, the system has never gone down in those 17 years. There's never been any damage or reboots either. He wonders if the voice he heard is somehow related to the system going haywire. The system keeps glitching and bombarding him with the same failed notifications. Despite this, he continues to follow the light and wonders if something is changing within the Aesir system. A little background on the Aesir system. It's said to be named after the Aesir, the gods from Norse mythology like Odin and Thor. The system is believed to have emerged from Aesir, representing humanity's last hope and defense during the year of disaster back in 2011. During that time, a massive tree suddenly grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, towering to unimaginable heights in just 9 days, casting a shadow over the world. And that terrifying tree from back then was none other than Yggdrasil, the world tree from mythology. Once it fully sprouted on that 9th day, all hell broke loose. The world faced a catastrophic wave of monsters, with half of humanity perishing in the chaos and the rest struggling against famine and plagues. At the time of despair, true heroes emerged, wielding divine powers, bringing a glimmer of hope for mankind. Slowly, many people started to tap into their Aesir systems, becoming raiders to save humanity. From that point onward, Aesir has been humanity's greatest weapon against these monsters. But now our hero worries. If the Aesir system is changing, he fears things might not turn out well. Suddenly, he reaches a dead end and spots a green door right in front of him. He finds himself shocked at first, but then a smile spreads across his face when he reveals that this must be the treasure gate. Here's a bit about the treasure gates. These are secret rooms hidden within dungeons with a very low chance of appearing, even in high-level dungeons. They typically contain special items and rare materials that can fetch millions of won, which is a local currency in this world. Jaehyun's mind races with excitement as he realizes that finding an A rank or higher equipment could instantly change his dull life. He silently prays to the gods for a stroke of luck. As he steps inside, the entire place feels surreal, almost like he's stumbled into some heavenly registration office. Before him, on a pedestal, shines a brilliantly bright item. Jaehyun had heard rumors about such places in dungeons, but he never expected to stumble upon one himself. Nevertheless, he's thrilled to see the item and eagerly reaches out to pick it up. As soon as his fingers touch it, a barrage of notifications surrounds him. The first notification confirms that he successfully restored the damaged system feature. The second announces the discovery of a new piece of equipment, and the third offers to view the item details. Grinning from ear to ear, Jaehyun can't help but feel his prayer might have been answered. As he holds the item in his hands, the system panel reveals this time to be Odin's lost eye, a mythical ranked artifact. This eye belonged to Odin, the strongest god of the Aesir, sacrificed for wisdom at Mimir's well. Once equipped, our hero can learn rune writing and even reverse magic to dismantle or destroy it. It's the only mythical ranked item in existence, and once it's his forever. The eye shines so brightly that Jaehyun can't even look directly at it. Glancing at the system panel, he reads about its active skill, which is known as Absolute Calculation, an X-ranked skill that analyzes and destroys the structure of magic. This Absolute Calculation skill consumes mana depending on the rank of the magic destroyed. With complete mastery of rune magic, he can use magic at full power without casting spells. Another benefit is the ability to copy opponents' skills using a blank card. This eye is clearly a powerhouse with a range of incredible abilities that could transform Jaehyun's abilities as a raider. However, Jaehyun decides to sell the item because it could fetch him hundreds of millions of won as soon as it hits the market. He's relieved that he won't have to work hard or become anyone's meat shield anymore. But he considers trying it on since he's never used a mystical item before. But the system immediately warns him that once equipped, he can never part with it. The item will be stuck forever with him. He knows he can't use it effectively even if he equips it for himself, because he's already past the prime age of 20 for this kind of gear, so he decides against wearing it. After this fortunate encounter, he decides to head back to the party. Shortly after, we see the old man reassures the guild members that his friend will return, and right on cue, Jaehyun arrives. The boy immediately apologizes to the party leader for being late and promises it won't happen again. Once they're ready to proceed, the old man gives Jaehyun a gentle pat on the chest, telling him to perk up. But Jaehyun assures him, saying, "I'm already good to go," and cheerfully mentions that he'll be treating them to drinks tonight. This surprises the old man, who is left scratching his head, completely unsure of what happened to Jaehyun all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is relieved that they don't suspect him for anything. You see, inside the dungeon, where no laws apply, mentioning he found an item could be a death sentence. and even his own friends will not hesitate to snatch the item. So he's doing his best to avoid any unwanted attention. Suddenly, the ceiling starts to crack. Before the party leader can give any orders, it collapses with a crash. Jae-hyun instinctively jumps in the opposite direction but ends up crashing to the ground, possibly scratching his butt in the process. The purple mist immediately engulfs the area, and the party members start coughing violently, blood leaking from their mouths. Jae-hyun reacts immediately, covering his mouth and deciding to flee before he inhales any of the poisonous fog. He calls out to his friend, urging them to get out because the fog is deadly. As he begins to move, a shocking sight freezes Jae-hyun in place. His friend is suddenly pierced by a sword wielded by someone unseen. In his dying moments, the friend tells Jae-hyun to run. The horrifying scene petrifies our hero briefly, but he snaps out of it and dashes away as fast as possible. While running, he replays the explosion and the sudden appearance of the gas in his mind. It becomes clear to him that this was an elaborate murder attempt. Once he has escaped the danger, he takes a breather while his face is sweating, and he has no fucking clue why this murder attempt is being happened. Suddenly, our hero notices someone behind him. As the figure comes into view, a fiery arrow shoots forward, not targeting Jae-hyun but crashing into the area in front of him, causing a massive explosion. The guy in the hoodie looks familiar, and Jae-hyun immediately recognizes him as Jung Woo-min. As Jung gathers energy at the tip of his finger, he reminds Jae-hyun that he had promised to meet him today, and here he is. Jae-hyun immediately asks if this was all he was doing. If he was the one who released the poison fog and attacked the Meteor Guild. Jung smirks in response and shamelessly admits he was behind it all. The boy finds himself shocked, but he quickly calms himself down, trying to understand the situation before acting on impulses. So, he asks Jung Woo-min why he did it, to which Jung just shrugs and says his clients told him to do so. Then Jung Woo-min spills that a lot of folks have it out for the Meteor Guild because they've always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone else. Jae-hyun clenches his teeth as he reveals to us about the dungeon assassination contracts. In these kinds of hit jobs, killers exploit the dungeon's close quarters to murder their targets. Apparently, the Meteor Guild's been mixed up in these shady deals as well, which is why they ended up dead. Jae-hyun feels the sting of his injury from the grazed shoulder by the arrow. He's not sure he can go toe-to-toe with Jung Woo-min because he is an A-rank magician who's in the top 2% of geniuses in the whole country. On the other hand, our hero is just a mid to low-rank player. Even though he knows he's not their main target, Jae-hyun's worried they might try to take him out to tie up loose ends. Of course, like any righteous protagonist, Jae-hyun feels the urge to avenge his comrades, especially Myung-ho. But right now, he's not about to make any reckless moves. He assures Jung Woo-min that he won't spill a word about what happened to the Meteor Guild. Instead of listening, the guy in glasses launches another volley of fire chains. Jae-hyun immediately takes sidesteps to dodge the attack, but his face still gets grazed by the fiery blast. He's certain that even a split-second delay would have meant his end. The crazed magician continues hurling fiery chains aimed directly at Jae-hyun, who keeps running relentlessly, desperate to escape. He's baffled by why he's being targeted, considering he's just a lowly D-rank player. With each passing moment, his face bruises from the onslaught, while the relentless attacker shows no sign of stopping. Suddenly, that voice inside Jae-hyun's head berates him once again, calling him a useless fool and questioning why he even exists. It seems like this man who always appears in his head to insult him is definitely his father. And after seeing his father in his head, something clicks in Jae-hyun's mind and he boldly asks if his father is behind this assassination attempt. The man with glasses pauses upon hearing Jae-hyun's question, but soon bursts into faint chuckles that escalate into maniacal laughter. He confirms Jae-hyun's suspicion. Jae-hyun is struck silent by this confirmation, his mind flashing with images of his mother. He recalls the heart-wrenching day when he cried bitterly over his mother's lifeless body. He confronts Jung Woo-min, asking if his father ordered the assassination of his mother 5 years ago during winter. The guy with glasses grimly affirms, acknowledging that he can never understand why a father would want his own son and wife dead. Jung Woo-min shoots another arrow at Jae-hyun, teasing him about his situation. He conjures up a bunch of fiery arrows, ready to blast our hero into oblivion, and before throwing down his arrows, he wishes his final goodbye. Jae-hyun stays quiet for a moment, then suddenly activates Odin's eye. Jung's confident smile takes no time and turns into pure shock as he watches Jae-hyun developing magical powers inside him. The magical powers just keep growing stronger without any sign of stopping, leaving the fool with glasses even more terrified. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jung decides it's time to take Jae-hyun down. He throws a fiery arrow at Jae-hyun, expecting him to flinch or run, but Jae-hyun stands his ground. As the fire arrow gets dangerously close, it simply disintegrates into nothingness, leaving Jung Woo-min's jaw practically hitting the floor. It looks like the eye has finally been activated, confirmed by the system itself. A sassy smirk spreads across Jae-hyun's face after feeling that surge of power inside his body. The system window pops up once again, mentioning the availability of a blank card. Meanwhile, Young is losing his composure, baffled at how his magic was nullified so easily. My guy wastes no time and uses the blank card to copy Young Wooman's skill, known as Blitz Chain, and makes it abundantly clear that he is going to inflict a painful death over this bastard. In the next moment, he conjures up fiery arrows, while Jung Wooman struggles to comprehend how his skill, which took him years to master, is being used by this lowly D-ranked raider. Even though he's visibly shaking in his boots, Jung Wooman warns Jaehyun that taking him out won't be a walk in the park. The boy unleashes a barrage of fiery arrows, confidently telling Young Wooman they'll settle things soon. In retaliation, Glasses Guy fires off his own arrow barrage. Their powers clash, but it looks like Jaehyun might be gaining the upper hand. Jaehyun keeps up the relentless assault, driving the cocky guy to flee in the opposite direction to save his own skin. Young Wooman tries to strike back with a massive blitz chain attack, but Jaehyun swiftly activates his absolute calculation ability, disintegrating the incoming attack while sending his own arrow straight at his opponent. Desperate, Young Wooman throws up a barrier to shield himself. But Jaehyun isn't done yet. He uses his absolute calculation once more, nullifying the shield and leaving Jung Wooman defenseless. The arrow strikes him directly, unable to dodge in time. As the dust settles, Jaehyun walks up to the fallen Jung Wooman, who's begging for mercy like a dramatic soap opera scene. Tears are streaming down his face, but Jaehyun ain't going to cut any slack. He just lets loose with a fiery arrow that finishes off the cocky guy in one good blow. After the intense battle, Jaehyun is totally wiped out. He flops down on the ground, thinking about how he finally snagged a mythic item, only to end up facing death in such a crappy way. Death was always this scary thing he dealt with as a raider, but now that he's staring it in the face, it's a whole different feeling. He starts feeling that coldness creeping in. Then out of the blue, a system window pops up, talking about a new download. It offers him a way out. If he activates the system, then he can jump back to some past time. Knowing he's about to kick the bucket anyway, Jaehyun just says, "Yeah, sure, let's do this." With that command, the new system, known as Nornir, activates, and suddenly we find ourselves facing divine-looking ladies conversing in a foreign language that goes way over our heads. The blonde lady extends her hand, possibly grabbing our hero's hand in the process. Just as this happens, the friendly blue system windows turn deadly red, and a notification pops up stating that our hero has become a major enemy of the High Aesir. He's also gained 2 passive skills, with half of the Aesir's gods now keeping an eye on him at all times. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in his bed, looking utterly terrified as if he's seen a ghost. He scans the room, everything feeling surreal. He stares at his hand, where a red fiery blob starts to form, and the system announces that the user has successfully returned to the chosen time period. The memories of past suddenly flashes into his eyes, where he sees his dead mother, and the time when he fought Young Wooman. He also sees his mother and rushes to hug her tightly, unwilling to let go, hoping desperately that this isn't just a dream. And in fact, this is not a dream. He was actually hugging his mom. After a while, once he is alone in his room, his chest pains sharply, jolting him back to reality. The system confirms the date as November 15th, 2020, which is the time he's been regressed back to, and his body has successfully been healed by 20%. Breathing heavily, he wonders if he's still dreaming. Looking around his familiar surroundings, he realizes he's indeed in his old home. A system notification pops up, presenting a quest titled, "A Break is the Mother of Success." His main task is simply to rest until fully recovered, with the promise of a blank card as a reward once he's restored. The boy exhales deeply, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He then reflects on how he died fighting that guy, and somehow ended up regressing 11 years back into the past thanks to this new system. 11 years is the same time when he was in his 3rd year of middle school. He checks his calendar and realizes that he has actually not been enrolled in the Mills Academy. He also finds a note from himself, which is clearly telling him to choose martial arts, but he grabs his pen and immediately scratches that out. He's not going to waste this chance on the martial arts class, because this time, becoming a mage is definitely the way to go. In the next scene, we find him having dinner with his mother, struggling to hold back tears that threaten to spill from his eyes. His mother looks concerned, noticing his recent strange behavior. When she came home earlier, he had hugged her tightly and he cried deeply. She gently asks if something is bothering him. With a forced smile, he reassures her, saying it was just a nightmare, nothing more. But those haunting memories of his dead mother are far from mere nightmares. Finally gathering his courage, he tells her there's something he wants to discuss. She encourages him to speak freely. It's clear to her that he may not want to enroll in Mills Academy. She understands the dangers and fierce competition involved in such a path. She's prepared to let him choose a regular school if he's hesitant, not wanting to impose her wishes on him. But contrary to her expectations, Our boy reveals that he's considering changing his major to enroll in the magic class instead. His mother chuckles at the sudden change and quickly approves of his decision, though she's visibly startled by the abrupt switch from his earlier determination to join the martial arts major. Despite her initial surprise, she trusts her son's judgment and believes he must have a good reason for the change. With a reassuring pat on his cheek, she encourages him to pursue what makes him happy, whether it's martial arts or magic, and assures him not to worry about financial matters. She promises to support him wholeheartedly in his choice. Moved by her understanding and support, the boy starts to cry again. And amidst his emotions, memories of his father, Min Seong-oh, who was an A-rank raider, flash through his mind, reigniting his desire to become stronger to take revenge against his father. Jae-hyun is getting into serious training, starting with push-ups, and he's also earned a blank card from completing his first quest. His physique is getting toned and fit, something I envy a bit myself. As long as I'm here writing recaps for you guys, I don't think I can get back on the track for a six-pack abs grind. Jae-hyun still isn't entirely clear on what the Nornir system entails, but he's not complaining as long as it keeps functioning. His past life knowledge will let him monopolize dungeon items, and his experience as a dungeon guide will surely be useful. However, he doesn't have many skills besides his martial arts abilities. Absolute calculation and blitz chain he copied from young Wuming. He leans back on his chair, summons his system, and checks his current stats. He's pretty sure his level has reverted to the current time and his stats have been reset. He also somehow retains all the passive skills from his previous life, with 2 new skills. The first one known as One Who is Observed by the Gods and Supreme God's Eye, both maxed out. As we know, he also has absolute calculation and blitz chain skills, but he's curious about his passive skills. He then checks the One Who is Observed by the Gods passive skill, which should assist him in rapid growth through divine blessings. This skill also helped him maintain his other passive skills during the regression, which explains why he retained all his skills without reset. Additionally, it boosts all his stats by an extra point every time he levels up. Thanks to this ability, most of the Aesir's demigods are keeping an eye on him. He then decides to explore his other skills. The Supreme God's Eye passive skill is also an exceptional skill that allows him to see through false illusions and uncover the truth. There's also an active skill called Blitz Chain, where he attacks enemies with electrified chains, sometimes causing paralysis. The mana consumption increases with the number of chains emitted. Initially, I thought they were fiery chains, and I'm pretty sure you'd agree with that too. He takes a look at his other stats. Despite all of them being at abysmal levels, he's really focused on beefing up his magic stat, which is super crucial. And he knows endurance is key too. In those marathon battles, you've got to keep going without burning out. After thinking it through, he decides to use his fresh blank card to copy a healing skill, since he's already got an offensive skill. You see, even in this year of 2020, where mages get no love, those with healing skills are still hot stuff. They're treated like royalty everywhere they go, earning respect beyond just scope of rating. So he figures as a mage with healing powers, he'll still get his due respect. But here's the catch. Finding an awakener with healing skills to copy will be like hunting for a needle in a haystack. Before he was desperate and used his blank card to fight with young woman. But this time around, he's not blowing it like that again, because he has no clue how many cards the system will grant him. His phone suddenly rings, and as he checks it, his eyes widen at seeing Kim Yoo-jung's name on the caller ID. Kim Yoo-jung is his childhood friend, someone he's been close to for years, and who had always shared his dream of attending Mills Academy to become a raider. In his previous life, he tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he's determined to change this time around. He smirks as he reads her text message. Apparently, she's calling him to meet Saintess Yu Seongan at her seminar. This news fills him with happiness, as Saintess Yu Seongan is known for her magical prowess, particularly in the magic of sacrifice. Without hesitation, he stands up, grabs his hoodie, and quickly informs his mom that he'll be back soon. Once outside, he checks his phone again and lets Kim Yoo-jung know that he's on his way. Meanwhile, a luxurious Rolls-Royce speeds through heavy traffic. Inside, Saintess Yu Seongan sits quietly, surrounded by a busy schedule as her manager updates her on the day's events. Concerned, the manager asks if she's all right, noting she's been pushing herself lately. She reassures him she's fine, but a bit tired, reminding him that sacrifice often means giving up one's own vitality. Meanwhile, the manager appears visibly anxious, wishing there was someone with healing skills comparable to Lady Seongjun's. He fears it's only a matter of time before exhaustion takes its toll on her. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrives at the event location. The girl seems eager, practically pulling our hero through the crowd. When they stop, the boy teases her, asking if she brought him along just because she was afraid of getting lost. The girl gets annoyed and embarrassed, telling him not to accuse her like that. She falls silent, which clearly indicates she did indeed bring him for that reason. He teases her again, joking about how such a smart girl can have such a terrible sense of direction. While she's giving him a hard time, our hero is secretly grateful to his friend. If he manages to copy Yoo Seong-gin's sacrifice ability now, it could be a total game changer for him, potentially making him one of the best connections in Korea. As the crowd settles into their seats, our eager lady and our hero are amazed at her huge following, which isn't surprising. She's the Guildmaster of Lotus. She is a top-grade healer known across the nation and worldwide. In this era, raiders aren't yet used as meat shields, but she still always puts others' safety first. Finally, she steps onto the stage and the crowd goes wild. Our hero waits eagerly for the perfect moment to copy her abilities. While he waits, he lets slip that in just 2 months, the Saintess is going to get seriously sick during a dungeon raid in Itaewon. And it's all thanks to her own healing magic. Sacrifice. He figures he's the only one who could heal her if he could copy her abilities. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung's getting all hyped up, which Jaehyun finds kinda annoying. On stage, the Saintess starts her spiel about how the world's in a mess because of Yggdrasil's tree and monsters munching on people's lives. Despite all that, she throws in some hope and tells everyone to remember the awakened who can help to save humanity, and urges one of them to become a raider as well. As her speech concludes, the fans are ecstatic, and Jaehyun acknowledges her words too, stating that since it's no easy task fighting monsters on the front lines, everyone feels reluctant to become a raider. He's a living example of this for us, because he also wanted to sell Odin's eye to avoid raiding for cash. As they moved forward, she couldn't stop talking about the Saintess, while our hero kept teasing her, which really got on her nerves. He then mentions that he has already called her mom earlier to pick her up due to her poor sense of direction. She suggests he just catch a ride with her mom, but he brushes it off, saying he has other things to handle. Before leaving, he casually mentions changing his career path to focus completely on magic and hints he'll need her to teach him later. With that, he takes off without explaining why he changed his career plans, leaving her feeling disappointed and alone. The boy starts looking around and finally spots the lady's car. A smile spreads across his face as he heads towards the car. But the manager notices him approaching and tells him they're not accepting any fan visits right now. But the boy boldly states he's here to meet director Yoo Seong-gin. The manager sighs, clearly annoyed by another raider fanatic to deal with. With an irritated expression, the man cockily tells the boy to walk off and reminds him to respect her privacy, mentioning even the director would be bothered by his presence. The boy insists he's not here for a fan meet and greet. To convince the director, he reveals that he knows Lady Seong-gin is suffering from an untreatable disease and boldly claims he's the only one who can cure her. Naturally, the director is shocked to hear this and gets absolutely furious, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he heard such a thing. But the boy calmly reminds him not to cause a scene and gestures towards the bystanders. At that moment, the lady herself rolls down her window and directly addresses our hero, asking if he can stand by his words. He confidently says yes, assuring her he can indeed cure her disease. Although she is hesitant to let our hero get close, the lady decides to give him a chance. Knowing if he's lying, he'll be exposed soon enough. His unwavering confidence, however, makes him appear even more suspicious to her. She instructs her manager to make time for the boy and arrange a quieter place where they can discuss this privately. Once they settle somewhere quieter, the lady gets straight to the point and asks how he knows about her disease. The boy apologizes but bluntly states he can't reveal that much to her, making it clear that if he has to disclose that, he won't treat her diseases. The lady chuckles at his boldness and moves on to her next question, asking how he plans to treat her. Jaehyun is honest and tells her he intends to copy her sacrifice skill. Naturally, the lady is shocked to hear this, and the manager grows impatient, yelling at our hero, questioning if he understands the meaning of a skill being unique, and demands to know how he even intends to copy something which truly belongs only to the lady. Before we proceed, here's something about unique skills. They're essentially S-rank skills, the highest level, obtainable only through blood inheritance or individual skill manifestation. Unlike other skills learned through calculative formulas, unique skills have impenetrable formulas, making them impossible to copy. This monopoly keeps them exclusive to individuals or families. The boy calms everyone down, emphasizing that if he didn't know all this, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The lady immediately tells her angry manager to calm down, assuring him they won't take long to hear him out. She asks if he can actually pull off what he claims, to which the boy confidently agrees. We also learn that due to the penalty of her unique skill, sacrifice, she needs a higher or equal ranked skill to heal herself. Ironically, she can't use her own skill on herself because her sacrifice skill requires a sacrifice to the gods, preventing her from healing her own body. Finally, the lady gives him the green light to proceed. As she glows with her magic, Jaehyun feels ecstatic and immediately copies her ability. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to register the new skill, sacrifice, into the blank card. Confidently, the boy says yes. Once he finishes copying, he activates his sacrifice skill, demonstrating its power by summoning it into the palm of his hand, leaving both of them shocked at the sight. Our hero decides to proceed with negotiations before healing her. But first, let's check the stats of this skill. The first benefit is that it creates a wave of healing to heal multiple allies and removes debuffs. Secondly, when used on undead monsters, it transforms into the attack skill called Judgment of Light. Lastly, since the skill was copied using a blank card, there are no inherited penalties whatsoever. So then, the lady asks what he would want from her guild. While she outwardly states this, but inwardly she feels confident that dealing with this middle schooler will be a breeze, especially since she's the representative of the Lotus Guild. The boy gets straight to the point, asking her to sponsor him. The lady chuckles, asking if he wants her sponsorship just to help him grow as a raider. Without hesitation, he confirms this, explaining that it's his big dream and that he needs the resources, connections, and support that come with sponsorship to become stronger. Impressed by his determination and skills, the lady readily agrees to sponsor him. But she places a condition. As soon as our hero hears this, he's quite amazed to see that, even though she's not in a strong position to negotiate, she remains bold in her stance. The lady reveals that her disease is a personal problem and has nothing to do with the Lotus Guild. What our hero wants is not entirely in her hands. He's asking for the support of the entire guild, which doesn't have any reason to favor him. Our hero tells her to lay out her conditions. If they make sense to him, he'll decide whether or not to shake hands with her. His mind races with all kinds of possibilities she might be plotting. But she surprises him by simply asking if he can join the Lotus Guild. The boy immediately asks if she's serious about recruiting him. The lady then lists several reasons for recruiting him. Firstly, he uncovered the classified information about the representative of the Lotus Guild's disease, which only a few knew about, showcasing exceptional information gathering abilities. Secondly, he flawlessly copied her sacrifice skill, something she's never seen before, and she's curious to see if there's anyone else like him in the world who can do the same. The boy feels awkward hearing this, knowing he can't tell her he only knew about her disease because he regressed in time, and he can only copy skills thanks to his cheat system. The lady then leans in uncomfortably close to him and states the third reason for recruiting him into the guild, which is that despite being a middle schooler, our boy didn't even flinch when facing off against the representative of the Lotus Guild, and she likes his guts he just showcased. In his past, the Lotus Guild collapsed soon after her death. Now that she's here, he's pretty sure joining the guild would level him up quickly. But he wonders how they can contract since he's a minor, and contracting with underage people is illegal. With a smile, the lady reminds him about the right of priority negotiation. It turns out our hero does know about it. The right of priority negotiation is a guild's privilege to support the growth of a raider trainee who hasn't yet reached adulthood. Once they come of age, that guild has the right to make a contract with the trainee before any other guild can. Jaehyun never thought he'd be using a perk like this, especially after getting rejected by even the crummiest guilds back in the day. The lady seems to have taken a liking to our hero, and the boy sits up from his seat, saying he'll heal her right away. Though her offer is a no-brainer, he decides to focus on the treatment first before finally accepting her terms. While he stands right over her head, the manager doesn't seem thrilled about our hero healing her. Although he no longer doubts our boy after witnessing his powers firsthand, he's still cautious, fearing our hero might use something cursed or shady, especially since even top doctors failed to cure her. Shortly after, the lady feels magically healed, sensing the changes inside her. The manager is in absolute shock and amazement. He wastes no time bowing his head before our hero, apologizing with utmost respect for ever doubting him. Our hero just shrugged it off, saying it was understandable to doubt a kid's words, but the manager kept on apologizing, feeling bad for his rude behavior earlier. Jaehyun tells the lady that everything's done and she can move around freely now. As soon as she stands up, she walks to the window and uses her magic to light up the whole room. Tears fill her eyes as she realizes her symptoms are completely gone. She expresses her gratitude for this miracle and asks if he'll face any penalties for healing her. But we know penalties don't apply to his copied skill. My guy assures her with a smile that she can repay him when the time comes, and the lady gladly agrees. She then brings out her card and tells him to think about the offer. She promises to do her best to make sure it works out in his favor. The boy then tells them there's something he wants to ask. The next day, the manager escorts him to a low-rank dungeon owned by the Lotus Guild. As you can guess, he's there to level up his skills, aiming to become an ace at Mills Academy. The guild makes sure they've got all the essentials ready for him, and even loans him some spare gear meant for guild members. But the manager warns him going alone into the dungeon could be risky, asking why he insists on soloing it. Jaehyun just says he wants to grind. As a safety net, the manager hands him a stone, saying it's a warp stone. If he breaks it, he'll teleport outside the dungeon gate. It's a little thanks for how he treated the lady, and the boy happily takes it. He proceeds to enter the dungeon, and as soon as he steps inside, he is sure that it's just an E-rank dungeon, not something to worry about. The manager urges him to warp out quickly if danger appears, to which he nods in assurance. Deep inside, though, he suddenly finds his mouth covered by unexpected hands, and the system indicates he's now in Helheim's Field of the Dead. The scene transitions to the director Yu Seong-in office. There we see the lady deep in thought regarding our hero. She's concerned that even in an E-rank dungeon, a newcomer clearing it alone is nearly impossible, regardless of how skilled they are. However, she can tell this kid isn't your average Joe. He didn't just pick this gate on a whim, so she grins and decides to see where he's going with this. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and after getting permission from the director, a lady enters. The director asks about the matter she requested updates on, and the other lady hands her the files, explaining it's our hero's profile. As the director flips through the pages, she's shocked to read that he aspires to be a martial artist, which makes no sense to her considering his magical capabilities. A heavy silence falls over the room as the lady who brought the reports also has no clue how someone can be so talented. But she assures the directory that the reports are accurate, unless there are not any mechanical errors. Taking a peek ourselves, we see that our guy's aptitude for magic is at 97%. Shortly after, the director calls his manager Appa and instructs him to call her immediately once our hero is out of the dungeon. She's eager to witness our hero's talents with her own eyes. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself falling into the unknown realm known as the Field of the Dead, hitting his ass on the ground hard upon landing. As he looks around, he realizes he's in a graveyard and struggles to stand up, coughing harshly. Before he can make sense of his surroundings, an undead creature appears. Wasting no time, it aims its bow at our hero and shoots an arrow at him. Reacting too slowly, he ends up with a nasty cut across his face. Another monster appears, ready to strike our hero down. He's unsure if it's laced with paralysis poison, which annoys him greatly. He quickly heals himself using his fancy sacrifice skill. Suddenly, more zombies emerge, and he finds himself surrounded by black souls hovering above in the air. They immediately start attacking and shooting at him. But this time, Jaehyun grabs an arrow with his bare hands and breaks it by clenching his fist, thoroughly annoyed by their pesky attempts. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-jung stares at the autograph she received from the director, and she is also feeling totally annoyed at our hero for leaving her alone, despite knowing she has a terrible sense of direction. She's getting more and more annoyed by his unpredictable moves. He used to avoid crowds, but suddenly he's agreeing to tag along with her. He never used to ditch her like this before, always making sure she wasn't left hanging, but this time, he left her high and dry down there alone. And now he's switching to magic class, even though he's always dreamed of martial arts. She just can't wrap her head around his sudden change because she knows he's usually thoughtful and careful, not someone who acts without a good reason. Suddenly, she starts texting him again, giving him a piece of her mind about leaving her alone that day. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jaehyun's face pales as he freaks out at the sight of ghosts right in front of him. To make matters worse, they're far more organized than your typical monster horde. He decides to rely on an item, a staff forged by a blacksmith from the Lotus Guild. Before we delve deeper, we learn that this dungeon, Helheimer, is the realm of the dead overseen by Loki's daughter, Hel. It's one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology, created after the 7 realms excluding Midgard and Asgard. These worlds include Niflheimer, the world of fog and ice; Muspelheimer, the world of flames; Jotunheimer, the world of giants; Alfheimer, the world of elves; Svartalfheimer, the world of dark elves; Vanaheimer, the world of the Vanir gods; and the coldest and darkest of all, Niflheimer, where Helheimer exists alongside it. This place is a total nightmare for newbies, but our hero's pumped to test his skills. He decides to whip out Goddess Nora's sacrifice skill. When he uses it on dead monsters, bam! It transforms into this epic area of effect attack called Judgment of Light. The monster jumps him right away, but our hero is quick to smack it down with his wand, sending the monster flung backward. He gears up with Blitzfire and blasts the monster to smithereens, bagging 70 XP for knocking out the Death Wraith. He keeps up the momentum, chaining his blitz moves to rock the stage with his skills. Every monster he takes down brings a bigger grin to his face as the XP rolls in. Next up, he leaps at another undead who is using arrows and smacks it hard on the noggin. Boom! His wand cracks in half, but he still manages to take down the monster. His face goes pale seeing his wand broken, realizing he wasn't exactly fighting like a mage after all, and his foolishness has caused him to lose a weapon. So, he gets serious and activates his sacrifice skill. The holy judgment of light comes crashing down on the monsters, burning them to a crisp. Once those undead are turned into ashes, he racks up some valuable experience points along the way, and decides to take a breather in the settling haze. He heals himself to restore his powers, and he is relieved to have made it out alive. He's learned a valuable lesson: not to overestimate his skills. Even though divine judgment saved him this time, He might not be so lucky next time. In any case, he decides to leave the place, but he soon realizes he has no clue how to get outside. He sighs and decides to use the warp stone, but before he can, a terrifying aura of mana creeps over him from behind. When he looks back, there's nothing there. Suddenly, he senses something approaching, and in the next moment, he feels himself getting choked. He raises his busted wand and jabs it into his own thigh. Not quite sure why he's hurting himself, but he is making damn sure not to let out a single scream to draw any unwanted company. Little does he know, there's this hideous monstrosity lurking right behind him. Right on cue, the system chimes in, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, has shown up, and the gap in levels between our hero and this boss is like night and day. The system practically screams at him to bolt out of the dungeon as soon as possible. He fumbles for his teleportation stone, but before he can grab it, the monster pounces from behind, sending the stone tumbling from his hands as he hits the nearby wall and starts coughing up blood. His HP also takes a nosedive. The system immediately tells him to use a healing item immediately, but looks like he does not have any time for that because the monster is already standing before him and immediately launches another attack. Just as he braces for the worst, the monster in front of him freezes solid, leaving him staring in disbelief, wondering what the heck just happened. That's when a woman's voice, echoes through the cavern. The woman appears divine, almost like a goddess. She commands the monster not to harm him, revealing that she herself brought him here as an important guest. This half-demon, half-angelic elf informs our hero that he is destined to be the adversary. Confused, the boy has no idea who this woman could be. The lady continues, expressing her belief that he was meant to effortlessly defeat this monster as the adversary. However, it seems she was mistaken, seeing him as just an average kid with moderate mana and abilities. She questions why Loki chose someone like him to be the adversary against the mighty Aesir gods. The boy struggles to remain conscious, his life slipping away from the loss of blood. He knows he can't afford to die here, not when he's been given a second chance to make things right. Seeing the determination in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledges his resolve but states that he's still too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She begins to choke him, warning that his end is near. If he doesn't grow stronger quickly, she threatens to end his life with her own hands. Recognizing his importance to them, she decides to grant him another chance. She urges him to become much stronger than he is now, to defeat the Nightshade monster easily. If he succeeds, she promises him a reward, but emphasizes that he must act quickly. And then, a system pops up with the first main quest, Hell's Trials. His main goal in this mission is to take down Nightshade within 2 months, and it looks like this mysterious lady is none other than Goddess Hel herself, Loki's daughter. If he nails this mission, then the Goddess Hel will personally give him her gift, but failure means death as the penalty. As those creepy hands start dragging him into the darkness, he loses sight of everything. And as the scene shifts, we see this blonde goddess we saw during his time regression. And she still appears to be saying something to our hero in this foreign language. Suddenly he awakens in the real world. As he stands up, he realizes that his injuries have been healed completely. Checking his window stats, he sees the same quest still hovering before him, which confirms that everything he felt back then was real, and the lady he encountered was indeed Hel, the goddess who rules over Helheimer, one of the 9 worlds of mythology. He's still clueless about this whole adversary thing, and he's heard something familiar already right after getting this new Nornir system. With a pile of unanswered questions looming over him, like why he regressed and what the heck this adversary stuff is, he knows one thing for sure: he's gotta level up fast. If what that goddess said holds water, the moment he stops getting stronger, he will be killed by that goddess. But hey, he chuckles to himself, at least he's got some daring tasks ahead. Still, he's got a long road ahead. He doesn't know how to fight as a mage, and he also lacks any basic spells to handle small fry. Pulling out his phone, he sees a call from the director summoning him. He tells her he'll swing by tomorrow and is ready to make the contract. The next day rolls around, and our hero steps into the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager leads him inside, and as they walk, he understands why they are giving him so much special treatment, because his mage aptitude is at 97% after all. Arriving at their destination, our hero brightens at the sight of the lady director, exuding confidence with her long hair and a presence that catches his eye. They exchange greetings warmly. She dives into the perks the guild is offering with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirms they're impressive. I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled? Alongside a stipend for living expenses, the guild provides him with an endless supply of B-rank items at no cost if they break. On top of that, he'll earn a substantial profit based on his contributions in the raids. These terms are usually reserved for top-notch A-grade raiders. Before signing the contract, he reveals a condition. The lady director warmly encourages him to speak his mind. He explains that it's only been a month since he transitioned from martial arts to magecraft, making him inexperienced in magic. Therefore, he requests to be personally trained by the director herself. The manager marvels at our hero's audacity to directly confront the prestigious director without hesitation. Meanwhile, the boy asks if she agrees to his condition before signing the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She chuckles at his interesting request and agrees to his terms. He thanks her, and she teasingly reminds him she's already got her eye on his potential and can't wait to see it in action. She presses him to display his talent first, if he's comfortable enough. Of course, our hero had already anticipated this. After all, it's the main reason the Lotus Guild is interested in him. He immediately asks what he should do to demonstrate his power. The lady simply clicks her fingers, and blue energy begins to manifest behind her, forming a mana cube, and she tells him to endure it. The boy is absolutely baffled by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminds him that a talented individual should be able to manage at least this much if he's going to sign the priority negotiation contract with her Lotus Guild. You see, a mana cube is a test that B rank and above mages use to gauge their mana sensitivity. But there's no way someone like our hero wouldn't be overwhelmed by it, as only 7% of awakened mages can endure it. The boy asks the lady if she's trying to scare him off. She reassures him that even if he fails, it won't affect their priority negotiation and they'll still form the contract. With no way out, our hero bites the bullet and steps forward. The director nods to her manager to prepare, who expresses concern about her decision since even current mage raiders struggle with the cube. The lady reaffirms that our hero isn't your average guy, so it's worth a shot. Reluctantly, the director nods and activates the cube. Once the mana cube is activated, the boy hesitates before the overwhelming energy. The lady behind him encourages him to step in, and finally, he gathers the courage to enter. As soon as he's inside the mana cube, the manager remains visibly anxious, seeing him as just a young kid. The lady reassures her that he can handle it, confidently expressing trust in her intuition that he won't fail. Inside, our hero feels like he's drifting in a vast ocean made of mana. Surprisingly, he can breathe normally, alleviating his earlier concerns about getting sick from prolonged exposure to thick mana, which could even lead to death during the test. He searches for a way out, recalling that the only escape from the mana cube is finding the singular door connected to the outer world among countless whirlpools. He gathers his resolve, searching for a way out within the mana cube. Suddenly he senses something unusual, an unassuming crystal tucked away, pulsating with immense magical power, as if containing the entire essence of the great ocean of mana. Meanwhile, the manager remains anxious while the lady continues to chuckle. Anxiously, the manager asks how long it typically takes. The lady mentions the fastest exit from the cube is 40 minutes, a record high. Upon hearing this, the manager bluntly states it'll either end in our hero's death or he'll set a new world record. The lady agrees, albeit confidently expecting the latter outcome. Their eyes widen as they witness the crystal starting to fracture. Shocked, the manager grabs his phone and realizes only 10 minutes have passed since our hero entered. While the spectators anticipate what's happening inside, our hero senses the immense power of the crystal and grins, thinking that breaking it might just be his ticket out. With determination, he swims towards the stone, clenches it tightly in his fist, and shatters it into pieces in a swift motion. As cracks begin to spread around him, a system notification reveals that he has acquired a passive skill called Crystal of Mana Operation. Suddenly, the mana cube collapses, leaving both spectators in a mix of terror and awe. This kind of test typically takes an hour for an S-rank player, but our guy smashed through it in just 26 minutes, shattering the record held by the European Union's Camilla, a genius mage noted in the World Guinness at 36 minutes. The manager immediately walks forward, shaking our hero's hand enthusiastically and showering him with praise. The lady also joins in, but her curiosity is piqued about how he managed to shatter the cube so quickly. The boy explains that he found a crystal inside the cube and broke it. The lady is shocked to hear this because a mana cube crystal contains all the magic power within the cube, and it's incredibly rare for anyone, especially a regular awakened person, to find or break it. The fact that our hero not only found it, but shattered it, suggests that his mana capacity exceeds that of the entire cube. She bursts into a moment of happiness and immediately vows to help him become the greatest mage in the world. The scene transitions back to Lady Kim Yoo-jung, who is visibly upset that Jae-hyun is still late. Our hero's mother stands beside Kim Yoo-jung, confirming that he's indeed late and not answering calls either. Suddenly, a familiar flashy Rolls-Royce grabs both ladies' attention. They're stunned to see our hero stepping out of such an expensive car, completely blowing them away. How could he afford something like that? Jae-hyun immediately notices the ladies and waves happily. While his mother is anxious, concerned if her son is involved in something shady, Lady Kim is livid to see him lounging around. Once they're settled in the room, the girl jumps straight to demanding answers, asking why he switched to magic class. Our hero casually explains that martial arts just wasn't cutting it for him anymore, and he already filled out all the paperwork for the magic track. She keeps pushing for more details about his decision, but he flips the script and asks why she's dropped by. He then asks if her parents are off at work, to which she nods, explaining that's why she's crashing for the night with our hero's mom's blessing. We then learn that her folks work in a monster processing plant, shipping creatures abroad, which keeps them moving. And whenever she's left alone, she tends to hang out with him, since our hero's mother is a good friend of her parents. Moving forward, the boy asks her to teach him the theories of magic now that he's in the magic class. The girl demands to know what she'll get in return. Reluctantly, the boy asks what she wants. The girl admits she doesn't have anything specific in mind at the moment. After thinking for a bit, she decides that he must grant her one wish. The boy agrees but adds a condition. Her wish must be made within a year, or it expires. The girl agrees, somewhat annoyed, while the boy privately bets that she'll likely forget about it within a year. Teasingly, the boy asks what kind of wish she might have in mind, but the girl, now visibly annoyed, tells him to shut his yapping. The lady gets so mad that while she was holding to that pillow, I thought that she is squeezing her boobs hard. Did you get the same kind of illusion, or it is just me? Let me know in the comments. As they continue their banter, their mother calls them to dinner, but they ignore her, caught up in their playful pillow fight. Observing their chemistry, it wouldn't surprise me if the girl jokingly tells him to marry her as her wish. Meanwhile, in the forest, violent ravens float above in the air, and a man clad in black easily dispatches the monsters with his sword. Finally, we meet our hero's father, Min Seong-oh, who receives praise from the armored man for effortlessly clearing the dungeon. The man invites Min Seong-oh to join their guild, but our hero's father declines, preferring to stay solo. The armored guy practically begs our father to join, promising all sorts of respect from the Scarlet Guild. But the man in black just scoffs and calls him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, the father starts summoning these weird chain things, and he also yaps about humans being greedy like he's giving a lecture. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the armored guy scratching his head. After this spooky encounter with this killer dad, who, let's face it, looks younger than our hero himself, we're back to the director, who's giving a lecture to Jae-hyun for his first magic class. The lady decides to dive right into sparring and challenges him to take a swing at her. The boy hesitates but realizes he has no choice. He lets out a sigh and carefully takes his stance, ensuring there are no openings. Drawing on his martial arts knowledge, he throws a punch aimed at her, expecting a reaction. The lady stands there grinning, and the impact of his blow creates such a massive disturbance that everything gets obscured in a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, our hero sees his punch effortlessly caught by the lady, who handles it like it's nothing, leaving him utterly terrified. She grins confidently, and the boy quickly retreats to a safer distance. Seems he underestimated her just because she's a healer. He's now certain she's got the power of an S-rank raider. After that punch, she breaks down his moves, noting the martial artist's habits in his stance and attack. She points out that mages typically don't charge in like that to attack. The director then asks him if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. The boy says martial arts is all about up-close fighting with swords and stuff, while magic is more about blasting from a distance. She nods and adds that magic classes are about weakening enemies from afar, while martial arts finish them off face to face. Then she tells him to get ready because she's going to attack him to show him what mage combat is really like. She assures him she can heal him if things get messy. He's a bit nervous but ready. The lady gathers energy at her fingertip and shoots out this intense laser beam of energy. The boy quickly rolls to safety as the lady tells him it's his turn to attack. He activates his blitz chain power and unleashes lightning arrows straight at her. There's a huge explosion when the chains hit their mark, but the lady stands there without a scratch. She's surprised he has an A-rank skill but reminds him it's only good if he hits the target. Then, she counters with her own arrow aimed right at his face. He freaks out and ends up taking the arrow straight. Even though he's battered head to toe, he stays standing, impressing the lady with his resilience. But then she decides to go all out, throwing a barrage of blue lightning bolts at him. This time, he immediately uses his absolute calculator skill, and the magic disintegrates, leaving the lady shocked. She can't believe he reversed her attack and neutralized it in such a short time. The lady is once again amazed and asks him if there are any more surprises he's hiding. Our hero just tells her to find out for herself, and with that challenge, the ground right in front of her starts crackling with intense energy. She takes a direct hit, but manages to deflect it with her hand, though her hand trembles from the impact. She's absolutely baffled at how he managed to cast this attack so fast. Meanwhile, he sends a barrage of arrows her way, but she quickly throws up a shield to protect herself. She's curious why he's casting magic without chanting, as casting for a mage typically requires a deliberate process. Experienced mages can reduce the chant for lower-powered spells, but each of his attacks is just as potent, making her doubt he's casting without uttering a single word. On the flip side, our hero's almost wiped out and can't muster enough mana to keep attacking, so he just blurts out that she's a monster for being so resilient. The lady strolls up to him with this smirk, saying he's an interesting kid with loads of potential. But she points out he's still green, catches him off guard, and knocks him to the ground just like that. He's clueless about how it happened, while she just chalks it up to her years of experience. Thinking about his skills, she gives him props for his melee combat game and how he can cast magic without a hitch. She's impressed by his knack for unraveling spells with that reverse calculation trick, thinking he could totally create a one-of-a-kind fighting style. She tells him she's taking him under her wing from now on, officially making herself his teacher. Apparently, he's the first lucky duck to get this kind of VIP treatment of becoming her student. The next scene shows our hero sitting melancholically, lost in thought. His friend snaps him out of his daydreaming with a disdainful aura, and he clicks his tongue, telling her he's listening. It seems she's been munching on ice cream ever since she arrived, which our hero bought for her as a tuition fee. He asks if she's not full yet, to which she replies she could eat it all day, urging him to focus on his studies. As she continues teaching him about magic, the system window reveals that his knowledge of magic has increased, and his efficiency in using magic has risen by 5%. The boy is tired of these persistent notifications. Every time he learns something new, they start to annoy him. The system feels like it's pushing him to grow constantly. It seems even Lady Kim finds it pretty strange how quickly he's picking things up. He's learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 months. But the boy downplays it, saying there's nothing surprising since she herself can memorize forms just by looking at them. This annoying girl gets even more irritated and demands our hero to call her teacher. Her annoyance seems to stem from the fact that he's learning everything so fast, despite her being in the magic field much longer than him. She's worried he's going to surpass her sooner than later at this rate. The boy sighs and reluctantly calls her teacher, reminding her that he surely has natural talent in the field of magic, so of course he is learning faster. But let's face it, he's putting in every effort to learn magic as quickly as possible because he doesn't want to get screwed over by Goddess Hell. The lady then reminds him that when he said he was going into martial arts, she was really surprised. And she now starts yelling at him for his decision he made back then, asking why he thought of abandoning the magic field even though it was suited for him. While Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun are having their study session, Jae-hyun sees the vision of a man's face that is linked to the events that happened in his past life. Yoo-jung pulls him out of his daydreaming by asking him if he's training for the practical exam in his own time, and he affirms that a different teacher is helping him train his practical. He wonders what the vision he just saw was and is uncertain if it was just his imagination. However, he also recalls that Hell gave him 2 months to defeat the Nightshade, so he pushes the thoughts out of his mind because it's not the time to get distracted. Our boy considers other beneficial things, like his hopes that the pill he's working on becomes a big help to raiders across the world and can help him overcome this wall and his abilities. Meanwhile, in the Lotus Guild Training Center, Park Sung-jae, the manager, supervises some of the raiders who are training and corrects some of the mistakes they're making. When he spots the guild master, Seongan, he makes a comment to her about how the trainees aren't bad for newbies and how the average rank has almost gone up from last year. But he's surprised to notice she wasn't listening. When she realizes he was talking to her, Seongan apologizes, and the manager teases her by saying she's thinking about Jae-hyun, and she affirms his suspicions. Suddenly, the manager mentions that he recalls that several other raiders have tried to learn the thing that she wants to teach Jae-hyun and have all failed. However, Seongan reminds the manager that he also saw Jae-hyun's peculiar talent. It would have been believable to say that Jae-hyun was a veteran because he didn't make a single unnecessary movement. At this point, Guildmaster Seongan is certain that if another S-rank magician is to appear in the future, it will be Jae-hyun. Presently, she's still the only magician in the country who has become an S-rank. Even so, as a healer, her effectiveness in battle is a bit low. However, if Jae-hyun were to suddenly appear like a comet right now, it would shake up the whole magic world. Sometimes later, MC works on a mana enhancement pill. Like its name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases the mana of the awakened who takes it. And it's an item that all magicians covet. While he's working, the mixture fails for the umpteenth time, and our boy throws away the spoon in anger. At this point, he's already used up 3 sets of the ingredients, and it seems like he'll blow up all his money if this continues. In the present of November 2020, no one knows how to make the mana enhancement pill just yet, because the pill won't be invented for another 5 years. Before returning to the past, the pill's recipe was shared by a world-class alchemist. As he published the recipe, the alchemist expressed how he hopes that the pill will be of great help to numerous raiders around the world. It seems to our boy that just keeping at it like this won't work. But he gets another idea of what might have a higher chance of working, and that is finding Lee Jae-sang, since he's the one who will invent the pill in 5 years' time. Even if he ends up unable to make the pill, creating a connection with that guy won't be a loss. Since Jae-sang is presently a senior who's currently a first year at Mills Academy, he has to go to Mills Academy to meet him. While he's out, Yoo-jung comes to see Jae-hyun, and she opens the door to find a pot that seems to be possessed by some demonic power and a disgusting sink. She immediately becomes worried that something bad happened and wonders if she should call the police as she looks at the disaster all over the house. Wielding a frying pan as a weapon, she looks around the terrifying wasteland. In the past, right as the Yggdrasil appeared and monsters started pouring out, there were a few people who established themselves the quickest. One of them was a man called Lee Jae-shin, also known as Quick Blade. When the first awakened vanished without a trace, Lee Jae-shin appeared as if to take over his mantle as the first S-rank raider in Korea. Lee Jae-sang, the person our boy is out to meet right now, is the youngest son of Lee Jae-shin. When Jae-hyun reaches the transportation building, the attendant asks him where he would like to go, and he requests to take a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu currently lay abandoned due to the monster outbreak, and it's a city where monsters poured out from all sides, and you had to worry about your life from the moment you stepped in. Shortly after, our boy gets close to the Mills Academy in Daegu and has to walk a bit more to get to the main entrance. When he gets in, he wonders where he could find Jae-sung. Although Jae-sung was in the combat department, he wasn't very talented. The probability of Jae-sung, who dislikes fighting, making use of Milas's combat facilities is very low, so Jae-hyun decides to look around the classrooms first. As he walks forward, he notices a crowd and walks up to see what they're looking at. When he forces his way through, he's hit by Jae-sung, who's thrown back by an attack from whoever is whooping his behind. Our boy helps Jae-sang up, and the kid apologizes for hitting him. Jae-hyun, however, doesn't reply to his apology, but only locks eyes on Jae-sung's opponent, who asks him who the heck he is, and if he has any business with Jae-sung, whom he calls a stutterer. Before he can talk, the bully places a hand on our boy's back and asks him if he's the brother of the stutterer. After all, they don't look one bit alike. But Jae-hyun doesn't bother giving any response to this shithead. However, the bully clarifies that they're having an important discussion and advises him to wait outside if he doesn't want to end up in a bad situation. Before the guy can finish his statement, our boy slaps away his hand. Finally, Jae-hyun tells the kid it would be best if he went to the nurse's office and asks if he can walk. But Jae-sung just stares at him in confusion. Annoyed, the bully steps forward and grabs Jae-hyun by his collar, calling him a bastard. The angry bully demands to know if he doesn't understand when spoken to nicely and asks him if he wants to die. However, our boy mentions that this is the second time someone is grabbing his collar, and he doesn't know why people keep doing that so often lately. He remembers his lessons with Yoo-jung about having a clear image in his head, then calculating the magic formula, constructing the spell, and then executing it. As he recalls Seongun, the image our boy chooses is a beam of light that shoots out like an arrow. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the skill called Holy Arrow has been activated. Just by pointing his finger, our boy releases a blast of the Holy Arrow into the big guy's chest and throws him backward, even knocking out spit from his mouth. As the big guy screams in pain, Jae-sung watches in shock as he realizes this stranger just cast a spell without incanting. The other onlookers also wonder what the heck just happened, and they wonder how this guy was able to cast and how he was able to fire a holy arrow that broke the arm of a prospective warrior. As the students begin to chat that it's possible that the big guy is just weaker than he seems, the big guy becomes annoyed. If this goes on, his reputation is going to be destroyed, so he pledges not to let this bastard go without leaving a dent. As he holds on to his broken arm, he generates a sword. When Jae-sung notices it, he calls out to Jae-hyun to be careful, but the angry bully swings the sword to injure Jae-hyun. As the sword closes in on Jae-hyun's face, he remembers how Master Seongun had taught him how to create a barrier by evenly wrapping mana around his body, so attacks violently bounce off. He immediately activates his mana barrier skill, and the bully's huge sword bounces off like rubber until it swings out of his reach. A look of terror crosses the big guy's face. But he's unable to react quickly enough because our boy soon grabs his face and asks him if he's done with his tricks. As the bully attempts to call him a crazy bastard, Jae-hyun doesn't let the words fully come out of his mouth before he blasts a holy arrow into his face, violently knocking him backward and breaking his nose. A huge thud occurs as the bully crashes into the ground, and Jae-sang watches in awe as he wonders who this stranger is. When Jae-hyun eventually locks gazes with him, the kid shrieks in fear, but Jae-hyun only walks past him towards the unconscious bully, who's still enveloped in smoke. Jae-hyun crouches near him and he's surprised by how good he got the guy. Soon after, our boy brings out a potion. He regrets having to use the potion he bought for this, but it can't be helped, so he pours it on the injured bully. Immediately, the bully's face completely heals up, and our boy is impressed by its effectiveness. Once that's done, he turns to Jae-sang, who's still pretty shaken up, and proposes that they get going to the nurse's office. As they head to the nurse's office, Jae-hyun stops when they reach somewhere where no one can hear them talk. Confused, Jae-sung stares at him, and he suspects that Jae-hyun came looking for him because he knows who he is. Eventually, he musters up the courage to ask Jaehyun if his father sent him by any chance. Intrigued, Jaehyun replies that his father didn't and asks how he would know who his father is, but it's clear that Jae-sung isn't buying it. Eventually, Jae-sung asks him why he came looking for him, so our boy informs him that he has a favor to ask. When Jaehyun mentions that he would like him to make a certain pill, Jae-sung becomes shocked and states that he doesn't know how to make things like that. Confused, Jaehyun tells him he's good at alchemy, and when he brings out the potion he used on the bully, he asks Jae-sang if he wasn't the one who sold the potion on the black market. Shocked, the kid wonders how on earth he found out, because there's no way he could have found his information from the black market. Jaehyun knows what's on his mind, and truthfully, he's not wrong because the black market is a transaction system that completely hides the user's identity. The sale of items, product price, recipient, and everything else happens through the Ether system, so it can only be secure. Fortunately, the black market works normally with the Nornir system that Jaehyun possesses, which made him able to buy this potion and made things much easier. Once more, Jaehyun asks Jae-sung if he made the potion, and Jae-sung utterly denies it. But our boy immediately tells him he's not very good at lying. Eventually, Jaehyun tells him he completely understands why he would like to hide it, but he explains that he doesn't have much time. Jae-sung recalls how he had listed the potions on the black market and wonders if it was a mistake to register his potions on the black market. He hadn't thought that things would become like this because he had only done this to try to earn some money. He knows that he's going to die if his father finds out, so to stop that, he bows to Jaehyun and pleads that he keep it a secret from other people. Eventually, Jaehyun explains that he didn't tell him this to blackmail him, but he only needs an excellent alchemist that can help him make the elixir that he wants. After Jae-sung thinks about it for a while, he asks Jaehyun who on earth he is. So our boy explains that he's a prospective student of Mila's academy and calls him senior. Eventually they both sit, and Jae-sung, who's still tense, requests that he tell him about the pill he wants to make. Our boy informs him that he wants to make a mana enhancement pill, a pill that permanently increases a raider's mana. Shocked, Jae-sung gets up and asks him if permanently increasing someone's mana is even possible. Jaehyun tells him it is. Immediately the kid's engines begin running, and he wonders what kind of ingredients would be needed to create such an effect. As he begins to think of the things that could be needed for the mana pill, Jaehyun is surprised to notice that the kid's aura has changed, and he's stopped stuttering. Apart from that, Jae-sung was able to guess most of the ingredients just from hearing the effects, which shows he's truly talented. And Jaehyun decides that he has to win him over. Eventually, Jae-sung stops talking and concludes that it would be better to ask another alchemist since it's such a great elixir. But Jaehyun refuses because he wants to ask him, and even promises to provide everything he needs. Although it's true that with the recipe, other alchemists might be able to create the pill, the one who possesses overwhelming, incomparable talent is Lee Jae-sung. Finally, he asks Jae-sung if he'll do this favor for him, and the kid agrees. Regardless, Jae-sung clarifies that he doesn't know if he'll succeed or not, so our boy tells him it's alright even if he fails. Confused, Jae-sung asks him if it's alright since he'll be the one taking the loss. So Jaehyun assures him that he's investing because he thinks that he has the ability. And he admits some investments can result in failure. As Jaehyun tells him he looks forward to working with him, tears fill up the kid's eyes because this is the first time that someone has ever believed in him like this. When Jaehyun notices this, he's glad he's been able to make a connection with him. The next morning, while Jae-sung is alone in his room, he thinks about the events that had transpired just hours ago, and he wonders if he's even had anyone believe in him this much in his life. Because he's a coward, not as talented as his other siblings, and lost his mother early. He was eventually left alone and was unable to gain the approval of his father. So to him, it's odd that someone would trust him enough to tell him that it's alright to fail. The fact that he, who had nothing to show for himself, received such trust for the first time, reaches deep into his heart and makes him begin to cry. Meanwhile, Jaehyun's main quest is to deal with Hell's trial by defeating Nightshade within the time limit and getting Hell's recognition. The mission comes with a reward of Hell's gift, and he had 2 months to fulfill the mission, with a penalty of death looming over his head if he fails. Presently, he has only 10 days and 23 hours to perform it. Sometime later, Jaehyun goes to the training center to spar with Seongun, and he manages to dodge her blue lightning attacks. As he moves forward to close the gap between them, he's targeted by some blasts, but he creates a shield to protect himself. He quickly activates his own holy arrow attack and blasts her with it, but she's already covered up in a magic shield. However, she notices a crack in the shield, and she's surprised our boy has grown this strong already. After the smoke clears, both of them lock eyes with one another, as if at a cowboy standoff, until Jaehyun starts to burn bright with yellowish streaks of lightning around his body as he activates his blitz chain skill. But Seongun looks quite ready for his attack. As they both prepare to attack, the manager steps in and tells them to wrap it up because their time is up and they've both worked hard today as well. The manager is surprised that the training hall made with arc metal, which takes a significant amount of strength to create even a little of, has been destroyed by their sparring session. If he hadn't stopped them in the middle, the hall would have been obliterated. While they're resting, Seong-in tells our boy that he's grown strong at a truly unbelievable rate. Apparently, he can cast more spells now, and his strength is now ridiculously high. Suddenly, she asks him if he's studying the theory separately, so he affirms that he's learning it from a friend. Excited, Seong-in declares that it's better than she expected, because she was worried since she couldn't help him with the theory too. She comments that it seems like Jae-hyun has an intelligent friend, and he reluctantly agrees she is. But he considers how the real problem is Yoo-jung's weird-ass personality. Before they leave, Seong-in reminds Jae-hyun that he had said he wanted to try raiding a dungeon again, and he affirms that he wants to test out the effectiveness of the training thus far. Because of that, Seong-in believes that the E-rank dungeon that he entered should be a breeze with his current skills, so she asks him to do his best. The only issue is that it's not an E-rank dungeon he entered, but a C-rank one where he encountered Hell and Nightshade. He wonders if he can defeat a C-rank boss monster alone, but he decides not to worry too much about it since he's prepared well enough and he can only focus on the battle. Sometime later, Jae-hyun goes to see Jae-sang, who meets him with the pill he's worked hard to create. Soon after, Jae-hyun ingests the mana enhancement pill, and his magic stat increases by 15, and the unbelievable effects shock him. Alchemy is fundamentally a profound and difficult science. Even when creating the same item, its effect could differ greatly depending on the skills of the alchemist. If Jae-hyun had taken the ingredients to a different alchemist, they probably wouldn't have been able to give him an item that could even increase his magic stat by 5. Eventually, our boy smiles and reminds Jae-sang that he's truly talented, but Jae-sang says it's because he could believe in him, and he thanks him. Shortly after, our boy takes his leave, and he believes he's ready to defeat Nightshade the next day. Meanwhile, Hell speaks with her dragon Garmer and informs him that it seems that they'll be receiving a delightful guest that day. With 9 days and 22 hours remaining on the timer, he has to clear the dungeon. Our boy returns to the gate of the dungeon. He's given a complete probationary Valkyrie set, with which he gains a passive skill called Mana Plundering. Soon after, he enters the dungeon, and the portal system informs him that he'll be transported to Helheim's Land of the Dead, because of the Nornir system he possesses. He falls through the portal and finally lands in the Land of the Dead. If he defeats Nightshade, he'll be able to meet Hell again. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him refer to him as the adversary, mentioning Loki and Nornir. Soon after, the monster speaking to him fires arrows at him, but our boy protects himself with a magic barrier. As he turns back, he notices several monsters coming out of the ground, and he recalls how Seong-jin had told him that what she wants to teach him is the combat style of a battle mage. These battle mages are also called swordsmen by warriors, and it's a hybrid combat style that uses both magic and physical attacks. But until now, no one has managed it. As Jae-hyun turns back to blast the monsters behind him with holy arrows, he considers how this fighting method is not as powerful as being a long-distance magician, and is lacking compared to a close-distance warrior. As he pummels one monster into the ground, he realizes the fighting style is in an awkward position, because it specializes in neither. But Seong-jin seems to believe that it's going to be a different story for him. He soon begins to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, while manager Sung-jae is guarding the entrance of the dungeon, he senses that someone else is there, and he recalls that he didn't get a report that someone else would be coming here. He immediately wields his sword as a red car rushes towards him. When the driver parks, a woman who recognizes him as senior mentions that it was rather hard to find him. When Sung-jae realizes it's an old acquaintance named Yeonju, he stows away his sword, and he asks her what she's doing here, and about her guild. She explains that she's on the job right now too, and that she figured she'd see him again while taking care of some work for the guild, but she had checked at the Manhwa guild and couldn't find him. However, manager Sung-jae wonders what nonsense she's spouting, especially since Yeonju hasn't contacted him even once since they graduated from college. Eventually, he replies that it's nice to see her after so long, but he considers that she isn't someone who would come to a remote place like this just to see him. As she steps forward, Yeonju asks her senior if he's managing this dungeon, but he informs her that it isn't something an outsider should concern themselves with. Regardless, she keeps speaking and mentions that managing dungeons is usually not a part of his responsibilities, and asks if he got demoted. When he doesn't answer, she mentions that she was curious to know if the rumor that Guildmaster Seong-jin is sick is true. Manager Sung-jae's face becomes grim, and he informs her that it's obviously just a rumor. When he asks her where she heard something like that, she comments that there are plenty of listening ears, and that their curator guild has a lot of them. Intrigued, manager Sung-jae wonders if she's saying that they have spies in their guild, so he thanks her for letting him know and informs her he'll deal with that. When he grows impatient, he asks her if that's all because he probably has to head back and start the cleanup now. So she also asks him if he knows a kid named Min Jae-hyun. The question alarms manager Sung-jae, and Yeonju mentions that this kid has been visiting Yeonhwa Guild and meeting Guildmaster Yoo Sung-gun quite often. So she wants to ask if he knows the reason for it. Confused, manager Sung-jae informs her that he doesn't think that is something an outsider should care about either. Eventually, Yeonju sighs and walks away. As she leaves, she informs him that she didn't expect him to tell her anything because she knows how inflexible he is. But the reason she came all this way is because she should at least pretend to do something deserving of her salary at the guild. Eventually, she gets into her car and drives off. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, our boy piles up a lot of monster corpses and sits on them. Soon after, the dungeon boss, Nightshade, appears, and our boy tells the monster that it's been a while. Nightshade's body burns in an eerie bright red, and the monster soon lunges forward, causing our boy to jump into the air as he aims his holy arrows at the monster. While midair, he fires the arrows down into the monster's eyes and mouth, destabilizing it for a while before he lands back on the ground. The monster doesn't seem to be injured and removes its hand from its face, unveiling its bright red, eerie eyes. It releases several blasts of energy towards our boy, who spots them and quickly calculates the place to step to avoid the incoming attack. He successfully dodges the attack, and when he gets right in front of the monster, it releases another onslaught of destructive energy, which our boy still dogged does. Shortly after, our boy asks it if it's now flustered because things aren't going its way. Jae-hyun activates his lightning chain, and he directs the chains at Nightshade, who manages to knock away the anchor of the chains. However, our boy redirects the chain's anchor and wraps the monster's midsection with the chain. Due to the monster's violent reaction, our boy decides that this attack is still not enough to subdue it, so he rains down several holy arrows and goes right for its eyes. The resulting attack is quite painful and causes blood to ooze out of the monster's face. Regardless, Nightshade refuses to go down easy and continues to thrash around until it breaks itself free of the lightning chains. Soon after, the system warns Jae-hyun that the boss monster has entered a berserk state, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times, and so has its dexterity. This isn't good news to Jae-hyun, and as if that's not enough, he's told that something called the stigma of death has been placed on him, and he will receive the penalty of sudden death if the stigma is not removed within 10 minutes. The condition for removal is defeating Nightshade, and our boy wonders what this sudden death penalty is since he's never heard of it before. Oddly, the system also informs him that his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, has been activated. Still confused, Jae-hyun suspects that hell has something to do with this, so he calls out to her and asks how she can just interfere like this. Instead of an answer, the system displays the 10-minute countdown, and he's already down by 30 seconds. With the stigma still on him, our boy runs towards the berserk monster, but he's shocked when Nightshade begins to run away from him. Jae-hyun quickly fires a holy arrow blast at the monster's face and creates a hole in it before it can get too far away. The timer continues to count down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a smile develops on Nightshade's face. It seems to know that it will win as long as it prolongs the fight. So Jae-hyun decides to use a wide area skill that it can't dodge. As he's about to activate the attack, Nightshade captivates him with its gaze, and it breaks our boy's concentration and casting. The system informs him that he has failed to resist and has temporarily acquired a fear debuff that weakens his abilities. While he's still shocked at what's going on, Nightshade strikes him. After he's struck, the system displays that the fear debuff has disappeared. But Jae-hyun is coughing out blood at this point. However, he manages to find his footing and isn't knocked off his feet by the attack. At this point, the time remaining until the penalty is 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Jae-hyun expects the monsters to use the same attack on him, and when it doesn't, he wonders if it's unable to use such spells that limit his movements continuously. Jae-hyun isn't certain, and he's worried that the monster might interfere again if it sees him trying to cast Light's Judgment, which will cause him to use up his mana and end up incapacitated. He has to think of another way, and he recalls that the monster got hit in the eye a while ago, and its line of sight is probably narrower than before. He decides to activate his Wind Boost skill to first get rid of the rest of the monster's sight. After using a blast of wind to block the monster's sight, the smoke soon clears, and our boy is seen wielding a light-type magic in his hand, just like he had planned. He teases the monster for thinking he would have run blindly towards it and calls it gullible as he activates his Flash Bomb skill. The Flash Bomb is soon triggered, releasing an explosion of bright light that covers the entire field and releases several lightning chains towards Nightshade. Amidst the explosion, our boy is relieved that he finally got the freaking bastard. As the monster is burned up by the explosion, it screeches in pain. Out of nowhere, our boy notices some of the undead monsters he faced earlier behind him. He activates his Sacrifice skill, and the system declares that Sacrifice has changed into an attack skill, allowing him to use his Light's Judgment skill. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds on the timer, our boy begins to rain blasts of light from the sky onto the field. In the frenzy, the timer goes down to a few seconds until only just 10 seconds are left. As we count down to 6 seconds, our boy fixes his gaze on Nightshade's crumbling body, and he pats himself on the back for having done it. As the timer reaches 3 seconds, the system declares that he's defeated the dungeon boss and has obtained the title of one who has overcome the first trial. Meanwhile, Hel, who had been watching the whole thing, exclaims that it seems there was a reason behind Jaehyun being chosen. She stretches forth her hand and asks the boy to come to her temple. After defeating the dungeon boss, the stigma of death disappears, and our boy receives some experience points, a crafting item called Nightshade's Core, as well as an equipment item called Shadow Armor. He's also told that he's gained 3 levels and has obtained the title of the one who has overcome the first trial. After checking his qualifications, the system informs him that Hel is calling on him to come to her temple. Moments later, he's transported in front of a huge entrance that leads into Hel's temple. At the entrance, he sees a huge monster burst out of the darkness towards him. Our boy leaps backward due to fear, but Hel calls out to the monster, named Garmer, and asks it to show their guest in. Jaehyun follows Garmer into the temple, and he calls out to Hel. Hel tells him that she didn't expect him to have succeeded, and she congratulates him for overcoming the trial she gave him, referring to him as the child born with the fate of the adversary. Confused, our boy asks the reason she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through a trial like this. But Hel only smiles as she watches him, then states that he has to grow as the adversary. Still confused, Jaehyun asks why he was the one specifically chosen to be the adversary, so she adds that it's because he was born with that fate from the very beginning. Apparently, he's destined to be the adversary to the great Aesir and to become the one who will kill the great god, Odin. She explains that this is what Loki and the rest of them expect from him. When Jaehyun says he doesn't understand, Hel informs him there's no need to understand, because they had no hope of it happening in the first place. When Jaehyun becomes angered by her pointless answers, she places a finger on his lips and states that he must feel wronged because he probably cannot comprehend why he would have to be controlled by the gods. As she moves closer to him, as if to enclose her lips upon his, she reminds him that this does not only concern the gods who are against the Aesir. While speaking, she pushes him into a portal behind him and informs him that the world is heading to its end, and Odin wishes to have everything under his control. To stop this, the strength of the prophesied adversary is needed. As our boy falls through the portal, he protests that she shouldn't let him go because he still has more questions to ask. But Hel only tells him to grow strong, because she looks forward to the day they meet again. After Jaehyun is transported away, Hel turns to someone who is standing nearby and asks how long he plans to continue watching, since she doesn't remember inviting him there. Shortly after, Jaehyun falls to the ground in the real world, and he's annoyed that he was unable to get any real answers. As he sulks, the system informs him that he has received Hel's gift, which is a passive skill called Hel's Blessing that makes all abnormal inflictions on him invalidated. Meanwhile, the old man who was spying on Hel asks her to forgive his discourtesy because he just couldn't resist when he heard that Hel was meeting with the boy. He asks Hel how she feels after meeting the boy in person, and she replies that she doesn't know because it's too early to decide, especially since the adversary has only taken his first step forward. She admits that the growth of the adversary was to a greater extent than she expected, and he won despite the stigma she gave him and stood before her in the end, which is a fortunate miscalculation on her end. The old man is relieved that the boy is doing a good job. Eventually, Hel asks him what he wants because she knows he has more to say to her, referring to him as Mimir, a figure in Norse mythology. Mimir, however, claims he doesn't know what she means, and the goddess accuses him of trying to feign ignorance till the end. As she continues to speak, Mimir asks her to calm down and admits that it seems he can't deceive her after all. Hel further states that the adversary's left eye is without a doubt the one Odin had sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She's certain that Mimir and Loki are concealing a secret from her, but Mimir pleads that he would wish to tell her, but it's still too early, so she agrees to wait. However, she states that she can't sit still, and when Mimir asks her what ideas she has, she explains that the adversary is still too immature because, according to the prophecy, there are innumerable hardships waiting for him, and he needs a guide. Sometime later, around 7 days before Mill's academy admission, Jaehyun comes to the store to get some items with a lady. She notices that he doesn't look so good and asks if there's something on his mind, but our boy says it's nothing, so she leads him to buy the rest of the things he'll need. Even though he said it's nothing, what's on his mind is how he went through so much without getting answers, and even ended up with even more questions. Fortunately, he was able to get the passive skill, Hel's Blessing, and an X-rank skill. Our boy has other EX-rank skills too, one that's called One Watched by the Gods, which helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods. Another one is the Absolute Eye of God, which penetrates through false illusions and sees the absolute reality. The X rank is a rank that Jae-hyun had never heard about with the Aesir system, and the X rank is short for extraordinary, and it seems to be a skill that exists outside the norms of the Aesir system. As he considers that the reason the gods against the Aesir provided him with these skills is for him to kill the great god, Odin, he becomes overwhelmed once more. He's soon brought out of his deep thoughts when he notices the lady he came with paying 300 million won for a mere mana blade, which is just an expendable item. As she brings out a long list on her phone of things they still have to buy, Jae-hyun becomes worried. Hours before, this lady, named Park Hana, had approached our boy and told him she's from the Manhwa guild. Apparently, Seong-gwen wishes to give him a gift, seeing his admission to Mila's is right around the corner, and he had thought they would be coming here to buy a few elixirs and artifacts at best, but this is on a totally different scale. After offloading several bags in Jae-hyun's hands, she proposes they go take a look at armor now, but Jae-hyun stops her and says they don't have to buy armor since he has something that he can use. He shows her a shadow armor equipment that he received from Nightshade that gives him the stealth skill once equipped. Since it's B-rank protective gear, he's certain that there's nothing they can buy that's better than this, especially since it also provides stealth. When Hana notices his armor has stealth skills, she asks him if he also needs an artifact that grants the stealth skill, since that's an item all raiders would desire, even though it would be difficult to obtain in a place like this. But Jae-hyun says he doesn't. He adds that it would be difficult to get one unless he's lucky to find one in a dungeon, especially since there aren't that many people who learn stealth. Hana agrees because the only raider who possesses the skill in the country is her brother. She walks away right after saying that, and Jae-hyun asks her what she means. So she informs him that manager Park Sung-jae is her brother. That information shocks Jae-hyun, and as she walks away, he can't believe it because Hana and Sung-jae act nothing alike. Out of nowhere, his eyes begin to shine bright, and the Nornir system informs him that an unknown entity is resonating with him. He begins to feel queasy, and he suddenly sees a light trail that he had seen from the treasure gate. When he dashes back to follow the light, Hana calls out to him, but he tells her he's only going away for a moment. While he's following the light, his absolute Eye of God skill is activated and pierces through the false illusion and shows the truth. The system informs him that the absolute Eye of God's first low-rank skill has been opened, and he's obtained the skill called Detection. Detection is also an extraordinary rank skill that allows him to check unappraised items as well as invalidate an opponent's stealth or phantom skills. While he watches in surprise, the Nornir system activates the detection skill. In another place, a close combat match occurs and is soon concluded after a guy named An Hoyeon beats his opponent. Some men in the audience talk about how phenomenal Hoyeon is, but clarify that the difference in his talent and that of his opponent is too obvious, which is the reason why they say he's a future S-rank raider. When Hoyeon leaves the fighting ground, his father commends him for having done a good job. However, his father warns him not to get excited because this was an obvious win. With no excitement in his eyes, Hoyeon states that he knows. So his father proposes he goes to prepare for the next planned activity and asks him to go take a shower. While he's in the shower, Hoyeon thinks about how he despises this tiresome life where his own opinion and desires don't matter. The raider that he wanted to become was nothing like this, and he wonders when it turned out this way. In the store, the Nornir system presents our boy with an equipment item called Mistletoe, with a growth type rating, which is a mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, Balder. It grows alongside its user and contains an immeasurable amount of magic, and it allows the user to acquire the passive skill called Mana Perception once equipped. The Mana Perception skill is rated A, and it raises the user's ability to detect mana to the highest possible extent. Jae-hyun is excited, but he wonders if this is one of the Nornir system's tricks, and as he keeps following the light, he walks past Hoyeon. While Hoyeon stands by, his father picks several pieces of equipment for him. When Hoyeon asks if they need to buy this much, his father insists that they will all be of use to him since he's someone who will become an S-rank raider, and he doesn't need to be too stingy about such things. Hoyeon further protests that spending this much will affect his mom's hospital fee for this month, but his father silences him. His dad insists that it is for him to worry about, and his job is to just focus on training, so Hoyeon agrees with his dad as usual. While his dad continues buying, the boy wonders what the heck he's doing there. While he follows his dad through the store, several people who recognize him wonder what a combat genius like him is doing in this store. Meanwhile, Hoyeon pays them no attention as some of them try to take pictures of him, and he wonders if this is truly the raider life he envisioned. He wonders what the difference is between this and being a monkey stuck in a zoo. When he was young and first awakened his abilities, his mother smiled softly at him and patted him on the head. He dreamt of becoming a raider in that dark and poverty-stricken house because he was like a ray of light that could change everything. However, that light didn't last long in front of his father's wish to make use of it. Right now, as if he were a robot, he's merely a tool that continuously does as his father says. He wonders if he can last for 3 years at Mills Academy when he's this pathetic. While they're walking around, a message comes through the speakers to inform all visitors that a dungeon break has occurred in the vicinity of the department store, and monsters have appeared. They're told the raiders sent by the agency are on their way, and they're asked to calmly follow the employees. By the way, dungeon breaks occur when a dungeon isn't cleared within the time limit, causing monsters to overflow from it. Some of the employees signal to the people to follow them and try to calm them down. As Hoyeon's father goes towards the evacuation, he asks Hoyeon why he's just standing behind and not following. His father reminds him that he's a genius with the potential for complete control over Korea in the future. If he gets hurt in a place like this, it will only become a disadvantage during the Mills enrollment event. He warns Hoyeon that he won't gain anything from getting involved, but Hoyeon still doesn't move an inch. The boy agrees with his father that the raiders from the agency should be able to quickly take care of the monsters. But while they're on their way, he wonders what will happen to all the civilians who don't have the strength to protect themselves. This is his chance, and he dashes in the opposite direction as his father orders him to come back. To Hoyeon, this is his chance to prove that he can succeed as a raider. He tells himself that he has to make sure to know if his current self is anything like what he longed to show his mother when he was younger. While running, he has to pause when he runs into a group of gruesome-looking goblins who look both confused and excited to see him. For a moment, he just stands, and sweat starts to trickle down his face, and his body doesn't move at all like he had envisioned. The only movement from him is the tremor in his pupils, and as the monsters rush towards him, he realizes he can't move a single finger or take a single step. He tries to force his body to move, and as one goblin gets close enough to slice him with its sword, he wonders why he isn't moving when he had known this would be dangerous, and had dreamt of becoming a raider for so long. These are low-level monsters, and he wonders why he is scared of them. But before the monster can reach him, Jae-hyun stomps it into the ground. Hoyeon watches in surprise, and he trips on his backside while this strange new person asks him if he's on Hoyeon. A while ago, our boy had bought an item in the store with 50,000 won from his own money when Hana called out to him in a panic. She asks him what is wrong and why he suddenly rushed over to the unappraised items corner. But she only sees a piece of rock in his hand that he had purchased. Jae-hyun wonders if what he bought only looks like a piece of rock to other people. But he doesn't explain it to her, and he says it's nothing. While he's talking, the announcement comes through the speakers about the dungeon break that occurred in the vicinity of the department store. Before Hana can respond, our boy runs off again and breaks through the department store window to jump outside. Leaping downwards, he sees the group of goblins right under him. When he lands on the ground, he rains down several holy arrows on the monsters, taking down several of them instantly. As the others watch him in confusion, Jae-hyun realizes there are more of them than he thought. It might be difficult to take care of them without any casualties, but he tears through their little goblin flesh with his lightning chain, and more onslaughts of holy arrows. As he jumps across the city, he finds Hoyeon ambushed by several goblins, and he leaps on the stupid goblin that's about to clap the boy. Confused, Jae-hyun asks the boy if he's on Hoyeon. Our boy hadn't expected that he would meet the unfortunate genius at a place like this. An Hoyeon, who's still shaken, asks who he is, but our boy doesn't reply and informs him that he'll be needing his help. While Jae-hyun is still talking, Hoyeon notices a goblin behind him and warns him, but Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch and tells him he knows. Without turning around, our boy activates his lightning chains and tears through the upper body of the zombie-like knife through butter. Hoyeon's eyes widen, but Jae-hyun tries to explain to him that they can't let the monsters reach the residential area. When our boy asks him if he's just going to keep sitting on the floor, he quickly gets up to get a weapon. It's strange, but the moment Hoyeon heard those words, the fear that was suffocating him disappeared. This is who a raider is, and what he has to do right now is save people. They walk a bit further and run into another group of goblins. Jae-hyun asks Hoyeon if he knows how to use a skill called Taunt, a skill that provokes enemies in the surrounding area, so he asks the boy to keep the monster's attention on him and to provoke as many as possible. Jae-hyun asks him if he can do that, and Hoyeon nods in approval. As he summons his sword, Hoyeon realizes he can't hesitate any longer and has to do whatever he can. He activates his active skill, known as Taunting Roar, and sticks his sword in the ground, releasing a huge amount of energy that causes all the monsters in a 50-meter radius to watch him. The Taunting Roar skill draws the attention of all the goblins, and Jae-hyun realizes that Taunting Roar is a skill higher level than Taunt, and he's surprised that this boy can use it continuously. Jae-hyun recalls his past life and that before he regressed, Hoyeon only became a B-rank raider. There's no mention of whether it's because of the weak mentality he showed a while ago or some other reason. Contrary to his present fame, Hoyeon had a quick downfall, and that's why he was called the unfortunate genius. However, Jae-hyun believes that a weak temperament can be fixed. As Jaehyun activates his lightning chain, he's certain that Hoyeon is a valuable card that he can make good use of. During the fight, he proposes to Hoyeon that they end this in a jiffy, and the boy excitedly agrees. As Jaehyun's chains tear through goblin flesh, Hoyeon slices them up. Soon after, the ground is littered with goblin corpses, and when one of the raiders arrives, he wonders what on earth happened here. The boys watch him expressionlessly, and the man introduces himself as Park Kyung-hoon from the raider agency, asking the boys if these goblins were taken care of by the two of them. Glancing at Jaehyun, Hoyeon says they were, and Raider Kyung-hoon recognizes his facial features as belonging to the famous An Hoyeon. Kyung-hoon has heard a lot of people call him a genius, but he should only be at an age to enter high school. The other guy standing next to Hoyeon seems to be of a similar age, but he still can't believe that they took care of these many monsters by themselves. Confused, Kyung-hoon confesses that he doesn't know how to report this to the higher-ups. However, Jaehyun mentions that he wanted to talk to him about that. He asks Kyung-hoon to say the agency took care of things since no one would believe that they were the ones who killed all these goblins anyway. Confused, Kyung-hoon states that this is a clear violation of the law, but our boy explains that it would only be if there were anyone who saw what went down. Kyung-hoon explains that since they're a governmental organization, it's not something he can take care of any way he wants, but he assures him that he'll keep everything on a down low if he doesn't want to attract any attention. He adds that the boys will receive the reward for hunting the monsters. However, Jaehyun states that it's fine and proposes that he give all the reward to Hoyeon and keep the fact that he was here a secret. Since he's been sponsored by Manhwa, he's not lacking money either way. And it's better not to attract too much attention with the Mills enrollment coming up. Also, he considers this as a way of having An Hoyeon in his debt, which would be much more beneficial. After a short pause, Kyung-hoon asks them if that's all, but as Jaehyun is about to leave, Hoyeon asks him what he means by what he said since he's the one who did everything. Our boy stops and explains to him that he has his own circumstances. The truth is, he doesn't plan to attract the interest of his father this close to the Mills enrollment. He didn't pay attention to it before he regressed, since his combat aptitude was so low. But he plans to pay attention to it now. His father still doesn't know that he shifted his focus to magic, and he doesn't know what problems might occur if he learns of his actions. Right now, he decides he needs to lie low, because revenge should be as quiet and covert as possible. He needs to grow strong where that man can't see him, and wait for the very last moment before ripping his throat out. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he should do. He couldn't have done this by himself, so it's not right for him to take this person's credit like this. But with this money, he might be able to relieve his mother's disease, even if just a little bit. He wanted to be a raider that wouldn't have to stand in shame before others, but if, because of that, he missed a chance and his mother were to pass away, he doesn't know if he would be able to hold on. Jaehyun watches him, and he figures that Hoyeon's trouble with accepting this doesn't seem to be his pride, and he wonders if there's another reason. To help him choose, Jaehyun asks him to think carefully because his actions were clearly worth that much. He reminds him that if he hadn't moved, someone would have lost their life. So Hoyeon agrees that he's right, especially because his dream would become meaningless if he hesitates like this, and his mother dies. Eventually, he assures Jaehyun that he'll pay back this debt someday. As Jaehyun proceeds to take his leave, Hoyeon asks him for his name and contact number. Jaehyun notices he's speaking to him using polite speech, so he reminds him he doesn't have to since they're the same age. But he informs him that they're both prospective cadets at the Mills Academy, so they should be seeing each other more often. On the day of the Mills Academy enrollment, Jaehyun and Yoojung are seen in the crowd. Meanwhile, some other students spot Hoyeon, whom they refer to as the Genius Warrior, and they speculate that he's a totally different species from them. They notice a beautiful lady behind him, and it turns out her name is Seo Ina. Our boy notices that Ina is already gathering attention, as is expected of someone whose name was always on the list of most popular raiders in his past life. If he could bring Seo Ina over to his side as well, he would have more cards to use. But the only problem is that she's different from the others, so there's no need to force things right now, especially since he already knows other resourceful people. Suddenly, Yoojung interrupts Jaehyun's thinking by saying it's disgusting to keep staring at Seo Ina like that, no matter how pretty she is. But Jaehyun asks her what nonsense she's spouting. Soon after, a man steps on the podium and tells the new cadets of Mills Academy that it's nice to meet them. He introduces himself as Chairman Gu Ja-in, and our boy recognizes the face of the chairman from his past life and calls him a bastard in his mind because he had done something wrong to Kim Yoojung. He turns to her and tells her to be resolute because no one knows what might happen at Mills. But she wonders why he's suddenly saying that and assures him that she's going to do really well. After enrolling, Kim Yoojung was a genius who made it to the top 3 of the magician's ranking, and Jaehyun assures himself that he won't let her die this time. Chairman Gu Ja-in announces that they'll now begin the Mills Academy's entrance ceremony, and cynically adds that there is a special event prepared. a game where the seniors and the freshmen steal each other's name tags in a demiplane. When he announces that the freshman hunt will now begin, a magic circle appears under their feet, which startles the students. As Yoojung jumps away because she's startled, our boy grabs her hands because it's dangerous to get separated. Meanwhile, manager Park Seung-jae recalls that today is Jaehyun's entrance ceremony, and Seongun wonders if it's time already because she wanted to send him a message and wish him good luck. She realizes he won't be able to see the message anymore, and asks manager Seung-jae if the freshman hunt will also take 3 days this time. He affirms that it will happen in the demi-plane for 3 days. Seongun considers that it's a shame that she won't be able to contact Jaehyun for another 3 days. But Seung-jae informs her he figured this would happen, so he sent a message in her stead. Excited, the guildmaster asks him if Jaehyun replied. Meanwhile, Jaehyun and the others are transported to the demi-plane, and he asks Yoojung, who is still disoriented nearby, if she's alright. When he looks behind him, he sees Seo Ina, the black-haired lady with hazel eyes, born as a genius with a magic aptitude of 92. In his past life, she was someone who changed people's perception of magicians and became an S-rank raider, following in Seongun's footsteps. In the Yeonhwa Guild, manager Seung-jae informs Seongun that Jaehyun has replied that they don't worry. At the Mills Academy Central Control Room, the school officials gather to observe the proceedings of the freshman hunt. One of the instructors, Kim Seok-gi, notes that they have quite a few talented cadets this year, and An Hoyeon is so promising that he's getting attention even abroad. Seok-gi mentions that Seo Ina, Kim Young, and Lee Soo-hyuk all received aptitude scores of around 90 or above, but adds that the profiles of the cadets who changed their career paths haven't been updated yet. However, the chairman tells Seok-gi not to bother because there's no point in hearing about those who changed their paths at this point since their institution isn't so easygoing, and such whimsical people can't last long here. The cadets who enroll in Mills Academy are quite talented on average, but even among them, there are those who are obviously a cut above the rest. The chairman believes the average talents just become a stepping stone for the geniuses in the end, and they don't need to give an opportunity to such cadets. Sometimes, an awakened who meets an enemy they cannot defeat or comes to face death can gain another chance known as a reawakening. Chairman Jaein believes he has to train one A-rank raider even if it costs him throwing away 100 C-rank raiders. Those who fail are simply those unable to prove themselves, and his role is to pick out the excellent gems to offer to someone behind the scenes, and he can't afford to delay things any longer. The freshman hunt takes place in a man-made demi-plane created with magic. Within this space, it is possible to carry out things that would be impossible in reality, like controlling the flow of time or removing the restrictions of space. In this place, around 5% of cadets fail every year. This event is so difficult and lets them realize just how limited their abilities are. In the demi-plane, Chairman Jaein's face appears on a screen, and he proceeds to explain the rules of the freshman hunt. Within the demi-plane, they can only use skills that are C rank or below, and every time they steal someone's name tag, they earn points. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they will receive 10,000 points. On the other hand, when a freshman takes a senior's name tag, they can get 100,000 points. Since these points can be used in all facilities within Mills, it's good to have more of them. Meanwhile, our boy realizes that he won't be able to use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, because they can only use C-rank skills, but the chairman didn't say anything about unique skills. After explaining the rules, the chairman explains that all skills used will be diminished to 1/10 of their usual power for everyone's safety, so they don't have to worry about getting hurt. While listening, Jaehyun considers these rules as nonsense because not only does the chairman not say a thing about unique skills, but he doesn't mention any limits on stats. What the chairman wants is obviously to filter out the useless ones and pick out the talented. Our boy immediately turns to Yoojung and proposes they get going because they need to find a shelter since they have to stay here for 3 days. In this demi-plane, there are several things that can be used for survival, such as traps that reduce people's powers, the healing pond, the nightmare forest, ecosystems for foraging, and shelters. If you wanted to survive for 3 days, finding a shelter is the most important out of all those. While they walk, Yoojung asks Jaehyun if it wouldn't be safer to bring Seo Ina along since she's also a magic cadet, and it's better to have one more person with them. It disturbs Jaehyun that Yoojung would say something rational at a time like this, because it really would be better for them to team up with Seo Ina. However, she isn't a variable that he can control, although everything he knows about her is from the news. He recalls having heard something that occurred on an unfortunate day because Ina lost her senses in anger and jeopardized the lives of a great many. Jaehyun informs Yoojung that it's not something they can easily decide on because there's no way to say for certain that Ina won't betray them. Moreover, he notes that the girl is wary of them and doesn't seem to trust them either. However, Yoojung mentions that from the way she sees it, Ina is just like Jaehyun was when they were younger. Before our boy can say anything, She walks up to Ina and asks her if she would like to come with them since they're both magicians too. Ina doesn't speak for a while, so Yoojung mentions that the event is unfair to freshmen like them, so it's easier for them to fight if there are more of them. Ina seems to reason with her, but she mentions that it seems like they'll have to leave the decision of moving together for later, and Yoojung soon realizes that they've been ambushed by a group of seniors who are excited to have already found freshmen. One of the seniors, Shin Jushang, mentions that it seems like they'll have an easy time earning points this year, and the other senior, Kwon Soyul, wonders why there are 3 juniors when she had only detected 2. When she looks at Jae-hyun, she's shocked because she can't feel anything from him. Meanwhile, Yoojung recognizes that the seniors are warriors, so she suggests to Jae-hyun that they escape from there first, but our boy insists that they have to catch them now because if they don't, they won't be able to escape from them. From what Jae-hyun remembers, Kwon Soyul has a particular ability that allows her to find any target she focuses on within 300 kilometers called Search. If they don't defeat them now, they might round up other seniors and attack them together. Jushang tells Soyul that once they get a lot of points this time, he's going to eat a ton of good food. But Soyul warns him not to be careless because there's something strange about Jae-hyun. However, Jushang summons his sword and states that Jae-hyun is just a freshman and they have more experience since they've done this event several times. He tells Soyul to watch him take care of them all in an instant, so he dashes forward. Jae-hyun doesn't move an inch, and when Jushang swings his sword at him, he only bends backwards to dodge. The fact that our boy is able to dodge his attack surprises Jushang, and Soyul calls Jushang a fat bastard for not listening to her when she said something is off about the boy. Our boy realizes that it's been a while since someone swung a sword at him. Meanwhile, Jushang tells himself that the boy was just lucky, since there's no way he wouldn't know the name of a freshman who's skilled enough to counter his attack. He reminds Jae-hyun that he's just a magic freshman and goes in for another attack, but Jae-hyun dodges it again. Annoyed, the senior continues to land several sword strikes, but none of them touch him. Eventually, Jushang starts to sweat, and he wonders why he can't seem to land an attack on the boy. Suddenly, Jae-hyun grabs the senior's sword mid-swing and commends his skills. As our boy inches closer to the sweating senior, he crushes his sword with his bare hands and asks him how on earth he was able to survive with such a physique all this time. Finally, Jae-hyun crushes the sword in his hand, much to the surprise of Seo Ina. Our boy tells Jushang that he'll let him go if he leaves his name tag behind right now and starts a 3-second countdown. Since his sword has been broken before his eyes, Yun-sang begins to shiver. He can't believe that an ordinary magic freshman is able to overpower him with such an aura. When Jun-sang doesn't respond, Jae-hyun tells him not to say he didn't give him a chance because he was the one who didn't take it. In one swift movement, Jae-hyun lands a startling punch at Jun-sang's jaw and knocks him backward towards Soyul. Immediately, the system in the freshman hunt announces that Shin Jun-sang has been eliminated. In the academy control room, the instructors read on the screen that Min Jae-hyun has obtained 100,000 points. One of the instructors named Jong Yasu is shocked that it's not An Hoyun but an unknown person named Min Jae-hyun. She asks another instructor named Park Ha-jun if there's a problem somewhere. But Ha-jun, who is equally surprised, explains that there's nothing wrong with the results. Ha-jun asks another instructor named Kim Ji-yeon if there's any problem on her end either. But there isn't any. Meanwhile, a smirk develops on Chairman Jaehyun's face, and he seems drawn to Min Jae-hyun. Inside the demiplane, Soyul demands to know what on earth Jae-hyun is. But our boy informs Yoojung to get ready so they can take care of the other senior too. And he asks her to accept the party invite he'll send soon. As Yoojung equips herself, she wonders if Jae-hyun was always this strong. Ina equips herself also, and Soyul curses at the stupid Jun-sang, who has made things much more complicated. Even without the monstrous boy who took out Yun-sang, 3-on-1 is too dangerous. She decides that she has to get rid of at least one of them and get away from here. After grabbing one of her daggers, she dashes toward Yoojung, who becomes startled. Jae-hyun considers that Jun-sang didn't make a bad decision. He knows she plans to create confusion with a rush attack, then make an opening to escape. It's a good plan, but that would only work if Yoojung were just an ordinary person. To Soyul's surprise, Yoojung activates her binding to attack Soyul, forcing the senior to throw her daggers at her. Before the daggers reach her, Yoojung creates a barrier around herself. Jae-hyun, who is watching nearby, considers that it's still too hard for Yoojung to take on a senior all by herself. And as he proceeds to help, Ina activates something called the Holy Light of Alfheim. Ina uses the Holy Light to form a radiant sword that catches our boy's attention. He knows that this is Ina's unique skill, and it's called the Falchion of Alfheim. Ina rains several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior and impales her, causing her to sputter blood from her mouth. As Soyul falls to the ground, she realizes that all 3 students were monsters and not just one of them. Soon after, the system announces that player Kwon Soyul has been eliminated. Based on the level of contribution, player Yoojung obtains 50,000 points, while Ina also gets 50,000. After taking down the senior, Ina turns to the others and asks them if she interrupted by any chance. Excited, Yujin tells her she didn't because she was able to win because of her. Eventually, Ina asks her if the offer she made before is still on the table, and our boy realizes that he may need to update the information he has on CO Ina. It's clear that she's reserved, distrusting, and very curious. Soon after, the system informs the three of them that they formed a party and placed Jaehyun as the leader of the party. Sometime later, close to a shelter at the Nightmare Forest, some footprints are evident, and some students figure out that people have passed that way before, and it seems like they entered a shelter. The seniors are looking for the freshmen who were able to eliminate Kwon Soyul and Shin Junsung, so they decide to stop searching and just keep an eye around this area. The freshman hunt game lasts for 3 days, and they believe those brats can't stay holed up in the shelter for all 3 days. As they move forward to find the 3 freshmen, Yoojung appears nearby and one of the seniors named Kim Sung-hoon is punctured in the chest by a light, and the system announces his elimination. One other senior notices Yoojung running away and signals the rest, so they run after her. However, Yoojung is running with a smile on her face, and when she counts that there are about 5 of them, she's relieved that things are going smoothly. She soon turns to them and tells them that they're like dogs going after a bone, so she asks if they aren't embarrassed to be moving in such a big group, and the angry seniors ask her to stop right there. However, Yoojung keeps running away as she considers their simple-mindedness. Just a while ago, Jaehyun had told them that although shelters may be a safe place, they can't stay there the whole time because they need to find food, and they need to obtain points. The girls are surprised, but our boy plainly tells them that they need to hunt some seniors. In the present, Yoojung keeps running until she finds some mushrooms, which are, in fact, a Class 1 organism that can reduce one's abilities. She's glad that she's found it and has succeeded in luring over the seniors as planned, but she becomes worried that her endurance is slowly reaching its limits. Using the wind boost skill, she blasts herself far away from them and leaves things in Jaehyun's hands. When the seniors enter the area, they're informed that they've entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. A while back, Jaehyun had visited Jae-sang to find a way to deal with the paralyzing spore mushroom during the freshman hunt, and Jae-sang informed him that ash tree sap would probably be the best way since it's common in the Nightmare Forest, but it's only useful as a cure and can't prevent the effect. If you're already under the effects of the paralyzing spore mushroom, then it would be of good use. In the present, the seniors stop when they realize where they are. As they watch Yoojung run away, the system informs them that they have entered the paralyzing spore mushroom habitat. One of them signals to their leader Ji-hyuk that this is pretty dangerous, so he suggests that they retreat. But Ji-hyuk angrily sets his sights on Yoojung, who is still running away. He asks the others if they're really saying they should give up when they've gotten this far. But the others consider that everything will be ruined if they make a mistake now, so they suggest they stop chasing. However, Ji-hyuk insists that Kim Sung-hoon was taken out by that freshman brat, referring to Yoojung, so they shouldn't be saying such bullcrap right now. The cautious one among them reminds Ji-hyuk again that it doesn't matter if their opponent is a freshman because it would be of no use if they also end up paralyzed. Because the paralyzing spore mushroom can affect beings within an approximately 50-meter radius, Ji-hyuk assures the others that the brat will be paralyzed too. He orders one of them, named Park Sung-hyuk, to stay here and steer clear of the debuff area to watch out for them, while the rest of them follow him to get the girl. He believes that all of their petty tricks will be useless, even though he knows that they're probably using one of their members as bait, trying to lure them into a trap so they can attack them. He believes that they're looking down on him too much. He can't believe that mere freshmen would dare to try to trick him. After running ahead for a while, they catch up to brat Yoojung, and Ji-hyuk tells her that a shitty brat like her really made them work for it. He asks her where she's going to run, but instead of cowering in fear, she welcomes them and informs them they're all done for. Yoojung asks which of them cursed at her and asks the person to raise his hand. And as the men dash towards her with their weapons, Ji-hyuk is amused that she's acting arrogant to the end. When the men almost reach her, she smiles and touches one of the mushrooms with her weapon, causing it to burst. The system notifies them that a paralyzing spore mushroom has burst, and all organisms within a 50-meter radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yoojung protests to Jaehyun that he had said they were going to look for something important, but there's nothing where they're looking but trees. He asks her to wait a while because they're in the right place while he drains some ash tree sap. Yijun points out that they must have noticed that this event is more advantageous to warriors, and Ina agrees that being able to use C-rank skills and below is a big restriction to magicians who rely heavily on skills. For warriors, who have great physiques already, the restriction in the demiplane is useless. Yoojung laments that it's still alright for Ina, who has a unique skill, but all her own useful attack skills are sealed, and the best she can do is buff spells and basic skills. When she asks what she should do, Jaehyun explains that they need to make a plan by using those basic skills as efficiently as possible, So he asks her if she knows how to use the skill called change. Yoo-jung proudly tells him she can and reminds him that she was the one who taught him magic theory. Ina mentions that change is a spell that swaps one's location with that of a designated party member. So she asks him what plan he's going to make with it. When he's done retrieving the ash tree sap, he tells the ladies that they can do something pretty fun with change using the sap. In the present, Jaehyun tells Ina they need to get ready, and she agrees. On the field where Yoo-jung is, Ji-hyuk calls Yoo-jung a crazy B-word because she really burst one of the spores. But Yoo-jung activates her change skill and passes the baton to someone else. As she disappears, she informs them that it's no longer her turn anymore. And Jaehyun appears where she disappeared and pushes his leg into Ji-hyuk's face, stating that it's his turn now. Our boy breaks the senior's nose and kicks him to the ground, then later lands on the ground. Ji-hyuk lands on the ground still paralyzed and begins to curse. Still paralyzed, he angrily asks Jaehyun if he thinks that everything will go according to plan, and he calls him an idiot for entering the paralyzing spore mushroom's habitat. He informs Jaehyun that he figured he would do something like this, so he left one of his companions waiting outside, and he promises him that they're done for once the spores dissipate. Before he can finish his statement, Jaehyun informs him that the guy he left behind won't be coming. Confused, Ji-hyuk says he's saying bull, but a scream soon erupts from the spot they left Sung-hyuk in, and the system announces to them that player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated. Sung-hyuk lays on the ground with Ina's holy sword driven through his body, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jaehyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina. Ji-hyuk lays on the ground confused, and Jaehyun reminds him that he told him that his friend won't be coming. Extremely angry, Ji-hyuk blurts out that they're still in the same situation for the next 2 hours, and he'll personally take care of him once he's paralyzed. While he's still talking, our boy takes a step forward and asks him what he means by them being in the same situation. That sight shocks the heck out of Si-hyuk, and he wonders how this boy is moving right now. He protests that this is impossible, and Jaehyun agrees with him that it is. However, Jaehyun asks him to take it up with the gods. The truth is, our boy is unaffected by the paralysis debuff because Hell's Blessing completely negates any abnormal inflictions on him. Now sweat begins to drip from Si-hyuk's face, and he warns Jaehyun to stay away from him. But the others soon watch the horrific scene of their teammate being murdered. The system soon announces that player Oh Jin-hyuk has been eliminated, and players Jaehyun, Yoo-jung, and Ina have obtained 100,000 points. When that's taken care of, our boy smiles at the 3 people left, and as they plead that he stop, he takes out all 3 of them, and the team obtains 100,000 points 3 times again. Instructor Yisu can't believe her eyes, and the freshman ranking soon updates with Min Jae-hyun at the top, Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Ina at second, An Ho-yeon on second, 2 people named Lee Soo-hyuk and Cha Yu-won on 5th, and someone named Jang Ho-san on 7th. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung drinks the ash tree sap and almost vomits, but when Ina comes to check on her, she admits that she's feeling better now. As they both head out, Ina comments that Jaehyun seems to know a lot about magic, and he's never read that one could use the change skill like this in the books. However, Yoo-jung informs her that it hasn't even been 3 months since Jaehyun became a magician, and that's why she's the one who taught him theory. Surprised, Ina asks her if she means that Jaehyun was actually planning to be a warrior, and Yoo-jung affirms that and tells her that Jaehyun was pretty devoted to combat just a few months ago. The only thing that intrigues Yoo-jung is that Jaehyun knew about the tree sap, and she wonders where he learned something like that and how he will get rid of his own paralysis. Soon after, they run into him, and our boy asks them how the paralysis is because it seems neither of them has had any trouble. Yoo-jung cheerfully states that it's expected, even though she only just ran like hell and cast 1 spell. She turns to Ina and asks if she's also fine, and Ina replies that she's fine too. Eventually, Yoo-jung tells Jaehyun that his plan this time wasn't too bad. She adds that he usually looks stupid, but he looks a bit different today. Suddenly, Jaehyun grabs her cheeks and asks her who she's calling stupid, and asks if she has the right to be saying something like that. Ina simply watches them messing around, and she wonders why Yoo-jung called Jaehyun stupid, and notices she thinks he looks pretty handsome. While they're both still messing around, Ina is caught off guard by her thinking and realizes this isn't the time to be thinking about something like that. And as a tear rolls down her cheek, she recalls that she has to be careful. Later, they return to their shelter, and Jaehyun proceeds to make some sort of concoction. Ina approaches him and asks what he's making, so he tells her it's an HP recovery potion. He says he learned to make it from an older brother of his just in case he needs it, and he recalls Jae-song crying over him murdering his poor ingredients when it took him over 100 tries to do it. Yoo-jung asks Jaehyun how he can know someone that can teach him such things when he doesn't even have friends, and he taunts her by asking if she has many friends aside from him. The comment stings, and Yoo-jung laments that that was a bit unfair. Suddenly, Ina tells Jaehyun that he's really amazing, and it's like he's not someone their age. She says he's so skilled that it's like he's lived a decade more. Confused, Jae-hyun doesn't say anything, and he wonders how she got such great intuition since she was able to get the timing right. Eventually, Yoo-jung butts in and says it's time to stop chatting because they need to eat if they plan to get anything done tomorrow. She tells our boy to wait and see because she'll go and make something, but he tells her not to bother since they can eat some of the fruits they foraged. Annoyed, Yoo-jung asks why he said that and asks if he doesn't trust her. So our boy asks her to tell him the color of the cookie she made during home economics in middle school if she wants him to trust her. After thinking for a while, Yoo-jung recalls that they seem to be purple, so Ina asks her if she put in some blueberry jam. However, Jae-hyun clarifies that that's not the case, but Yoo-jung can't cook, and he recalls how they had to call the teacher because he passed out after eating the cookie. To clarify things, he states that he can't cook either. So Ina mentions that she knows a little about cooking and asks if she can cook for them. Surprised, Jae-hyun asks her if she can cook, so she says she used to cook every day when she was living with her grandmother. As she ties up her hair to start cooking, our boy recalls that there was never much information on Seo Ina's family life. Since she just mentioned that she used to live with her grandmother, our boy wonders if that means there's some circumstance around her parents. After a short while, Ina finishes her cooking and serves it to the others. When Yoo-jung tastes it, she hugs Ina and declares that the food tastes delicious. Jae-hyun also keeps munching and agrees that the food is delicious, and he's surprised they can eat something this good at a place like this. The compliments from them warm Ina's heart, and a smile forms on her face because it's been a while since she felt like this. Meanwhile, in the Meals Academy control room, Instructor Seok-gi mentions that the much-anticipated cadet, An Hoyeon, is in 4th place. It's more surprising that the 1st and 2nd places are magicians, which is truly incredible. And Instructor Yasu still wonders if there's a possibility that it's a system error, because there seems to be no other way to explain this. Chairman Ja-in, on the other hand, seems to be beaming with excitement. Until now, such scores were only shown by warriors, and he can't seem to wrap his head around this new situation. A party with only 3 magicians is leading the event by taking out a group of seniors from the get-go. Excited, the chairman asks Instructor Kim Ji-yeon to rewind the paralyzing spore part, and he watches Jae-hyun kick into Si-hyuk's face when he appears. He's enthralled by the fact that the boy could have such judgment in a situation like that. In addition, he has the ability to overwhelm warriors. Just calling him a magician or even a freshman is truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Instructor Hajun calls out to the chairman and explains that he's brought the profile of Jae-hyun that he requested, but he's not sure if it's the correct file. Confused, the chairman asks him what he means by that, and when Hajun begins to stutter, the chairman tells him to calm down and speak. Eventually, the instructor shows the profile that displays that our boy's aptitude score is 97%, and he's a warrior class. The information shocks the chairman, but his shock soon turns into a maniacal grin, and he finally says that this is very good. He states that he wants to personally see how talented this Jae-hyun is, and Instructor Seok-gi asks him if he's saying that he wants to interfere personally. The chairman zooms in on Hoyeon and proposes that they make an interesting scenario, so Instructor Seok-gi mentions that he'll prepare everything. Inside the demiplane, Jae-hyun's group keeps taking out other people and keeps earning points. At one point, Yoo-jung is surprised that they've earned up to 1,100,000 points, and Jae-hyun replies that this is good, because it's certain that they're in 1st place. However, Yoo-jung asks him if they really have to leave their shelter, so Jae-hyun replies that it can't be helped because the seniors are too afraid to come there anymore. Ina agrees with Jae-hyun that they need to move if they want to gain more points. Eventually, Yoo-jung agrees with both of them and asks what the record for the highest points obtained in a freshman hunt is. Ina informs her that it's 1,140,000 points. As they keep going, our boy senses something, so he signals the ladies to get ready because someone's coming. While they're standing, someone blasts past them, and Jae-hyun notices that this power seems to be way more than the level they're restricted to. The system announces that the connection to the demi-plane is unstable and that the restriction on the player is broken. Jae-hyun tells the new fellow that he didn't think they'd meet again like this, and it turns out the fellow who has been loosed from his restriction is Hoyeon. When he asks Hoyeon what he's doing, he doesn't reply and keeps looking at the ground, so Jae-hyun wonders if he's unable to hear his voice. Ina warns Jae-hyun to be careful because she doesn't think this guy's in his right mind, and it's like he's being controlled by something. So, our boy suddenly recalls that this is the chairman's handiwork. Before he regressed, something similar happened back then at the Mills Festival. That day, which was supposed to leave the young cadets with happy memories, instead left horrible red stains that couldn't be forgotten. The cause of the event was Gu Jaehyun's unique skill called indoctrination. After all his evil actions became known, just before he was arrested, Jaehyun created a horrible event to turn the world's attention away from himself, so he could hide. On that tragic day, numerous cadets lost their lives, and Gu Jaehyun escaped. For Jaehyun, it was also the day that Kim Yoo-jung lost her life. In the present, Hoyeon activates his sword, and Jaehyun realizes that he needs to get Hoyeon to return to his senses first. Suddenly, a screen appears from the Nornir system, and a sub-quest to save the cadet under mind control is given. His job is to break the spell off the cadet under the mind control spell and save him. The difficulty is C-ranked, and the reward is one blank card, with a 2-hour time limit given for this quest. Jaehyun is surprised by the sub-quest but is more surprised by the mention of a blank card as a reward. The thought of getting a blank card that he can use to copy another person's abilities excites him, and Yoo-jung tells him she'll help him. But he tells her he's fine and asks the ladies to leave quickly. He asks them to get as far away as they can and see if they can get some points while they're at it. Yoo-jung stands there confused, and she reminds him that his opponent is the famous genius warrior, so he can't defeat him all by himself. But our boy only smiles at her and asks her if she thinks he can't. For a while, Ina hesitates, but she finally agrees to leave, and Yoo-jung is shocked by the fact that she's agreeing with Jaehyun. Frustrated, Yoo-jung decides to play along and suggests they go gain points like he said, but she asks him not to get hurt before she leaves. She rushes into the woods and drags Ina, who is still looking at Jaehyun, and she asks him to beat Hoyeon up or steal his name tag and then come find them. After the ladies leave, our boy mutters to himself that it won't take too long. A few hours ago, after Hoyeon just took out one of the seniors, he wonders if his last kill made a total of 600,000 points. He's glad that he managed to survive for 2 days and knows he just has to hold on for one more day. Since he's in 4th place, he wonders how 1st place is still out of his reach even after he had worked pretty hard, and realizes this is what is expected of Meal's Academy. The fact that Jaehyun ranked 1st as a magician in a situation where his skills are restricted, and even carried his teammates to the top ranking as well, impresses him. However, he decides that he can't lose either, and he still has to work hard because there's still time. While he's thinking, Chairman Ja-in appears to him on the screen and informs him that he would like him to personally help him with something. The chairman uses his indoctrination skill on him and tells him he has a small favor to ask him. After Hoyeon's eyes light up from the indoctrination, the system issues him a warning that someone has infiltrated his mind. As the power overtakes him, he wonders what he's doing where he is. Soon after, the system informs him that his mind has been corrupted. After that happens, he immediately realizes that he has to take out Jaehyun. In the present, Hoyeon employs an A-rank skill called Martial Ascendance. He dashes towards Jaehyun once more and tries to cut him down, but our boy is able to dodge his attack. Jaehyun doesn't think Hoyeon was this skilled even just a few days ago, but he continues to dodge each of his attacks. It seems to him that Hoyeon has become unrecognizably skilled. As Hoyeon tries to smash his shield into him again, Jaehyun jumps backward and avoids the impact. He knows that he'll lose if this fight is determined by both of their physical abilities. To create some distance between them, our boy blasts himself backward with a gush of wind after activating his wind boost skill. The impact of the wind is so strong that Hoyeon blocks his face with the shield, but this gives Jaehyun enough time to circle to his back before he brings down the shield. Our boy tries to use some lightning magic on him, but before he can hit him, Hoyeon turns back and moves backward in one swift movement. This reaction surprises Jaehyun because Hoyeon was able to move his body first, even before his eyes could track his opponent's movements. Jaehyun realizes that his opponent has an innate battle sense, and this isn't as easy as he thought it would be. Breaking indoctrination would be easy with his absolute calculation skill, but the problem is that Jae-in is watching them. Even if he can't see the chairman, he reasons that he's probably got an evil grin on while watching what he does against the talented warrior An Hoyeon. This time, Jaehyun smiles, and he considers that it would be such a waste to end things carelessly. He decides to give them a show if they want to watch, but promises to make the show an expensive one. When Jaehyun begins his display, Instructor Yisu wonders if she's seeing things correctly. It's unbelievable that our boy, who is a magician, is fighting on the front lines like a warrior. But now he's overwhelming his opponent, even when the opponent is the said genius warrior, An Hoyeon. On the field, Jaehyun seems to be using his lightning chain skill, and Yisu considers all of this unbelievable. She wonders how on earth this boy is doing that since a magician can't win against a warrior. And that is something that has always been carved into her mind as she walked down this path as a magician. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in watches with keen interest when Jaehyun injures Hoyeon, and he begins to plead. In the demi-plane, Hoyeon crouches by his sword, and Jaehyun tells him that he wasn't planning to go this far, but he promises him that he's tough and he'll recover quickly. Eventually, Jaehyun takes a look upwards at the instructors since he knows they're watching. Then he activates his flash bomb skill, and the impact blinds all the cameras and stops the instructors from seeing the field. Inside the meal's control room, Instructor Seok-gi turns to Jiyeon and demands to know what happened to their screen. But the chairman realizes that something is wrong, so he grabs the remote out of her hand, desperately trying to bring the video feed back up. Instructor Jian mentions that it seems that Jaehyun used a spell to block their sight, but Jian recognizes that he used Flash Bomb, and he wonders out loud if this is how Jaehyun wants to do things. He immediately summons Instructor Seok-gi, and he asks him to bring Jaehyun to his office after the event ends. Worried, Seok-gi asks the chairman if it's alright for him to decide so hastily, but the already tense chairman places his hand on the instructor's shoulder and asks him why he thinks Cadet Jaehyun, who was already in a situation of victory, would decide to block their sight. While stuttering, Seok-gi replies that it would be because Jaehyun knows how to raise his worth. In the demiplane, Hoyeon remains crouched on the ground as the blinding light from the flash bomb blocks everything. Eventually he walks up to Hoyeon and places a hand on his head, activating his absolute calculation skill, which allows Jaehyun to lift the indoctrination controlling him. Suddenly, Hoyeon's eyes become clearer, and he recognizes Jaehyun. Still smiling, our boy asks him if he's feeling better, and Hoyeon attempts to get up and says he's feeling better, but he soon collapses to the ground because of the violent pain that runs through his body. Our boy apologizes for the pain and reminds him that he attacked him out of nowhere, but Hoyeon doesn't seem to remember attacking him. He asked why on earth he would do that, so Jaehyun informs him that he was under a mind control spell. Confused, Hoyeon asks him what he means by mind control. But when he thinks about it, he recalls seeing a face that he can't remember clearly, and hearing a voice he can't remember either. However, it doesn't make sense to Hoyeon because spells like that, to even control someone for even a short period of time, are usually over A rank, but they had told them that they could only use skills C rank and below. Jaehyun informs him that he doesn't know because there might have been a slight malfunction with the demiplane, or perhaps someone intervened. Hoyeon remains silent for a while and considers that there's no way a cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even if there were a malfunction in the demiplane. Eventually he asks Jaehyun if he knows who could have intervened if that is the case, or why they would do something like this. But Jaehyun tells him he doesn't. However, he adds that if whoever did this could do something like this, they're probably someone most wouldn't dare go against. Jaehyun doesn't want to spell it out to him, but he knows that as they go through more experiences at Miles, Hoyeon will also figure out for himself what kind of person Gu Ja-in is. Suddenly, the Nornir system announces that Jaehyun has cleared the subquest to save the cadet under mind control, and he's received a blank card as a reward. Eventually, Hoyeon attempts to get up. He realizes his body is a mess, but Jaehyun doesn't have a single injury, so he wonders if this is his current limit. When he finally gets up, Hoyeon says he has nothing to say for himself and apologizes for what happened. But Jaehyun jokingly tells him not to be gross, and says he'll be leaving now since Hoyeon can move around. Before he leaves, Jaehyun wishes them both success in the remaining time, and as he turns around, Hoyeon stops him and offers him his name tag. Confused, Jaehyun asks him what he's doing and reminds him that he'll be eliminated if he doesn't have his name tag. Regardless, Hoyeon states that it doesn't matter and informs him that he's been able to earn quite a bit of points, even though it's not as much as Jaehyun has been able to earn. However, because he lost, he believes that the name tag belongs to Jaehyun. After he tosses the name tag to Jaehyun, he tells him that he lost this time, but it'll be different next time, and he promises to win his name tag back at the Mills Festival. After Hoyeon disappears, the demiplane system announces that he's been eliminated, and it awards 10,000 points to Jaehyun's team. For a moment our boy just stands there staring at the name tag that he recognizes is only worth 10,000 points. However, to him, the name tag is worth a lot more than that because Hoyeon was born with the combat talent that he coveted so much in the past, and now he acknowledges him. He's experienced quite a lot since he regressed, but this sense of accomplishment is on another level. With a smile on his face, he believes this is the beginning. For the first time, he feels like he's starting to move forward, leaving behind the past where he was weak as hell and stepping forward. Sometime after that, the 72-hour event finally comes to an end, and the system calculates the points that everyone has earned. Jaehyun earns the highest number of points on record, which is a startling 1.53 million points, and he's soon transported back to the real world. When the students appear back in the real world, our boy considers that 1.53 million points aren't so bad. But Yoo-jung immediately busts his ass for not being much happier, since it's still the highest number ever recorded in the event. She turns to Ina to get some support, but Ina laments about how they would have been able to get 1.6 million points if they had just stayed one more hour. At this point, Yoo-jung realizes her teammates are really insane. She tries to cheer them up by saying that they should be able to live quite luxuriously for a while with this many points, and Jaehyun agrees. He calculates that if they multiply the points by 10, it would be kind of similar to real currency value. It's safe to say that they've just earned about 15.3 million won, which is approximately $12,000, and Yoo-jung almost drops her jaw. When Ina hears that, she's shocked that it was such a huge amount of money. Our boy informs them that he's first, but they have 1.48 million points at second, and they should also get bonus points. The mention of bonus points makes Yoo-jung grab Jae-hyun, and he tries to shake her off and explains that the bonus point is about 1 million points or so. The thought of all that money makes Yoo-jung light up like a Christmas tree, and she starts to twirl Ina around in a dance because of the mention of 1 million bonus points. While they dance, Ina is shocked that they got 2.48 million points and won 24.8 million won in just 3 days. Jae-hyun tries to stop them from dancing because it's embarrassing, and he notices the other students watching them with contempt. However, the girls continue to sing until instructor Seok-gi enters the room to greet everyone. He introduces himself to everyone and tells the 3 top winners he has something to speak to the 3 of them about. To get some privacy, he asks that they go somewhere else, so Jae-hyun asks him if it's related to the amount of points they got during the hunt. And when he nods, Jae-hyun follows him hastily. The ladies don't follow him, so they ask to know where they're going first. However, Jae-hyun already knows, and he tells them they're going to the chairman's office, and Seok-gi affirms his prediction, informing them that they've been summoned by the chairman. Once inside the office, our boy takes his seat and crosses his legs. He asks where the chairman is, and makes a comment that the one who called them here isn't even present, which makes Seok-gi angry, but he has no choice but to control himself. The ladies, who are following behind, wonder why Jae-hyun is suddenly acting like that, and they stand speechless until Seok-gi tells them to also take their seats. When they sit down, the chairman enters and apologizes to them for being late. The 2 ladies stand up, and Yoo-jung loudly introduces herself, and Ina follows suit, while Jae-hyun just sits there. The chairman cheerfully tells them that he knows who they are, and Yoo-jung revels in that. Jae-hyun tells the chairman that he's late and he almost fell asleep waiting for him. The comment surprises the ladies, and even Seok-gi becomes tense as he wonders if this kid has lost his mind. A moment of silence continues in the office for a short time until the chairman says he has no excuse for being late. He finally adds that he needed some time to prepare to talk to them. But Jae-hyun immediately tells him that they're actually the ones who have no excuse since he called them out right after coming out of the demi-plane for 3 days without giving them a chance to wash up, so they had no time to prepare. The chairman's face tenses again, but this time he just laughs. Jae-hyun realizes he's putting on an act and figures that it's because he's interested in the people in front of him. Finally, the chairman informs them that he brought some very beneficial news for them. He congratulates them for being the elite of the elite who secured the top 3 spots in this year's freshman hunt, especially Jae-hyun, who took first place. When he says that, Jae-hyun says it's all thanks to his party members, and he wouldn't have been able to do it all by himself. That comment makes the chairman hesitate as usual, and he wonders if the boy has no wish to show off his abilities. He finally agrees with Jae-hyun but comments that he's also observed all his actions, and he noticed that they beat the freshman hunt's record of 1.14 million points by an overwhelming amount. When he claps and comments that the result was unbelievable, the ladies thank him for the compliment. But Jae-hyun asks him where he's driving at, which makes Yoo-jung worried again. After hesitating for a while, the chairman explains that the Mills Academy would like to offer them a few special privileges. First, a suite room from the dormitory buildings within the academy will be offered for free. Second, priority in the use of the academy's facilities that usually need to be reserved in advance. Third, if they ever are unable to get a satisfactory score in the school tests, they will get a chance to retake the test. After listing out the offer, the chairman asks them what they think and explains that they will be signing a partnership contract with Mila's Academy should they agree to their offer. But Jae-hyun states that he rejects the offer before the chairman finishes his speech. Our boy explains that the benefits sound nice, but those are all things they can earn by themselves in a month or so, especially since Mila's is very much a meritocracy after all. So he doesn't think they should get them while paying an unnecessary fee. Eventually, he grabs the offer out of the chairman's hands and starts reading through the terms. He reads that after signing a partnership contract with Mila's, once they start working as raiders, they would have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. At this point, the chairman looks pretty grim until Jae-hyun finally tells the chairman that this isn't to reward them, but to strike them down. When he asks the chairman if he's mistaken, the man pauses for a while and says there's nothing he can do about it if that's what Jae-hyun thinks, especially since they can't be forced into signing a contract. He tells them that he leaves the decision up to the 3 of them, and the ladies look at each other to read how the other person is reacting to the whole thing. After a short pause, Yoo-jung apologizes and states that she would like to decline the offer, and so does Ina. The chairman covers his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand bulge out in anger. Eventually, he says that it's a shame because this was the best offer he could give them. However, the chairman mentions that he will give them another chance to think about it, so he locks his gaze onto Jae-hyun using his indoctrination skill and asks him if he still does not plan to change his mind. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that something strange has infiltrated his mind. Jaehyun had been expecting this, but he's soon told by the system that he's completely resisted the debuff thanks to the passive skill, Hell's Blessing. While that is happening, our boy hands Hell his blank card and uses its power, because he had only annoyed the chairman in the first place to get him to use his power. For a moment the chairman just sits there puzzled as to why he didn't get a reaction. Eventually, our boy tells him they'll be leaving now, and the Nornir system informs him that he's acquired the skill called Indoctrination. With this skill, which is of a unique rank, he can manipulate someone weaker than him to do his bidding. Should both parties agree to a master-servant relationship, the skill changes into subordination. Jaehyun gets up and proposes to the ladies that they leave, especially since they're all tired from spending 4 days in the demi-plane. After Jaehyun leaves the office, Yoo-jung asks the men to have a nice day, and Ina, who is still confused, tells them they'll be leaving first. When the students finally leave, Jaehyun asks instructor Seok-gi to leave. When he's alone, he wonders how a mere freshman can resist his unique skill, and he finds this really interesting. Outside, Jaehyun asks the ladies if they're really fine with refusing Jaehyun's offer. Yoo-jung confesses that she was a bit tempted at first, but she later decided Jaehyun was right with whatever he said, because it was obvious that Jaehyun was going to sweet-talk them into agreeing and take advantage of them since they're so young. Ina agrees that she didn't also like the contract, and she thinks rejecting it was the best choice. Apart from that, she feels that it's better to earn things with their own hands than to start off with privileges. Jaehyun listens to Ina intently, and he considers her reasonable, which is completely different from the cold image he had of her before he regressed. Suddenly, Yoo-jung asks them if they also noticed that something was really strange about Chairman Jaehyun, because his expression was totally sickening when they rejected his offer. Ina mentions that she thought so too. And she also mentions that the chairman and instructor Seok-gi never said a word about the problem with the demi-plane. Jaehyun listens to them talk, and he notes that Ina has really good instincts. Eventually, she asks Jaehyun if he knows anything about Chairman Jaehyun by any chance, so he asks her why she'd think that. Ina replies that he's always pretty calm, but the moment they met the chairman, he became strangely aggressive. Yoo-jung agrees with her, and she bugs Jaehyun to tell them if he knows something about the chairman. To answer their questions, he tells them that he's also not certain, so it's hard to tell them anything. But he informs them not to trust anyone in the academy, whether it's the chairman or the instructors. Suddenly, Ina walks up to him and asks if they can't trust him too. And while Jaehyun pauses, Yoo-jung steps behind Ina with an eerie look in her eyes and tells her not to trust Jaehyun either. She points out Jaehyun's fierce look and narrates how he once left her stranded in the middle of the streets instead of taking her home. And Jaehyun asks her why she's suddenly bringing up something that happened a long time ago. Annoyed, Yoo-jung grabs his hair and calls him a jerk, reminding him of how hard a time she had back when it happened. Eventually, our boy manages to get Yoo-jung off him, and he suggests they go into rest since the sun has set. When it's time for them to separate, Ina doesn't look like she wants to leave, so she asks them if they'll be parting ways here. For a moment, an awkward silence occurs, and Yoo-jung just looks at the two of them. Suddenly, she hugs them both and asks why it feels like a teen romance over here, so she asks them to make room for her too. Jaehyun, however, drags her away and points her to the girls' dormitory, then asks her to go get some rest. She eventually agrees to go rest, and Ina follows behind, but she reminds Jaehyun to rest well before she leaves. Our boy soon heads to the boys' dormitory. When he gets to the door, he realizes it's been a while since he's been here. He recalls the musty smell of mold from the corners, the floor that a lack of funds left unmaintained, creaking with every step, and eventually goes to his bed. To him, those who remained in this dormitory after a few years are those without talent. So he hopes to find a new place as soon as class is over the next day, because experiencing hell once was plenty enough. The next day, Jaehyun goes for a run, and eventually stops after he feels he's done enough for a warm-up. He turns around towards the dormitory so he can start getting ready for his first class. Shortly after, all the freshmen that are magician cadets gather in a room, and their assigned instructor for the basic mana acclamation, Kim Ji-yeon, comes to introduce herself. While she talks, Jaehyun frowns because this instructor isn't someone he's familiar with. Even considering the fact he was a warrior in the past, he doesn't have many memories of his instructor. She could be one of the instructors who quit soon. Even though becoming an instructor at Mills wasn't easy, the instructors who still remained at Mills were those like Kim Seok-gi that were greedy for the crumbs Jaehyun was willing to throw them. Ji-yeon mentions that she's sure that most of them found it strange that their first class was not in a classroom, but a large facility like this instead. As some doors open behind her, she explains that the reason is to test their mana sensitivity. The students are shocked by the sight of the doors that seem to be exposing a mana cube, and they hope they're not saying they have to go in there. While they lament that this is too difficult for a first class, Jaehyun considers that this mana cube feels similar to the mana cube he saw before, but it has way less mana. Instructor Jiyeon explains to them that what they're looking at right now is called a mana room. It was built based on a mana cube that can normally be found at guilds. For cadets like them, she explains that it is close to impossible to break out of a mana cube, and that is why they prepared this. The odd thing is that our boy had broken out of a mana cube at his guild. The mana room is divided into many sub-rooms. The first room's mana is similar to the amount in the atmosphere, but the mana becomes thicker as you go further in. On average, a first-year Mills Academy cadet can usually reach level 3. A graduating cadet can reach their limit at around level 7. In this class, they will find out what level their mana sensitivity is at. Jiyeon asks the cadets to form a line and follow behind her. She informs them that they can raise their hand if they have trouble during the test, so they can follow the assistant instructors out of the room. Soon after, she enters one of the mana rooms, and the cadets follow her in. After everyone enters, Instructor Jiyeon notes that none of the cadets seem to be having trouble at level 1. She decides that they move to level 2, and when they enter, some of the cadets begin to pant, and the instructors have to help them out. After they leave, Jiyeon asks the rest that are still standing to follow her to level 3. And when they enter, almost half of the class raises their hands. But Jaehyun, Yoojung, and Ina do not seem to be affected at this point. Instructor Jiyeon asks that the rest follow her to the 4th level, and many more people raise their hands. When those uncomfortable leave, she proposes they move to level 5, and then many more people ask to be excused at that point. At level 6, several other people are taken out due to exhaustion. Yoojung asks Jaehyun if he feels like it's starting to get hard to breathe, but he says he doesn't think so. Meanwhile, Ina watches Jaehyun and notices that he seems like he's still doing fine, so she decides to try harder. Jiyeon looks around, and she notices there are only 4 cadets remaining. Jaehyun, Yoojung, Ina, and one other guy named Lee Soo-hyuk. They are all cadets that scored high during the freshman hunt. Chairman Ja-in had told her to keep a close eye on Jaehyun and report back to him, but she doesn't plan to simply follow such orders. She soon tells the cadets they'll be moving on to level 7, and the other students wonder who the heck those guys are that are moving on to the next level, especially since the instructor had said only graduates reach level 7. When they enter the 7th level, Instructor Jiyeon proposes that they move on to the 8th level and asks any of the cadets if they're having trouble, and no one speaks. Even though Yoojung seems to be struggling at this point, the other students are in awe as they watch them move to the 8th level, and when they get there, the cadets feel a sharp spike, except for Jaehyun, of course. Starting from level 8, the mana level fluctuates at every moment like it does within a dungeon. Jiyeon knows that geniuses should have trouble starting at this point, and true to her expectations, Soo-hyuk and Yoojung raise their hands to leave the mana room. Meanwhile, Ina begins to sweat, but when neither she nor Jaehyun raise their hands, Instructor Jiyeon has no choice but to move to level 9. When they enter level 9, Ina almost vomits and begins to stagger, which startles Jaehyun. When Jiyeon turns around, she's unable to help because she recalled that the chairman had told her that she should never offer any cadet help before they ask, no matter what kind of situation they face. He had said that danger is no different from a new opportunity to a cadet, and if that opportunity is taken before their eyes, that would be heartbreaking. Jaehyun asks Ina if she's alright, and she tells him she is while trembling. At this point, she can't clearly see Jaehyun's face and she really doesn't want to lose. Everyone Ina knew had always told her that only the strong can survive, and she won't be able to do anything but bow down before a warrior, even if she has some talent with magic. She's been told that the weak have no future, and she really desires to be acknowledged at this point. But she finds herself collapsing as Jaehyun tries to hold her up, and she tells him she's lost again. As the assistants take her out, Jaehyun wonders what she meant by losing. When they enter level 10, Instructor Jiyeon asks Jaehyun if he's alright, and she knows even she will begin to have some trouble from here on. Eventually, our boy turns to her with a smile on his face, and he states that he's also having some trouble and would like to go out now. When she hears that, Jiyeon asks him to come out with her. As she heads out, she wonders what he means by having trouble since she can't see a single sign of that. When they finally get out, Jiyeon asks the other cadets to clap for Jaehyun because he succeeded in reaching level 10, which means he's on a par with a raider, that is, a B rank or higher. As she tells everyone else to work hard and try to catch up with him, Soo-hyuk glances at Jaehyun with a frown, and Ina doesn't look so happy with herself. Shortly after, our boy asks Ina if she's alright. She tells him she is and apologizes for making them worry, so Jaehyun tells her it's good since nothing serious happened to her. Yoojung asks Jaehyun if he's also alright since he looked pretty unaffected a while ago, and he tells her he is. Then he asks her to take the towel from around her neck because she looks like a construction site worker. The statement riles Yoojung up as expected, and she regrets having been worried about him. While she's ranting, Jaehyun asks her if she's also not in any pain, and she says that the doctors also said she's fine, and she gloats about how fit she is. For a moment, Jaehyun watches Ina. He had thought she was just a bit competitive, but something seems to be different. It seems to him like a case of compulsion. Fortunately, she didn't get very hurt this time, but with that kind of personality, it will be hard to control her later. Of course, he doesn't mean to make Ina dance to his tune, but like it's happening with Seonggun, Hoyeon and Jaesung, he has a feeling that Ina's future will change also. He also figures that's also true for Yoojung, and while he glances over at her, she asks him what he's looking at and if she's that pretty. But Jaehyun asks her if she's sure there's nothing wrong with her, because she could only be saying such nonsense if she's hurt somewhere. As Ina tries to subdue Yoojung from taking revenge, our boy thinks about how he doesn't know what kind of effect his actions will have in the future. In this quickly changing environment, he decides that he needs to prepare if he wants to stay one step ahead. While he's thinking, Yoojung manages to break free from Ina's grip, and she wraps the towel around Jaehyun's neck. With a smile on his face, our boy removes the towel, covers her head with it, and uses it to scatter her hair. When he's done, Yoojung begins to curse and her surroundings light up like an inferno. Annoyed, she asks him if he knows how much time she spent setting her hair this morning, and asks him if he has a death wish. However, Jaehyun tells her he's sorry, but he comments that it doesn't really make that much of a difference. That statement further annoys her and she asks him if he's calling her ugly, and it is at that moment that Jaehyun realizes he messed up. He immediately turns around to make a run for it while Yoojung chases after him, while Ina watches them in amusement. Ina considers how the two of them are really close, and when the two friends run past Soohyuk, the guy notices Jaehyun and wonders how the bastard reached level 10. While he's looking, a friend of his named Kim Min-soo comes by to say hi and asks him what he's thinking about so deeply. Soohyuk asks Min-soo to tell him everything he knows about the guy that's getting his hair pulled out by the lady. And even though Min-soo wonders why Soohyuk is talking to him like a slave, he explains that Jaehyun is the first guy to get first place in the freshman hunt as a magician. Soohyuk tells him that he knows that, but what he wants to know is where a guy like that came from all of a sudden. But Min-soo just shrugs because he doesn't have that answer. No matter how much Soohyuk thinks about it, it doesn't make sense. To him, there's something weird about this Jaehyun guy, and he believes he's hiding something. Meanwhile, Min-soo thinks about how he's not used to this new Soohyuk because he used to know him when he was younger. Eventually, he tells Soohyuk that Jaehyun has already proved himself twice, so there's no need to keep looking for something mysterious since it's most likely impossible to cheat in meals. However, Soohyuk informs him that there's no way there's someone stronger than him unless they're cheating. That statement stuns Min-soo, and he considers that Soohyuk won't win against Ina or Yoojung either, but he doesn't say it out loud. Eventually, he advises Soohyuk that they don't need to become unreasonable, because he won't win against Jaehyun even if he dies and gets resurrected, but the guy doesn't listen to him. Sometime later, Jaehyun has a video call with his delightful teacher, Seonggun, and he asks her if she called him because she wanted to hear about what happened at the freshman hunt. Seonggun agrees that she did, because it's more interesting to hear it from him directly. Excited, he informs her that he got first place, and that makes Seonggun proud. She notices that his apartment seems to be too good for a freshman to have, and suspects that he got a lot of points. Finally, she congratulates him for taking the best first step in Meals Academy, known for being hard to survive. She tells him she's proud of him, and our boy mentions that he's relieved because he was worried that she would scold him if he got second place. That makes her giggle, and she asks him if there were any cadets who caught his eye during the freshman hunt. Surprised, Jaehyun asks her if she's going to scout them or something, so she tells him that they're considering it and they're planning to reward him for the information he shares. Jaehyun explains that telling her isn't hard, but to think he'll get a reward for something like this. He asks her if she's not being too generous, but she insists that she's doing this because she knows he won't cooperate if she offered 10 times the amount in the future. Eventually, he mentions Ina, Yoojung, and Hoyeon, saying those three are the ones that can be recruited by Yeonhwa. When he hesitates to mention someone else's name, Seonggun asks him to speak, so he adds that he knows someone who isn't a freshman, but would be good to recruit from the upperclassmen. Seonggun promises to give him a big welcome. After they end the call, the guildmaster thinks of Lee Jae-sang, whom Jaehyun had mentioned, and she recognizes him as the youngest son of the S-Rank raider, Lee Jae-seon. During the call, she had mentioned to Jaehyun that Jae-sang is not as talented as his other siblings, and she knows that Yeonhwa might have some problems with Lee Jae-seon's Zephyr Guild by taking Jae-sang in. With such a risk, Seonggun asks Jaehyun if he still thinks they should recruit the boy, and he says he does because Jae-sang will become the world's best alchemist in the near future. After they end the call, manager Sung-jae informs her that Guildmaster Ms. Baek Ji-hyun has arrived. Seonggun asks him to escort her in, so Ms. Ji-hyun steps in with Yeonju behind her. When they step in, Seonggun comments that they arrived exactly on time, so Ji-hyun responds that time is also a very valuable property to a merchant. Ms. Jihyun stretches her hand to Guildmaster Shungan and states that it's been a while, but Shungan politely tells her that she doesn't think they're close enough to greet each other so familiarly and asks her to take a seat. When Jihyun has her seat, Seongan, still smiling, asks her what the master of the Curator Guild wants with her. Jihyun is amused by Seongan's straight-to-the-point nature and comments that becoming close will really be difficult. But she admits that she also likes it. Eventually, Jihyun mentions that there seems to be someone Yeonhwa has been raising quite well, so she asks how much she can purchase Jaehyun for. Seongan tells her that it's unfortunate that Yeonhwa Guild doesn't think of its members as commodities that can be bought, so she suggests that Jihyun look somewhere else. However, Jihyun asks her if the child would agree with that, so Seongan tells her there are some things that can't be bought with money, but remarks that she most likely wouldn't know. Eventually, Jihyun replies that she didn't think Seongan would take her offer anyway, and it doesn't matter because she only came as an act of courtesy. Amused, Seongan informs her that her thoughtfulness is quite unpleasant, but Jihyun thinks that's a shame and decides to leave since it's getting late, and Seongan doesn't seem to want to talk to her either. As she gets up to take her leave, Seongan retorts that she's glad that she noticed that she doesn't want to talk to her, and Jihyun jokingly responds that a sharp eye is also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after an endurance test at the Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to analyze the results of the endurance test. An Hoyeon ends up first with 101 points, while Jaehyun comes in second with 99 points. The result makes our boy hiss, but he had expected that he won't be able to compare to a combat genius like Hoyeon. However, he doesn't consider second place a bad result. To him, there's no need to rush, but he also keeps in mind that he hasn't reached his goal. When Jaehyun turns to the ladies, he notices their disturbed looks, and Yoojung eventually asks him what the hell he is, and she asks how a magic raider can get second place and contend with An Hoyeon in an endurance test. When she demands to know how that's even possible, our boy informs her that it's not strange since he started out as a warrior, but that explanation still doesn't satisfy Yoojung. When she tries to protest again, Jaehyun tells her there's no need to focus on only magic so much, and she needs to also focus on her health. That remark makes Yoojung grim again, and she threatens to one day show him he's not as important as he thinks he is, but Ina soon holds her back so she doesn't start another fight. Meanwhile, Instructor Shoki watches them nearby and he realizes that Jaehyun is a dangerous guy, just like the chairman said. The boy's muscular endurance is not something a magician should possess, and that makes Seokgi wonder what on earth he is up to. Soon after, the students hear the bell that signals that their next class is about to start, so Seokgi tells the students that their second endurance test is called the AR evasion test. Jaehyun recalls this test from the time before he regressed, and he knows it was the test that examined numerous cadets on their talent and made them hit their limit. Seokgi explains that they'll be gathered in a room with top-tier cutting-edge facilities called the AR test room. The AR combat measurement system in front of them will help test each cadet's ability through virtual battles with opponents created within augmented reality. Jaehyun listens intently, and he realizes that Seokgi is not planning to do this the easy way. Normally, what they would do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their pattern of attack. But they will only focus on assessing their evasion abilities this time because it's an endurance test. However, if they defeat monsters, they will receive higher scores. Seokgi hands the cadets some objects that look like earphones. And when Yoojung asks, Jaehyun explains to her that they're receivers that can analyze and record the combat simulation. After noting Jaehyun's correctness, Seokgi adds that this receiver is used to implement augmented reality. It stimulates the brain and using the projector, creates the realistic illusion of an actual monster. Through drone cameras, 3D images are augmented into the surroundings, making it seem like there are real monsters present. The use of such devices is for safety and to avoid the possibility of getting hurt. What Seokgi doesn't tell them is that the receiver stimulates the brain such that they can still feel about a fifth of the opponent's attack damage. The aim is not to shock the cadets but to create a certain level of caution to increase their possibility of survival in dungeons. Seokgi explains that the AR system has a total of 100 levels, but they will be evaluated only up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they will now be grouped and called in order for the test. Before the test begins, the teams are formed, and Team 3 contains 2 warriors and 2 magicians, including Jaehyun and Soohyuk. Jaehyun considers that it's pretty balanced. While he's thinking, Soohyuk calls out to him and asks him if he's Min Jaehyun. Our boy replies that he is, so Soohyuk tells him that he heard that he got first place in the freshman hunt, but there's something he can't just understand. He wonders how a magician can get first place and reveals he believes there's a special reason for that, so he asks Jaehyun to teach it to him. After pausing for a while, Jaehyun asks him if he's considered the possibility that there's no such thing, so Soohyuk informs him that he'll have to expose it in that case, even if he has to use force. Excited, Jaehyun smirks and asks him why he didn't just say that his goal from the start was that he wanted to fight with him. Soo-hyuk, who is also smiling, informs him that it's nice to see that they understand each other. The two other ladies on the team become worried, and one of them wonders why they're acting like that since they're on the same team. The shorter lady wonders if they'll be alright, so she tries to separate them. But instructor Seok-gi soon calls their team onto the field. When they step into the field, the system begins a 5-second countdown and informs them they'll be facing a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior soon manifests, and Soo-hyuk decides he needs to step back first to create some distance. Before he can move, Jaehyun dashes forward at breakneck speed, much to the shock of the others on the team, and the ladies try to warn him that it's dangerous. Surprised, Soo-hyuk asks what the hell he's doing and wonders what Jaehyun thinks a magician can do at the front line. While Jaehyun makes his way to the front, he wonders why there are still such taunts aimed at him. But he decides that it'll be best to show a bit of his ability here. After creating some mana in his hands, our boy smashes the skeleton's head with just one strike, and the others watch him in utmost surprise. Even Seok-gi is stunned, and everyone else in the crowd watches in amazement. Soon after, a few more skeleton warriors appear. But Jaehyun proceeds to feed his knee to another skeleton warrior standing nearby. When he lands on the ground, he initiates an active skill of his called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon is a special skill that an ordinary magician can't make use of because it's a skill that allows a magician to physically inflict damage. It's useless to magicians since they don't fight close combat. But our boy is a different breed. Soo-hyuk watches in confusion, and he tags Jaehyun as a psycho. The other ladies still can't believe their eyes, and the system announces that they've completely cleared level 1 of the AR evasion test, and additional points have been awarded, with Jaehyun getting 100% of the contribution. Level 2 of the test begins, and they're faced with a monster called a Draugr. The sight of the monster intrigues Jaehyun, and he informs the monster that it's been a while since they met. After a series of fighting and broken grounds, the system announces that they've completely cleared level 10 of the AR evasion test. While the system congratulates them for breaking the record for the shortest time to complete the test, Soo-hyuk considers this completely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jaehyun considers that his performance is not too bad, and that his body has been feeling lighter ever since he started using the combat technique that Ms. Seong-eun taught him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk approaches him and asks him what kind of dirty trick he just used. But Jaehyun explains that there's nothing more to what he just saw. However, Soo-hyuk protests that it was bad enough that he left the safety of the defense line, but he completely annihilated the enemy all by himself, which makes his performance unbelievable. He insists that doing something like that is impossible without cheating. But Jaehyun repeats that he has nothing to say because he has nothing to hide. When Soo-hyuk stands his ground, our boy tells him not to make him repeat himself. And he moves closer and offers to let Soo-hyuk confirm his strength right now if he's really curious. The move startles Soo-hyuk, and he calls Jaehyun a bastard, but before anything can develop, instructor Seok-gi asks the two of them if there's a problem. The instructor's interference stops the building tension, and Soo-hyuk wishes there weren't any instructors here. Our boy eventually turns to walk away, and Soo-hyuk tells him not to think he's won, so our boy tells him he doesn't think he lost either. Before Jaehyun can leave, Soo-hyuk proposes that they fight at the Mills Academy Festival, but Jaehyun refuses because he has already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Hoyeon remembers how Jaehyun had refused to fight Soo-hyuk during the Mills Academy Festival because he had made plans to fight with him. He recalls having told him that he'll win his name tag back at the Mills Festival, so he decides to go train so he doesn't let Jaehyun down. Sometime later, Seok-gi and some of the assistant instructors move around. One of the assistant instructors asks the other if he's seen the results of the endurance test this year, and the other guy says he personally monitored it and that the cadets this year are pretty good. When they start to talk about a magic cadet named Jaehyun breaking the record, which shouldn't be possible, Seok-gi considers that the boy is not merely talented because those practiced movements he showed while fighting at the front line when he's a mere magician are unique. When they enter the chairman's office, Jae-in commends them for their good work, and he proposes that they talk about the results of this year's endurance test. Seok-gi explains that there were a total of 3 cadets who got full points, and those cadets are An Hoyeon, Cha Yu-won, and Min Jae-hyun. Even among those 3, Jaehyun's scores were exceptional. The chairman thanks instructor Seok-gi for the information and commends him for working hard. On his screen, Chairman Jae-in goes over footage of Jaehyun, and a grin develops on his face. He tells Seok-gi that he hopes he'll continue to keep him informed on Jaehyun's actions and grades, and to tell him immediately if he starts acting strange, to which Seok-gi agrees. The chairman tells them all to keep up the good work, and he asks that they inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Sometime later, Jaehyun returns to the AR evasion test and completes level 27 of the test. The 27th level seems to be his limit, and this is a difficulty level that a 6-member party of C-rank raiders would normally clear with effort, so it means he's equal to that much of a force. It turns out that the next event for the freshmen is the dungeon practicum, and Jaehyun decides to start preparing. He remembers the dungeon practicum incident, which was one of the most disgraceful and tragic incidents at Mills Academy, where numerous cadets lost their lives. He and his teammates were mixed up in that incident, and in the end, he was the only one who survived on his team. Even as he had to listen to people tell him that he should have been the one to die, he couldn't bring himself to leave Mills Academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Shortly after, our boy goes to the store to make a purchase. When he's done, he wonders if he'll be able to live differently in this life. He was unable to protect anyone, led a pathetic life in his past life, and was as expendable as a single-use item. However, he doesn't plan to live the same life all over again. Living a life of regret once was enough. One day before the dungeon practicum begins, the students go to class as usual and soon finish their activities for the day. When class ends, Yoo-jung and Ina approach Jae-hyun, and Yoo-jung asks him what they should do tomorrow since it's their first dungeon practicum. Ina admits that she couldn't sleep well last night, so Jae-hyun informs them that everyone feels the same when they enter a dungeon for the first time. His comment surprises Yoo-jung, and she playfully asks if this is not his first time, and if he had gone into a dungeon for a walk or something. He retorts that he doesn't know about dungeons, but he's met monsters a few times, and there's one in front of him right now. That causes Yoo-jung to lose it one more time, and she starts to curse and pound her fists on him. Ina watches them nearby, and their goofiness makes her smile. Eventually, Jae-hyun offers the girls something if they're so worried, and Yoo-jung asks what it is. Our boy tells them that he bought the potion along with his own, and he tells them to use it when they need it. Eventually, Yoo-jung agrees to forgive him this time because of his good gesture, and Ina promises to make good use of it. Our boy considers that he survived the dungeon practicum the last time due to luck, but he'll ensure that he does it this time with skill. On the day of the dungeon practicum, Jae-hyun spends some time warming up in the early hours of the morning. Warming up is important before going into a dungeon, no matter how great a magician's mana capacity is. If they suddenly overuse high-level spells, they will experience mana rebound. If mana rebounds when casting a spell, it could injure the user's body. A magician who uses high-level spells a great deal is prone to mana rebound, and Jae-hyun recognizes that Lightning Chain and Sacrifice are high-level skills. Apart from that, he's not sure how dangerous things will get during the dungeon practicum today, and he doesn't know if he'll die or if his teammates will. On top of that, if he keeps his mana pooled up in his lower abdomen like he has just done, he can use it to strengthen his spell or body quickly when he needs to. He suddenly recalls the time before he regressed, when the system had told him that time would be regressed to the period the user most desires. While he's deep in thought, the Nornir system activates a main quest. Apparently, he has succeeded in returning to the time he longed for. From now on, he has to go through several junctions that left him with regrets and decide whether to make the same choices or change them. The decision he takes may kill or save others, and whatever he decides to do is in his hands. The difficulty of the mission is unknown, and the rewards are unknown too, but they seem to depend on whether he takes route A or B. The worst part is that he has just 12 minutes to decide, and the penalty for failure is equally unknown. Jae-hyun guesses that something came up again, and the Nornir system is obviously trying to help him grow stronger since the gods need him for their plans. However, he doesn't understand what they mean by him choosing his route, and he wonders what on earth they're planning. Shortly after, the freshmen gather at the Mills Academy underground mock dungeon. Instructor Yi-jeon comes to attend to them and informs them that they'll be grouped into teams of 4 via lots and will have to act together. When the students begin to murmur, Jae-hyun guesses that the others think it's not fair. Real monsters will appear in this dungeon, and if you're lucky, you can clear the dungeon easily, but if you're unlucky, you'd be part of a low-ranking cadet team struggling to raid the dungeon. When the murmuring continues, Yi-jeon silences them and explains that their scores in the dungeon practicum will be part of their official tests. Apparently, only low-level monsters that they can defeat will appear in the dungeon practicum, and Yi-jeon tells them all to try their best. While she's speaking, Jae-hyun reasons that this is Chairman Ja-in's trap. Like the instructor said, most of the monsters that appear here are low-level, but if things go like they did before he regressed, boss-level monsters will be mixed in. He recalls the D-rank boss monster, Kobold Lord, and even though it isn't a difficult opponent for him, he doesn't plan to follow along with Ja-in's plans, except that the small gap Ja-in will leave open in this dungeon practicum might actually give him the opportunity to end him. Shortly after, Yi-jeon declares that the cadets should come forward and pick a lot, one at a time. After picking, Jae-hyun and Ina end up together, and our boy tells Ina he's glad he knows someone on the team, to which she also reciprocates. He's glad there's someone on his team he can talk to comfortably, especially someone who is skilled. While he considers coming up with a strategy, he's shocked by the sight of his 2 other teammates. The lady introduces herself as Warrior Kim Jina, and the guy introduces himself as Warrior Park Sungwoo. Sungwoo cheerfully asks if they're also on Team 3. But Jaehyun recalls how these two people were his teammates in his past life, and they ended up getting killed by the boss monster after they asked him to run away while they took care of things. Suddenly, our boy understands what the Nornir system means by him choosing his route, and he can see the choices in front of him. When the new two warriors step forward, our boy realizes this is what the Nornir system wanted from the start. So he shakes them and introduces himself as Jaehyun, and introduces Ina also because she's clearly shy. It amuses Sungwoo that Ina is shy, but he's certain that they'll all get along as they spend time with one another. And Gina agrees that they'll all get along well. Our boy realizes that these two warriors are the same as they were in his past life, and he's happy with how cheerful they are with Ina. Once they've gotten introductions out of the way, Jaehyun proposes they make plans first. The other two agree, and one of them suggests making Jaehyun the team leader. With the quest the Nornir system showed to him still in his mind, our boy sits down to explain the plans to them. He reminds them not to get weak no matter what pops up in the dungeon, because if the warriors in the vanguard start to falter in particular, the whole party will end up annihilated. The warriors are intrigued by Jaehyun's tactical intelligence, and Sungwoo says this is expected of the person that got first place in the freshman hunt. Sungwoo realizes the details of the strategy are no joke and says he's memorized all 6 parts of it, and Ina says she has too. Soon after, Instructor Jiyeon steps forward to inform the cadets that their planning period is over. From now on, they will officially begin the dungeon practicum, and she asks the team leaders to come forward. Jaehyun steps forward, and when he looks to his side, he notices Hoyeon coming forward as the team leader of Team 4, which Yoojung is part of. He's glad that Hoyeon is the team leader because that means Yoojung won't get hurt. When the team leaders step forward, Jiyeon instructs the team leaders who are ready to lead their teams into the dungeons assigned to them and wishes them good luck. Shortly after, Hoyeon leads his team into the dungeon assigned to them. One of the party members notices that the place is pretty damp and has a musty smell, which enlightens her about how dungeons are in real life. Yoojung asks the rest if kobolds will probably come out since it's an underground dungeon, and their other male teammate agrees that they probably will because he heard underground dungeons have a lot of ore. Excited, Yoojung hopes that there are diamonds around somewhere. But while she's talking about it, she suddenly pauses when she senses something, and Hoyeon immediately announces that something is coming, so he asks them to go to their positions. Yoojung quickly goes into action, but the other cadets don't look so confident when they notice that they're surrounded by kobolds. As if it's not enough that they're monsters, the kobolds are equipped with digging equipment. Hoyeon informs his team that the kobolds are weak monsters, but it'll be difficult to deal with them if they swarm them. So he charges at them and proposes they finish this quickly. Yoojung uses an explosion from her holy force and activates her flash bomb skill, causing a release of a huge explosion that blinds the monsters, giving Hoyeon the chance to cut them down. While the other two teammates fight with the monsters, Yoojung activates a move called the Wind of Helheim and activates a skill called Air Blast. She releases several blasts of air towards the chest of the kobolds and knocks them to the ground. After they take down the monster, Hoyeon asks if everyone is fine, and the ladies reply that they are. When they turn to the other male, Seho, they notice he seems to be choking, so they rush to help him, and Yoojung wonders what's wrong because she's never heard of kobolds using poison. When Yoojung looks up, she realizes that the boy isn't choking because of poison, but because of an overwhelming wave of mana hitting him. In front of them is a huge kobold boss, and the students freeze. Shocked, Hoyeon asks why there's a kobold lord here. Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Team 3, Gina confesses to Jaehyun that she knew he was strong, but he's really amazing. She asks him how many monsters he's dealt with so far in their walk through the dungeon. But Jaehyun insists it's nothing, because things just happened. However, Gina insists that it's nothing, because they will be able to clear the dungeon without anyone getting hurt if things continue like this. When Jaehyun looks to his side, he notices that Ina is distracted, so he grabs her hand and asks her if other people still make her uneasy. She admits that they do, so Jaehyun realizes she's really shy. But then, there were rumors that no one had seen Ina speak more than 3 words at a time. While moving forward, the team runs into a room filled with ores. Our boy realizes that this is different from what he remembers, and this clearly must be Jaehyun's doing. It occurs to Jaehyun that his existence has caused Jaehyun to change his plans from what he did in the past. Suddenly, Jaehyun senses a monster coming, and he supposes it's the Kobold Lord, so he informs his teammates to use their plan C by defending first, and then counterattacking. When Jaehyun tells them to be careful because this monster is different from what they've encountered before, Sungwoo becomes worried that a stronger monster is coming, especially because they had been told that only weak monsters appeared here. Suddenly something breaks in through a nearby wall, and the cadets are shocked to see a Kobold Lord. They wonder what a boss monster is doing here, and as Ina is about to run backward, She recalls what Jaehyun said about the whole party being annihilated if any of the warriors in the vanguard start to falter. She quickly activates the magic armor around the warriors, and Sungwoo struggles to focus because of the sheer size of the monsters. Eventually, Jaehyun activates his taunt skill, and when the Kobold Lord attacks Sungwoo's shield, Sungwoo calls out to Jaehyun. Our boy rushes towards them and creates a mana attack in his hands, and he blasts the Kobold Lord. Ina is shocked by the amount of power that Jaehyun's attack packed, and she hopes that such a great attack would deal a great deal of damage. But the monster easily gets up as if nothing happened. The sight makes Jaehyun laugh, and as he witnesses the destroyed parts of the monster repairing itself, our boy confesses that he didn't expect anomalies. As its body heals, the Kobold Lord smiles at them, and Jaehyun starts to wonder if a Kobold Lord with regenerative abilities isn't too much to handle. Suddenly, the Norner system identifies the existence behind the Kobold Lord as something called Odin's Raven, so it gives him a special quest called the Raven Hunter. The special quest requires him to kill all of Odin's ravens that are weighing down on him and the gods against the Aesir. There are 5 objectives, and the mission is an S-rank difficulty with a reward of a blank card and class increase, with a penalty of death. Meanwhile, outside the dungeons, Instructor Jiyeon goes through footage of Jaehyun's previous fights, and she wonders how the boy can give such a performance as a magician. She's an A-rank magician herself, but such battle skills that Jaehyun shows are unthinkable to her. She considers that the chances of Jaehyun's Team 3 taking first place in this dungeon's practicum are high, and when one of the doors opens, she's surprised to see Cadet Seho being helped up by Hoyeon, while Yoojung tells her that there's a big problem. Still shocked, Jiyeon asks her what happened, and they inform her that a Kobold Lord appeared in the dungeon. She's surprised that they could run into a Kobold Lord because there's no way it could have gotten in, and Jiyeon begins to wonder what on earth is going on inside the dungeons. Meanwhile, the assistant instructors come to help Seho, who has a mild case of mana addiction, and they ask him to take deep breaths. Soon after, Yoojung asks Instructor Jiyeon if Team 3 has not come out yet, and she's told they have not. Hoyeon doesn't believe it because he's sure that Jaehyun and Ina are too skilled to be unable to escape the Kobold Lord easily. After hesitating for a while, Jiyeon places a call through to Chairman Ja-in, who sounds surprised to hear from Instructor Jiyeon, even though he has a smirk on his face. She informs him about the appearance of a B-rank monster, and she requests rescue personnel, and the chairman acts surprised to hear that something like that happened. He tells her not to worry too much because he'll send a support team, so he asks her to wait on site. After he hangs up the call, Instructor Jiyeon experiences a strong feeling of uneasiness, but can't explain it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ina, Jina, and Sungwoo grow tired. The system informs Jaehyun that the existence behind the Kobold Lord is Odin's Raven, with 2 ravens named Hugin, which translates as thought, and Munin, which translates as memory. Odin gathered all kinds of knowledge from across the realms and used it to rule over Asgard. Eventually, Jaehyun calls the Kobold Lord a follower of Odin, showing the ravens that he recognizes their presence. Apparently, the mana he feels is close to B rank, and it's a regenerative Kobold Lord. Even though our boy has grown strong, this is a difficult opponent for him, and he wonders whether he should run. To him, running would be the smartest choice. That's what he always did before he regressed, hiding behind his selfish reason of self-preservation. But his life was a continuous string of regrets. He considers this a second chance, and he doesn't care if this is someone's test for him because he's going to protect them this time. Immediately, Jaehyun tells them all to run straight out of the dungeon while he distracts the monster. Sungwoo asks him what he's talking about and asks how he will deal with the monsters. But before the words can come out of his mouth, he's ambushed by 2 kobolds from behind. Fortunately for him, Jaehyun quickly blasts them away with some holy arrows, so he asks Jungwoo to shut up and get out of there. As the Kobold Lord swings his huge weapon again to smash Jaehyun into the ground, our boy tries to explain to the others that he can't fight and protect them at the same time. As the monster is about to pound our boy into the ground, Ina calls out his name in fear, but as he turns around to face the monsters, a shield appears between him and the monster to weather the impact of the strike. Surprised, Jaehyun looks to his side and realizes that Ina activated the shield. She informs him that she can help, and our boy knows from the look in her eyes that he can't convince her out of this. He wonders if this is another change he has created in the future. Then he asks Ina to stay with him while the others go back to the entrance of the dungeon and tell Instructor Jiyeon about the situation. When Sungwoo tries to protest, Jaehyun begs him to leave, so Jina agrees and promises to tell the instructor as soon as they can. As the 2 of them head out, Jaehyun and Ina are left alone to face the monsters. Jaehyun tells Ina he'll cover her from the back, so she summons her radiant holy sword and sends the sword through the flesh of the smaller group of kobolds. Jaehyun takes that as his cue, and he rushes forward to meet with the Kobold Lord that's coming for him. When he gets closer, Jaehyun notices that the Kobold Lord's body is melting, and our boy decides to stop in his tracks. He recalls that there's a limit to the amount of mana a body can contain, and there's something controlling the monster from the shadows, and the thing is pouring in way more mana than it can handle. That thing must be Odin's raven, and he decides to expose the ravens. Our boy equips his Mistletoe weapon. Due to having Mistletoe equipped, his field of vision expands, and the active skill called Mana Perception becomes equipped. Because of this, he can more clearly recognize the movement of energy from all beings that use mana. Using his Mana Perception skill, our boy sees the trail of mana leading away from the huge monster to a claw underneath. Jaehyun is glad that he's found it, and as the monster comes in again to strike him, Jaehyun activates his lightning chains and assures it that he's going to make sure it's dead. Meanwhile, in the gathering of the Aesir gods, one of Odin's ravens goes to Asgard to see Odin. Hugin informs the god that, through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Mistletoe, which had disappeared from the god's storehouse. Frigg, Odin's wife, asks Hugin where the Mistletoe is, so he informs her that it's in Midgard, referring to Earth, and it seems to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. That disturbs her, and she calls Mimir an old fool, but Thor, who is sitting nearby, assures her that they're watching closely, especially since they signed a treaty with the anti-Aesir forces. Freya, who is also sitting nearby, accuses Thor of being complacent and reminds him how they lost Baldur in the last war, and how the thing that killed him was the mistletoe branch, Mistletoe. After considering it for a while, Odin tells Hugin to find out whether the prophesied adversary has been in contact with the forces against the Aesir, so he returns to Earth to do that. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Ja-in keeps massaging the odd ring that he was massaging when Ji-yeon called him. Soon, Seaki steps in and the chairman asks him how things are going. The instructor replies that no one seems to have noticed anything yet, and that pleases Ja-in. He chuckles again, and he's glad that he borrowed strength ahead of time. The chairman is certain that Jaehyun will fall into his hands no matter how arrogant he acts. Ja-in tells him that all of this is for Odin and the Aesir. In the dungeon, our boy targets the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster grabs the chains, which do not seem to deal any damage to it, and swings its weapon to take Jaehyun's head clean off. Our boy quickly leans backwards and jumps out of the way to avoid getting decapitated. With Ina by his side, he asks her if she can cover for him because he needs to be clear of the monster's attacks. So she tells him she'll try, but she doesn't look so good. Jaehyun realizes that Ina is probably already aware that she can experience mana rebound. Even if he ends up defeating the Kobold Lord, the chances of Ina dying are high, but he wonders why she still plans to help him regardless. In this second chance at life, Jaehyun had resolved not to trust anyone. After all, this world was completely unfair and cruel to the weak, but he seems to be having a change of mind. He turns back to his opponent and decides to end this. He only has one chance, and he sends a barrage of lightning chains at the monster once more, while Ina provides some support by creating a mana shield around Jaehyun. Our boy dashes towards the monster, and Ina, who's feeling more uncomfortable, bites her lower lip as her hands begin to shake. The riled-up monster targets Jaehyun, who is running towards it. Jaehyun recalls that his friend from his past life once told him that there's nothing more miserable than dying because you couldn't trust your companions. So, as Jaehyun leaps towards the monster, he signals to Ina to act, and he promises himself to confirm what his friend said from here on out. Jaehyun jumps on one of the chains and uses it to travel forward, and Ina is shocked that he's able to use that as a movement skill. She wonders how skilled he is with mana control for this to be possible. Meanwhile, the monster waits patiently as Jaehyun dashes towards him on his chain. But instead of colliding into the monster, our boy jumps right above it. In a split second, the monster twists its hand and tries to smash Jaehyun out of the air without turning back because it would take much longer to turn back. But it's clearly doing this under the control of the Raven. Ina becomes worried that Jaehyun would be knocked out of the air, but our boy evades the attack and smiles. Using his mana perception, he traces the mana threads to the spot where Odin's Raven is staying and bears down on the spot with all of the might of his sword. The strike is so strong that it breaks his sword, but it still works because the Kobold Lord reacts by letting out a shout. Suddenly, the system announces that the mana thread connecting the Kobold Lord and Odin's Raven has been broken. When Jaehyun lands on the ground, the Kobold Lord crashes behind him, and our boy walks forward to see the face of the being behind all this trouble. When he steps forward, Jaehyun finds Hugin crumbled after being hit by his strike. He asks the Raven what the hell Odin's goal is and steps on its head when it doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun notices a necklace with an insignia of 3 triangles, similar to the shape on Chairman Ja-in's ring. He steps on the Raven again and asks it what the connection is between Gu Ja-in and Odin, but the monster doesn't respond. Eventually, Jaehyun realizes that the Raven doesn't have a will of its own, and it's meaningless to keep it any longer. He finally raises his leg, allowing the bird to fly back to Asgard to report to its master. Suddenly, Ina bursts into the area looking for Jae-hyun, but Jae-hyun warns her that it's not over yet because she needs to be careful about mana rebound. Before the words come out of his mouth, she suddenly freezes, and the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that corrupted mana has accumulated in his body. Jae-hyun grabs his chest due to pain, and Ina does the same, but the Nornir system soon purges Jae-hyun's mana due to the purity of his mana. Soon after, he finally stabilizes, and the system notifies him that his mana capacity has permanently increased by 5%. Jae-hyun is glad it worked, and he's told that he has succeeded in hunting the first of his prey from the special quest called Raven Hunter. He's rewarded with 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level upgrade. Once he fully recovers, Jae-hyun realizes that things could have ended up worse than they turned out, but when he turns to Ina, he doesn't see anything good, and the Nornir system informs him that his teammate's life is in grave danger. Our boy rushes towards Ina, and he's told that she will die if she does not recover immediately. Sometime later, Ina wakes up in a pool of sweat and a headache. She notices Jae-hyun by her side, so she asks him what happened. He seems to have been asleep, but he wakes up when he hears her calling his name. He's surprised she's awake and asks her how she feels, and when she checks her status, she's shocked to realize her health and mana have fully recovered. She's confused about what had happened, because she remembers that she experienced mana rebound. Eventually, she tells Jae-hyun that she's fine and asks him how he's doing. He responds that he's fine and mentions that he fell asleep. When she looks to her side, she realizes the Lord Kobold is dead, so she asks Jae-hyun why he didn't leave. He tells her that he was waiting for her to wake up because he has something to tell her. She wonders what it is, so she asks him. And after pausing for a while, Jae-hyun tells her that they have to get their stories straight. Ina suddenly blushes, because the Korean phrase for getting our stories straight is directly translatable as, I want to touch my lips to yours. Outside the dungeon, Yoo-jung demands from Sungwoo and Jina why only 2 of them made it out, and Instructor Ji-yeon tries to hold her back from doing anything stupid. She tells Yoo-jung she understands that she's worried about her friends. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he's supposed to do to help Jae-hyun and Ina come back. Suddenly the dungeon door opens, and while Yoo-jung is still raising dust, Jae-hyun and Ina step out of the door, causing everyone to freeze. Jae-hyun asks them if they're fighting because of the 2 of them. And even Instructor Ji-yeon freezes in shock because the inspection team had told her that the 2 cadets would definitely be dead. The monster inside was at least a B-rank boss. Suddenly tears flow down Yoo-jung's eyes, and she runs towards the 2 of them with her arms open wide. She cries while embracing them, and explains that the instructor and the inspection people all said that they'd be dead. She tells him she's so glad that they're alive, and it causes Ina to smile. But Jae-hyun tells her he gets it, and asks her if she can let go of them now. Even Sungwoo and Jina are teary-eyed, and when Jae-hyun notices this, he thanks both of them for trusting them. Jae-hyun tells everyone that their 2 teammates left because he asked them to go get the instructor for help, and they don't deserve to be insulted or blamed. However, Yoo-jung, who is still angry, asks them how they can just leave behind their teammates like that, so Jae-hyun tells her he would have done the same, so there's no need for her to be like that. He reminds her that not everyone is as brave as her, and he asks her not to get mad for him either. The statement stings Yoo-jung, so she lets go of his arm and clings to Ina, stating that she was mad for Ina's sake and not for him. In a flashback to the time before they stepped out of the dungeon, Ina had asked Jae-hyun if he was the one who healed her body, but he tells her he knows she's confused, but it's hard to tell her everything. He explains that he doesn't want people to know about this ability, so she asks him why he's hiding it. Eventually, our boy asks her if she's not curious as to why a kobold lord appeared here and endangered the students. He tells her it's because of Chairman Gu Jae-in, who's a piece of shit who thinks of students as tools. Jae-hyun tells her that Jae-in is very different from the side of himself he shows to the public and the media, and he thinks it's fine for useless students to die. Ina realizes that's why Jae-hyun is against the chairman and why he's hiding his ability, and he confirms it. After pausing for a while, she reminds him of some things he said to her the day they went to the office. Apparently, he had told them not to trust anyone, whether it's the chairman or an instructor, so she asks him how much he knows about Jae-in. She points out that he knew from the beginning that Jae-in is a bad person, and he acted as if he already knew what was going to happen. So she asks him how he knows those things. When he doesn't speak for a while, Ina pleads with him to answer her, and Jae-hyun still remains speechless because he didn't expect her to react like this. He knows her life may be at risk if she gets more involved, so he considers using his indoctrination skill on her. But he changes his mind because she has a high magical aptitude value. Since her mentality is strong, it might not work, and that's not a good solution in the first place and a terrible way to make allies. Eventually, he apologizes but tells her he can't tell her more than what he already has, so she asks him why he can't. Jae-hyun finally explains that it'll be too dangerous for her too if he tells her any more than this, and he asks her to let it go for now. In the present, Instructor Ji-yeon bows her head and apologizes to Jae-hyun for not being able to rescue them from the dungeon, and she tells him she's glad he's okay. However, he tells her it's fine, especially because she didn't put them into the dungeon knowing what was going to happen. When Jae-hyun turns back to go rest, Ina runs after him and asks again if he really can't tell her the things he knows, especially because no one knows if something like this will happen again. But he apologizes that he can't tell her, and expresses his hope that she'll keep the promise she made. After Jae-hyun leaves, the Nornir system informs him that he's cleared the main quest, which is the first turning point, and the rewards depend on the route taken. He's told that he took Route B, which is different from the choice he made in the past. Because of that, he's given something called Idun's Golden Apple. Sometime later, Chairman Jae-in says that he has disappointed him. Seok-ji apologizes to the chairman, but the chairman insists that he will tolerate it once, but expresses that he hates having a useless subordinate. With an eerie look on his face, Ja-in turns to the instructor and asks him if he understands what he means. While trembling, Seok-gi promises not to disappoint him again, and Ja-in tells him he better not. The chairman tells Seok-gi to make sure to tame Jae-hyun in the next event before his patience runs out. The next morning, our boy has a quick shower, and when he sees his clothes, he recalls how Ina experienced mana rebound. Before his regression, Kim Yoo-jung died, and An Hyo-yeon didn't reach even half of his potential, so he believes he must intervene for the sake of the future. However, he believes he doesn't need to intervene for Ina because she'll do fine without his intervention. He decides that he has to be careful about how he interacts with her, since he's not sure how it'll affect the future. Eventually, he takes his seat on the couch and turns on the TV to see if there's anything worth watching. While watching the news, he reasons that he'll have to find out the relationship between Gu Ja-in and the Aesir as soon as possible, since what occurred in this dungeon is just the beginning. There will definitely be more dangerous situations in the future, and he knows he needs to grow stronger so he can respond to any situation. While watching the news, he notices one broadcaster asking another man about some other kinds of dungeons that exist other than the ones they're used to. The specialist invited to the show explains that there are theme dungeons, and you have to approach those differently than you would a normal dungeon in which you kill the boss to clear it. When asked what other feature a theme dungeon has, the man explains that the biggest difference is that you can't leave the dungeon before clearing it, and our boy recalls these theme dungeons from his past life, and he gets an idea. The specialist further explains that raiders who want to raid theme dungeons need to become a character of the theme and clear certain requirements. It could be regarded as a kind of roleplay, and what raiders want in these kinds of dungeons are rare item rewards. Apparently there's a hidden piece that raiders also call God's Arrangement, and this item is the reason raiders are desperate to clear such dungeons despite their difficulty. After hearing that, Jae-hyun smirks and realizes this is his opportunity to get what he needs the most. Meanwhile, Ina enjoys a cup of tea with Yoo-jung, and she apologizes to her for making her worried. Yoo-jung tells her it's fine because she's happy as long as the two of them are okay. She admits that Yoo-jung's personality is kind of shitty, and she was worried that Jae-hyun might have been mean to Ina, so she explains that Jae-hyun is always like that. Ina pauses for a while and Yoo-jung becomes angry and asks if Jae-hyun was actually mean to her. Surprised, Ina clarifies that he wasn't, but it's just that Jae-hyun seems to trust Yoo-jung a lot. She reasons that she would be happy if Jae-hyun could also trust her and depend on her a bit more. Finally, she mentions that he might trust her if she were a bit stronger, and when she pauses again, Yoo-jung becomes worried about her, so she eventually gets up and proposes that they throw out the thought of Jae-hyun and go eat something yummy instead. As Yoo-jung stretches out her hands, she explains that there's a place she's been waiting to go to, and while Ina stutters, Yoo-jung grabs her hand and declares that they're going to make her feel better. At first, Ina is surprised that Yoo-jung is dragging her away, but a smile soon develops on her face. Meanwhile, our boy checks out the legendary rank consumption item called Idun's Golden Apple. It's an apple grown and picked by Odin, who is in charge of the Aesir god's eternal youth and immortality. Consumption slows down aging immediately by 50% and increases natural healing ability by 50%. It also permanently increases magic aptitude and cannot be sold or given to another user. Jae-hyun realizes that such features like anti-aging and better natural healing are super rare, and it must cost at least $1 million. However, the issue is that he can't give this one out too. He decides to focus on calculating all the loot he can get, and he recalls that an A-rank theme dungeon will open soon in a theme park in Seoul. It's where he can obtain the shoes that increase speed called Thialfi's Thundersteps that Thor's servant Thialfi used to wear. The shoes greatly increase one's dexterity stat, so a lot of martial arts raiders really wanted them. Eventually, Jae-hyun takes a bite of the apple with much anticipation and everywhere lights up. But he eventually realizes the apple tastes like every other apple. Soon after, the Nornir system informs him that Edun's golden apple is starting to take effect, and his stamina stat has permanently increased by 20. His mana stat has increased by 20, with his aging rate and natural healing ability increasing by 50% each. Apart from all that, his magic aptitude will be greatly increased permanently. Jaehyun is glad that the apple's effects aren't average, and his movements start to feel lighter. He picks up his phone and soon places a call to someone. Shortly after, our boy heads to the theme park in Seoul, and he finds out that the place looks a bit cheap after seeing it after regressing. When he steps towards the counter, the attendant asks him what kind of ticket he would like. But Jaehyun drops a Lotus Guild card and introduces himself as a raider from the Lotus Guild. He informs the woman that a theme dungeon will open up in the park in a short while. Meanwhile, Instructor Ji-yeon comes to Jaehyun's hostel to see him, and she's told that he's not around. The attendant informs her that Jaehyun had said he had something to do today and asks if something is wrong, so Ji-yeon clarifies that there isn't a problem. Ji-yeon wonders how Jaehyun is already able to recover from such an incident, especially being a newly enrolled student. He's not only skilled but also very fast at recovering from trauma. So Ji-yeon realizes he has real guts. Before she leaves, she asks the attendant to tell Jaehyun to come see her when he returns. Ji-yeon steps out of the hostel and plugs in a communication device to secretly speak with a team manager named Song Jiseok-sun by Nim. Jiseok soon answers and asks her how her investigation went, so she informs him that she found out that Ja-in was behind it. Jiseok asks her if Seok-gi was in charge of the dungeon trial and guesses he must be in a difficult position right now. He asks her to keep an eye on both of them and call him if she notices anything. Ji-yeon receives the orders and also informs him that she thinks student Min Jae-hyun, whom she talked to him about, knows something about what is going on. At the park officials announce to their guests that they need to leave. Jaehyun is surprised by how quickly they responded, and he realizes the Lotus Guild is really influential. He recalls the call he had with teacher Seongin to inform her about the dungeon that's about to appear. When he expresses total certainty, she gives him permission to mention their guild's name on the condition that he prioritizes his safety if things become dangerous. He's amused by her condition. So she tells him that it's not that she doesn't believe in how capable he is. But no teacher in the world wants their students to be in danger, since anything can happen in a dungeon. In the present, the Nornir system informs our boy that the theme dungeon called Neverland in Ruins has appeared. Apparently, a special item will be rewarded if 3 missions are cleared consecutively. A special quest called Big 3 is added, and his mission is to clear the 3 missions, which have a difficulty of A rank, with the reward of Thialfi's Thunder Steps. A 24-hour timer begins, but the failure penalty isn't stipulated. Jaehyun realizes things are just as he remembers from his past life. In a flashback, he recalls that another raider showed up and began to talk about how she could easily tell that the Viking was a mission location. In the flashback, she states that she was so smart that she could easily find some of the rides in the park, the haunted house, and the parade. Her name is Seo Ah-hyun, a 16-year-old theme dungeon raider. She openly declares that her skill, Cognition Accelerant, is pretty awesome. To her, there's nothing she can't do if she just uses her brain a bit. She talks about how excited she is to hear it's a theme dungeon, but she's not disappointed. Jaehyun recognizes her as a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. She was all excited about her own power and bragged about it but ended up being killed by those who were envious. Thanks to that, Thialfi's Thunder Steps went to some other random person. This time, Jaehyun figures it's going to be better for him to take the Thunder Steps this time. Soon after, the Nornir system asks him if he would like to start the Viking mission, the first mission out of the Big 3, and he agrees. He's soon transported to the Viking dungeon, and the system tells him the ending of this story is being changed. Jaehyun is transported away, and not long after, Seo Ah-hyun appears close to the place he disappeared. Shortly after, our boy is completely synchronized with the character of the dungeon, and he's told that he's playing Thialfi, a warrior who's survived the invasion of the Vikings. The first mission of the Big 3, called Thialfi's Grudge, is soon added. In the theme quest, Thialfi's Grudge, the god of thunder, Thor, envied Thialfi's quick feet, and kidnapped Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva, as a hostage in order to force Thialfi to work for him. Our boy is to become Thialfi and save his younger sister Roskva to resolve the grudge. The difficulty of the mission is a B rank, and the reward is an active skill called Commander's Shout. The failure conditions of the mission are Roskva's death and Thialfi's death, but the failure penalty for him is death. Thialfi, servant of the god of thunder, Thor, and fastest in the 9 realms. He was originally a human, but he began to despise the Aesir because he lost his family to the Vikings who worshipped the Aesir. Jaehyun is surprised to learn that Thialfi hates the Aesir because this isn't the original story according to what is popularly known. And Jaehyun wonders if this is another conflict between the Aesir and the Nornir. Suddenly, Jaehyun hears someone call out to him using Thialfi's name, and the person asks him to wake up. When he gets up, he feels a sharp pain in his head but doesn't know where he is. When he looks around, he realizes he's in a ship he stole in order to find Roskva. And when he looks to his front, he recognizes the person who woke him up as Frederick, the person who came up with the plan to steal this ship. Frederick asks him if he's okay, and as he's about to reply, the ship collides with another ship, causing the entire ship to wobble. Before they know what's going on, a group of pirates enters their ship, and it looks like they're in trouble. Jae-hyun doesn't know what's happening, but it's clear he's going to have to postpone finding Roskva for a bit. Jae-hyun immediately tells Frederick he'll leave this to him, and he jumps into the next ship, even while Frederick tries to stop him. When our boy jumps and lands on the other ship, the men are startled, but one of them starts to make fun of him for jumping into the enemy's territory when he should be hiding. They begin to call him names and threaten to kill him immediately, but our boy doesn't say anything. When he notices a girl tied to the middle of the ship, he recognizes that it's Seo, the same girl who had boasted about her abilities, so he wonders what she's doing here. Immediately, the Nornir system informs him that the lady tied up is Thialfi's younger sister, Roskva. Seo Ah-hyun prides herself as the owner of a genius brain and also a great raider-to-be. She considers herself an amazing person, but somehow she found herself locked up in this dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the emergency announcement at the park, she had told her friends she wanted to go to the bathroom. Now that she's stuck, she calculates that there's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where she is, and a 0.0003% chance that she'll get locked up in a theme dungeon. After lamenting about her luck, she decides not to think about it but to think about a way out of here. After tearing up because she doesn't want to die here, she hopes a raid team might have already arrived. As she hopes to run into one of them, she spots Jae-hyun standing in the middle of the park, so she tails him. She wonders who he is because he doesn't seem like a part of a raid team, so she decides to follow him. In the present, Jae-hyun wonders why he ended up meeting her again of all the people he could meet, especially after they even made an announcement for everyone to escape. While he's lamenting, the pirates prepare to poke him full of arrows. But our boy creates a mana shield to protect himself from the onslaught of arrows. While they fire, he wonders why he's always surrounded by abnormal people. He soon creates a punch packed with mana and knocks them all down with one strike. Eventually, our boy decides to be optimistic. Even though Seo is a bit of a bitch, he knows she'll be helpful for the raid. A new and bigger opponent appears and tries to slash Jae-hyun with his sword, but our boy slides out of the way to avoid his attack. Since he can't send Seo out, he decides that it'd be better for him to use her. After evading the first attack, he lands a punch on the big guy's face and sends him rolling backward. He'll have to first take care of this situation and then figure out what to do with Seo after. The other pirates rush out to deal with him, so Jae-hyun tells them he doesn't have time right now, so he asks them to come at him all at once. After a short while, he takes out all the men and walks up to Seo, then tells her she can stop pretending to sleep. Jae-hyun asks her if she's supposed to be Roskva, but she only hisses and admits that she's been found out. With a smirk on her face, she asks him if he's supposed to be Thialfi. Jae-hyun affirms that he is, and he crouches down to speak with her. But he suddenly cracks the structure she's tied to with a punch, causing her to tremble. With a crazy look in his eyes, Jae-hyun tells her he can tell what she's thinking about right now, so he advises her not to try any of her funny ideas. It's clear the threat worked because Seo nods eagerly and hiccups. Soon after, the system informs Jae-hyun that he's cleared the first mission of the Big Three, and he's being sent to the field. He and Seo soon appear in the park again, and they sit across from each other at a table. In Seo's eyes, Jae-hyun is a magic class raider that moves like a martial arts raider. She guesses he's roughly the same age as her and has a shit personality. As she wonders who this strange person is, Jae-hyun finally breaks the silence and asks what kind of skill she has. Seo stutters and eventually reveals that her skill allows her to be better at swordsmanship. She believes that Lai should trick Jae-hyun since there aren't many middle schoolers who have skills. Since he has a shitty personality, she plans to use him to her advantage. But while she's thinking, Jae-hyun tells her that's not all there is to her skill. When he tells her he hates liars, she insists that she's not lying and she has a D-rank skill called Beginner Swordsmanship Revision. After a short pause, Jae-hyun informs her that her skill is called Cognition Accelerant, and he explains that it makes it feel like time's slowed down and quickens the user's thoughts. It's usually used in leadership positions, but it's effective for analyzing and figuring out the opponent's mind. When he asks her if he's wrong, she's utterly perplexed and asks him how he was able to figure out her skill. Immediately, Jae-hyun gets up and tells her he can't take her around with him because she still seems to be planning to lie and use him. He tells her he's not that stupid and turns around. But she pleads with him to wait and apologizes with tears streaming down her eyes. She begs him not to leave her alone there because she'll absolutely die if he leaves her behind. Jae-hyun asks her how he can trust her, and she offers to figure it out. When he hears that, our boy smiles and proposes she write a contract in that case. She's initially confused, but she soon understands what he's saying when they draft up a contract. The first term of the contract is that she can't act in any way that will harm Jae-hyun. The second is that she must obey all of his orders. The third is that Jae-hyun will guarantee her safety until clearing the Neverland theme dungeon. And the fourth is that she will never talk about this contract. She grabs her hair in frustration as she reads the contract. This contract is enforceable using Jae-hyun's subordination skill that comes with his indoctrination skill. He can hold supremacy through a contract, and he knows this is the best way to use her since she's a real pain in the ass. Eventually she agrees to sign it, and a binding chain appears around her neck and arm after she does. The system declares that Seo has been subordinated, and the subordination will not be broken even after clearing the question, as it is a subordination through contract. Jae-hyun tries to cheer her up by saying it's a pretty good condition since it's not like he has control over her mind, but she retorts that there's no way it'd feel pleasant to have someone else in her mind. When she says that, he tells her she can break the contract since he never forced her into this, and he can just leave her here. But before he can finish his statement, she assures him she'll do her best. Meanwhile, in Hell's temple, someone tells Hell that he noticed the little adversary seems to be working hard, especially since the glares of the Aesir gods have gotten rather sharp. He shares that the Aesir gods will definitely be upset if he leaves now, so he asks Hell to be his eyes because he'll need to stall for time until the adversary is ready. At the park, Seo follows Jae-hyun around, and she soon asks him where they're going now. He informs her that they're going to one of the rides called the Haunted House first, and she shrieks because she's afraid of rides. So Jae-hyun asks her if she's scared. However, she asks him if he really thinks she'd be scared of that and asks what kind of middle schooler is afraid of something like that. Jae-hyun responds that someone like her could be, but when she insists that she's not afraid, he agrees with her. When they get closer, our boy tells her to prepare to go in, but she pleads that she needs time to do some deep breathing. The system declares that they're starting the second mission in the haunted house, and they're soon transported there. They're to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and some of their skills will be locked. Jae-hyun asks Seo what her role is in the dungeon, and it seems to her she's a cameraman because of the camera given to her. So she asks him what his own role is. Our boy explains that he's some horror streamer and it's been a while since they've had a guest. Suddenly a huge man appears by their side and greets them. Seo looks like she's about to explode, but the man soon introduces himself as Alfred, a butler of this mansion, and he explains he's serving Countess Flandier. The butler explains that the Count instructed him to come greet them, and the Nornir system informs Jae-hyun that he's received the second mission. In the second mission, called the Flandier mission, they've been invited by Countess Flandier, the owner of the Flandier mansion, but this place is creepy and holds a terrible secret. Their job is to use the camera to reveal the truths of this mansion and escape, and the difficulty of the mission is A rank, but it has a reward of an active skill called illusion. The mission will be a failure if they're unable to escape within the time limit and reveal the mansion's truths, and the penalty is death. Alfred soon invites them in because the Countess had emphasized to him that he must treat them to the best of his ability. Our boy looks slightly tense, but Seo is dripping with sweat. Alfred offers to guide them to the dining room first since they must be tired from the journey. Once inside, Jae-hyun sees a vase with a tag that shows it's for the most beautiful and foolish little girl. Seo notices a pretty painting of a little girl and a dog, so Alfred informs them that it's a portrait of the owner and Sean, the dog. Our boy figures the girl must have been 12 or 13. So he mentions that the Countess must really treasure her childhood, seeing that she put up a portrait like this. Alfred agrees that the Countess values her childhood because she has very dreamlike happy memories, but he says this with such a ghastly expression that it makes MC uncomfortable and Seo teary. Eventually, the weird butler tells them to follow him. As they both follow behind, our boy knows he has to be alert. The system told him the context of the first mission, but didn't do so for this second mission, which means he'll have to figure out all the secrets himself. He looks over at Seo, who is freaking out, and he asks her if she's good, pointing out that she was lying when she said she wasn't scared. However, Seo interjects that she's only jittery because she's not gotten used to the place yet. Soon after, Alfred tells them they've gotten to the dining table, where he shows them the feast that Countess Flandier has prepared for them. Still with that creepy look in his eyes, he tells them to dig in and slowly disappears behind the door, as if waiting for them to eat poison off the plates. When Alfred leaves, the two of them pause for a while. Eventually, Seo mentions that it would definitely be a bad idea to eat the food, so Jae-hyun suggests that they explore since the butler isn't here yet. As he's about to move, Seo tells him to wait so they can get some information before they go. When he waits, she focuses her attention and activates her cognition accelerant skill. The skill makes her very aware of her surroundings, and after a short time, she informs Jae-hyun that she's discovered a few things about the mansion. Our boy is surprised by how fast she got information, so he asks her what it is. Seo states that she thinks the owner of this mansion is a kid that's about 12 years old, and when Jae-hyun asks her why she thinks so, she explains that the nearby chair in the lobby are proof of that. The seat of the chair where the owner sits is higher than the others, which means she's much smaller than the other people who sit in the other seats. Apart from that, all the shelves in the lobby were pretty low, and only the lower handles were used. Jae-hyun considers that it truly makes sense, so he proposes that they go check somewhere else. Seo follows him around, and she expresses her wish to take the camera she got back with her because it's a really expensive one. When Jae-hyun suddenly stops, Seo walks up to him and asks what's wrong, but he tensely tells her that this is not the time for jokes because they're locked in here. Outside the theme dungeon appearance, raiders and news reporters arrive 2 hours after the appearance, and a particular reporter mentions that an employee of the park had revealed that there is a raider from the Lotus Guild inside, and a middle school student, Seo Ah-hyun. She also expresses their concern to find out whether the two kids will be able to make it out okay. Nearby, a raider named Sun by Neem standing nearby curses when he realizes that their inability to get into the theme dungeon early enough will stop them from getting promoted soon. His pal, Kyung-hoon, the same raider who had shown up after Jae-hyun and Hoyeon dealt with the goblins, mentions that there was no way they could know that a theme dungeon would break out in the theme park. Sun Bae-nim mentions that if the civilian council judgment of them falls, then Kyung-hoon may also be demoted too, despite having been promoted with the goblin incident, and Sun Bae-nim recognizes that his own promotion will be nullified. Kyung-hoon thanks him for the positive words, and Sun Bae-nim reiterates that they're going to be blamed for all this. He asks Kyung-hoon to check who the two people who are in the dungeon are, and Kyung-hoon is surprised to find out that it's Jae-hyun. He recalls that he heard that the boy enrolled in Mill's Academy, and he wonders if Lotus already scouted him. When Sun Bae-nim notices his expression, he becomes worried and asks him if there are 2 people instead of 3. But Kyung-hoon assures him that he believes that this theme dungeon is going to be cleared. Inside the haunted house, Seo is petrified when she learns that they're locked in. She starts to tremble and asks Jae-hyun what will happen if they're trapped in here and never make it out. But he asks her to calm down because this is a dungeon, and there must be a way out. She has no choice but to agree with him due to her desperation, so she decides to look around a bit more for an escape. When he's alone, our boy considers that the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like them. Secondly, there's no way he can't open such a flimsy door with the high stats he has right now. More so, Seo has escaped this place before on her own before his regression, so it's assumable that the required stamina stat for successfully raiding this dungeon is low. It seems to him that there must be another variable involved, and while he's thinking, Seo tells him to come look at something. He asks her what's wrong, so she explains that something is wrong with the camera. He thinks she must be dramatic. But when he steps closer, he finds a corpse of the Alfred who had guided them here on the table they're supposed to eat at. And he realizes the Alfred who guided them here was a fake. Immediately, the system notifies them that they've reached 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. When he realizes that the camera is showing them things they can't see, they realize this camera is a key to solving the mystery. Our boy realizes that if they assume that the Alfred they met is fake, then this screen is either showing them the present or the past. Since this is a dungeon where they have to solve the mystery of the mansion, they wouldn't show them the future, so Seo concludes that it must be the past. She believes the camera is showing them the mansion's secret through the past. If that's the case, she realizes all this food definitely isn't made for eating. Jae-hyun realizes that it was weird that he kept sensing a bit of mana, which means all of this is an illusion. Illusion is a type of magic that occasionally appears in dungeon traps, so our boy places a finger on the table and activates his absolute calculation skill. For some reason, the system tells him that there was a failure with activating the absolute calculation skill, because the skill is not allowed here. When he realizes that won't work, he turns to Seo and asks her what she's looking for under the table. She mentions that she feels like some device for opening a door might be there, because the only thing in the entire room that's different on the camera is Alfred being on top of the table in place of the food. She believes the key to escaping must be here, so it gives Jae-hyun an idea to solve the mystery. Our boy immediately turns on his mana detection skill, and when he focuses on the table, he notices a beam of mana emanating from one of the plates filled with pudding. It confirms his suspicions, since locking magic is fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. So, in order to destroy the magic, you need to destroy either the object or erase the calculation. He informs Seo that the key must be inside that pudding, but for some reason Seo is scared of going close to it because of the gory picture of the real Alfred's dead body. When Jae-hyun taunts her by asking if she's scared, she screams at him that she's not and proceeds to stick her hand into the pudding to find the key. After searching for a while, she finds a key, and the system informs them that they have succeeded in undoing the second secret of the mansion, the seal of magic illusion, so they'll receive extra rewards once the dungeon is cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred watches the two guests from a pearl in another room and becomes worried that the guests did not like the meal. He states that they can't be lacking on how they treat their guests, and he promises that he, Butler Alfred, will never disappoint the Countess. Eventually, he walks out to go do something about it while laughing like a maniac. Inside the hall, Jaehyun and Seo make their way to a well-lit room. However, when Seo looks through the camera, she sees a lot of gloom, blood, and children's toys. They soon find a door through the camera, which Jaehyun figures is the guest bedroom. When Jaehyun proposes that they go in to see if there's anything strange, Seo jerks backwards because of the blood in the room, but Jaehyun reminds her that they have to find a way to get out of there or stay in the mansion forever. Eventually, she agrees that she doesn't want to stay in the mansion forever, so our boy tells her to shut her mouth and look around, and call him if she sees anything. After stepping in, Jaehyun decides to look around for clues. Not long after, he looks backwards and sees a girl in shiny white clothes and bloodstains on her body. When he looks closer, he notices that parts of her face have been torn off, and a thread was used to sew her mouth shut. She soon points her finger at him, and the fake Alfred appears behind Jaehyun, but he's not aware. Soon after, Jaehyun wakes up and sees a strange figure looking down at him. He gasps but soon realizes it's Seo. She asks him if he's okay, but he asks her to stop yelling because his head hurts. He had seen this coming, so he doesn't know how they managed to subdue him, and he wonders if this is how this dungeon is supposed to progress. Seo informs him that she tried to figure out what situation they're in using cognition accelerant. Taking into consideration all the moss and the moisture, she supposes that they're in an underground jail and there are traces of torture throughout the entire place. After a while, Jaehyun goes to the iron gates, and he mentions that there must be a key somewhere too. He decides to use his active skill called Silence to prevent anyone from hearing them, and he punches the gate with a mana punch. Much to Seo's shock, the gate shatters like it's made of cardboard, and even cracks the wall they were put into. When Seo exclaims, Jaehyun tells her to be as quiet as she can be because it'll be bad if Alfred or whoever he is finds them. She taunts him by saying he destroyed the wall quietly, but he tells her to shut up and thinks of ways to get out of there. While he's talking, they hear a dog bark, and Jaehyun is shocked to see a small puppy leap into his arms. He wonders what the hell a puppy is doing here and notices a key in its mouth. Frantic, Seo tells him to put the puppy down right now, but Jaehyun asks why since it's just a normal puppy in both appearance and mana, and he guesses that it may have been trapped here too since it has a key in its mouth. Seo protests that there's no way the dungeon would give them the key so easily, and this puppy could be a trap, but the puppy begins to growl at her. The growling puppy makes her stop talking, and the system notifies our boy that they've received a new quest called Flandier's Diary. The Flandier's Diary quest requires them to go to Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. The difficulty of the mission is B rank, and the reward is the undoing of the theme dungeon's skill locks. The fail condition is if they die before the time runs out, or if they fail to accomplish it before the 2-hour time limit. Jaehyun reasons that removing the lock on their skills is a good reward, and he figures that Flandier's room must have a connection to the secrets of this mansion. They all sneak around until they make it to the 3rd floor. Jaehyun eventually stops and admits he doesn't know where they have to go, and the dog jumps down from his hands. Seo also laments because they don't have their camera anymore, but she stops talking when she notices that Jaehyun has frozen on the spot. She calls out to him to ask what's wrong because he's making her anxious, but when he doesn't answer, she turns back and sees the little bloody girl dressed in white clothes that Jaehyun had seen before. With a closer look, her eyes seem to have been gouged out and her lips sewn together. Jaehyun tries to talk to the girl, but Seo grabs his shirt and proposes they leave because they don't have time to talk to a ghost. However, Jaehyun brushes her hand away and asks the ghost girl why she's still here, and he asks if she has regrets related to this mansion. The girl shakes her head, so he asks her if she's here to help them, and she nods affirmatively. Eventually, our boy asks her where on the 4th floor Flandier's room is, so she points in the direction behind them. Jaehyun thanks her and promises to help her move on to the afterlife if he gets the chance, so he asks her to wait, as they all turn around, and the dog soon returns. Jaehyun signals to Seo that it's time to go, but she looks slightly worried about the whole thing. Meanwhile, in the theme park, Sunbae Neem sits with manager Sungjae, and he asks to confirm if he had said that the Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon. Sungjae affirms that this is true and says he can point the knives of the National Raider Association and the civilians toward the Lotus Guild, but in return, Guildmaster Yu Seongan has requested that they don't release any information about Min Jae-hyun. Sunbae Nim hesitates for a while and finally admits that it's hard to understand why the Lotus Guild would go to such lengths just for a Mills Academy student. Sungjae says he can't tell him the reasons, so Sunbae Nim agrees to accept the offer since they won't lose anything by accepting. However, Sunbae Nim asks him what will happen if he fails the dungeon raid, but Sungjae assures him that the Lotus Guild wouldn't have done all this for him if he was someone who would fail at this kind of thing. Inside the dungeon, Jaehyun takes out the last living armor with one strike, and Seo, who is standing nearby, is shocked because she had thought that living armors were C-rank monsters. Jaehyun explains that this is the shortest route, and these monsters are nothing. They open the next door, so the system informs Jaehyun that they're entering Flandier's room. Once inside the room, they notice it's super creepy, so Seo tries to go check the desk first. As she moves forward, Jaehyun stops her and mentions that it's obvious that there would be something on the desk. He proposes they check places where you wouldn't expect to find hints, and after looking around for a while, Jaehyun finds it. The system explains that he's found a diary in which Countess Flandier, the mansion owner, wrote every day. The first entry he finds is from May 7th of the year 1474. Flandier mentions her skin is looking paler every day, and all of the doctor's attempts do not seem to be working. She wonders if she'll end up dying without ever getting to see the outside world. In another entry on May 10th of the same year, she talks about how she's excitedly waiting for her great-parents, who had promised to buy her a doll she'd been wanting from the city. In another entry on May 12th, she writes how she got a letter stating that her parents died from an attack by thieves. The page is stained with her tears, and she wonders if they would still be alive if she hadn't asked for that doll. In another entry on May 15th, she writes that the funeral is over, and she became the owner of the mansion since she's the only one left of the Flandier bloodline. She explains that she's not happy at all because she's alone now and forever. In the month of July, another entry for the 4th day is written, where Flandier explains that a girl was caught who had taken one of the flowers from her garden. Apparently the girl is about her age and looked somehow like her doll, so she took a liking to her. She says she's going to ask the girl to live with her in the mansion. On the 20th of July, Flandier mentions that the girl said she has no name, so she named her Sally. They played every day in the mansion, and she expresses how happy she is to make a friend and hopes this continues every day. In another entry on the 8th of September, Flandier mentions that Alfred left the house without a word. Apparently Sally said he must have been in a hurry and that he went to the next town over. But she mentions how anxious she is because she doesn't know why he left. In an entry for September 10th, she mentions that Alfred has returned, but he seems different. Apart from that, Sally seems to be hiding something from her, and it seems something must have happened. In an entry for November 9th, Flandier mentions that she keeps hearing screams inside the mansion. Apparently the kitchen lady, Selena, and her maid, Michelle, keep screaming, and it seems like their throats are going to tear. She wonders if she's dreaming, but it seems too real, and she's scared. The page is covered with blood, and in another part of the entry, Flandier writes that Sally and Alfred are knocking at her bedroom door, and she's certain that they want to kill her, but she doesn't know what to do. After reading it all, the system informs Jaehyun that the restrictions on skill use are no longer in effect. Our boy realizes that Flandier had been murdered, and it was probably the doing of the monster that had stolen the mansion. He realizes that the monster must have been a doppelganger monster, and when he turns to look at Seo, he realizes it's actually a doppelganger monster that has been following him around. Behind the monster are several other Alfreds that are also monsters. The system notifies our boy that he's discovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and he's completed the subquest, Flandier's Diary. The system informs him that he has succeeded in finding out all the secrets of the mansion, and he's now to safely escape the mansion. Our boy turns to the monsters, with the little puppy by his side as support. The monster releases deadly extensions from its body and goes in for the first attack, so Jaehyun scoops up the puppy and jumps out of the way. Our boy tells the monster that it's finally showing its real self, because he was growing impatient seeing it act so fake. The monster laughs for a bit and tells him he's pretty quick to catch on for a human, but Jaehyun tells him it wasn't anything difficult because he's just smart. Apparently, Jaehyun could see the monster for what it truly is because of his ability to see through illusions. Eventually, our boy tells the doppelganger that it's also possible that he's not that smart, but the monster is just stupid. That statement annoys the doppelganger, and it asks him how he can dare to insult him. In a rage, the monster destroys the overhead lamp and the roof, forcing Jaehyun to run out of the room. With the monster hard on his tail, our boy activates his lightning chain and fires it at the monster, causing large gaps in its structure, but it doesn't destroy it. During this time, the little puppy begins to feel queasy because of all the quick movements. The doppelganger is a B-rank monster that's dangerous because of its ability to copy another being's skill and appearance. But when considering only its combat skills, it's more like a C-rank monster. After the monster regains its form, it tells Jaehyun that it'll consume his body, and it demands that he give over his body. Jaehyun doesn't move an inch, so the monster rushes toward him, and Jaehyun still doesn't move, even when the monster is inches away from him. When it comes closer, our boy surrounds it with another lightning chain, and asks how it feels to be played after being the one to play others for a long time. The heat of the lightning burns the monster, and it lets out a loud shriek. As the monster melts into a puddle, it mentions that envy led him to this because he also wants to be human. Eventually, the heat burns into the ground until the monster falls through. With the monster out of sight, Jaehyun turns to the dog and tells it it's pretty good at barking, and it's talented at being a dog, which probably means the dungeon transformed Seo into a dog. Eventually, our boy heads to the nearby door, but he soon notices the spirit of Flandier again. But this time, she looks just like she looked in the painting. She has a smile on her face and waves at him, which makes Jaehyun smile back at her. As he opens the door, he tells her goodbye, and the system informs him that he has cleared the second mission. It also adds that he's cleared all hidden scenarios in the mission, and will be given extra rewards. Jaehyun and Seo are soon transported to the real world, and our boy checks out his rewards. One of the rewards is called Commander's Shouting, which increases morale in allies to increase mana and stamina. The second is Illusion, which creates illusions for the enemies. Jaehyun doesn't really like the Commander's Shouting skill because he won't use party member support skills often, but he likes the Illusion skill because he can use it to turn tables in a battlefield. When he turns to Seo, she tells him he should have said something since he knew she was the puppy, and she mentions that she was super scared that something was going to happen to her. Jaehyun reminds her that she made it out alive in the end, but she protests that she's still upset. Our boy tells her to get up instead of whining because they have to get to the next destination, which startles her because she was hoping they could take a break. Surprised, he asks her if she's tired since she hasn't even done anything ever since they were in the underground cell. So she explains that she has mental fatigue. However, Jaehyun agrees that he understands that, but he's sure it'll go away if she moves around. Using the subordination skill, he tells her to walk, and her legs suddenly start moving on their own. As she begins to walk to the next mission, she screams aloud in frustration and tells Jaehyun that she will never forgive him. After walking for a while, Seo ends up short of breath, and she asks Jaehyun if this place is a parade. Our boy takes a potion and confirms that it is, but he also warns that they need to keep an eye out because they don't know what's coming. Suddenly, a voice comes out through the speakers and welcomes everyone to Neverland. When they look in front of them, they see a crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduces himself as Bruin. Bruin invites them all to his parade, and he approaches Jaehyun and Seo to welcome them. He congratulates them for successfully completing the 2 missions. So Jaehyun goes straight to the point by asking him what the last mission is going to be like. Bruin explains that the last mission is tag, and he points them to a gate that's not far away. Apparently, the both of them will have to run from the monsters that'll come out of it and reach the final destination. Jaehyun replies that he doesn't believe that's all there is to it, so Bruin compliments his cleverness. Eventually, Bruin explains that the game of tag spawns monsters depending on the number of challengers and how strong they are. Jaehyun realizes this is bad because if his skills are considered, there will be stronger monsters compared to those from earlier, and it's going to be hard to fight and protect Seo at the same time. When Bruin does an appraisal of their skills, he congratulates them because they're measured to be S-rank. Bruin marvels because he hasn't had such high ranks before, and mentions that he's impressed, but Jaehyun protests that this doesn't make any sense. However, Bruin only wishes them luck and transforms into fire. The Nornir system informs Jaehyun that he's received the quest called Last Festival, and he has to run away from Surtur, the fire monster, and get to the final destination or defeat the monster. The theme quest, Last Festival, has a difficulty of S+ rank, and the reward is Thialfi's Thunder Steps. The requirements that typify failure include being killed by Surtur, but they're told there are 3 enemies to defeat. Apparently there's a hidden quest to both kill Surtur and get rid of the potential threat, which has an undecided reward, which could possibly be something called Unbelievable Performance. Jaehyun is stunned that there are 3 of them and he figures that something is wrong. While they're watching, another fire monster comes out of the gate that Bruin pointed to. Surtur is a being whose purpose was to engulf the whole world in flames before even the first giant Ymir was born. The sword of flames in his hand is said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a matter of a few hours. Jaehyun quickly starts to run, and he drags Seo with him as Surtur begins to set everything close by on fire and rain brimstones over the whole place. Seo, who is now crying, asks how they're supposed to run away from that monster. But our boy tells her he's thinking about it and advises her to shut up and run if she doesn't want to die. Fire keeps raining down on the area they're in and begins to engulf the buildings. Meanwhile, another being in the form of a cat tells Hel that she thinks this is her fault. She wonders if she should help them, but Hel jokingly accuses her of being cruel because she knows she has no intention to help them. Hel eventually asks her to leave them be because she wants to see how Jaehyun will survive this. On the parade ground, Surtur keeps raining fire on the ground, and Jaehyun keeps trying to escape. He realizes it's too dangerous to fight the monster directly, so he has to avoid fighting him head-on and find the goal. Seo soon informs him when she finds the destination, so our boy rushes there and tells her to hold on for a bit longer. Our boy activates his skill called Haste, which increases his speed, and he dashes toward the final destination. His plan is to distract the monster and use Seo to get to the goal. Meanwhile, Surtur asks which fool summoned him, and he rains down much more fire in a frenzy, which almost 2 players miss by the skin of their teeth. Jaehyun curses, then tells Seo to keep her mind alert and listen to him. He tells her that they'll split up and keep running, so he tells her to run straight to the merry-go-round. Seo asks him if he's going to distract this thing, so he asks her if she wants him to use her as bait instead, then tells her to just run. As she makes her way toward the final destination, Jaehyun ends up face-to-face with Surtur and signals to him, calling him a bastard. The monster looks down at him, then blasts him with fire, but our boy quickly jumps out of the way. He jumps on the pinnacle of a nearby tower and asks Surtur how he's going to catch up when he's so slow. The monster begins to release fire from his mouth due to rage, so he smashes the building Jaehyun is standing on with one strike, but Jaehyun jumps out of the way again. Meanwhile, Seo almost reaches the destination, but before she can get there, Surtur sends down fire to destroy the destination. She's forced to stop, confused as to what the heck is going on, and Jaehyun wonders the same thing. Soon enough, the system announces that the goal has been destroyed, so the quest's clear condition, other than the hidden quest, has been changed to impossible. At that point, Surtur calls Jaehyun an ignorant fool and asks how he can dare consider himself to be a match for him. Our boy realizes that the only way out is to kill Surtur, so he stands his ground. The next time Surtur sends a ball of fire at him, Jaehyun easily blocks it without moving out of the way. Surtur commends his impressive skill because there have only been a few other people who could defend against his attack. Eventually, the monster reaches for his sword and swings it toward Jaehyun to see if he can block this too. Regardless, our boy doesn't move out of the way and prepares to block it. Nearby, Seo realizes they might really end up dying at this rate, so she decides to use her cognition accelerant skill to find something she can do to help. While Jaehyun is defending himself against the onslaught of fire, Seo calls out to him and informs him that she has found a way to beat the giant. Jaehyun leaves the battlefield to go meet Seo, so Surtur asks him how he dares to run away from him. When our boy runs far away into one of the standing buildings to speak with Seo, she explains they can use the water tank. Apparently there's a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland, and if they lure the monster there, they might be able to damage it if they use water to get rid of its flames. Jaehyun reasons that they might truly be able to damage its head or heart if they can deal with the flames, and Seo further explains that this can only be a copy and not the original giant from the myth. She believes that this monster would die if they were to destroy his weak points. She explains that she'll use her skill to predict Surtur's route and tell him, so he can lure him to the water tank. Soon after, Jaehyun goes out and runs toward the water tank, but he relies on Seo to call out the number of steps to take in what direction and what to do to avoid the next attack that Surtur is going to direct at him. At one point, our boy stops, so Surtur calls him a weak human and asks him if he's given up on running. Jaehyun turns back at him and tells him he's not running. Our boy mentions that he heard that Surtur is nothing compared to the Aesir gods, and he's just working as a gate guard right now, so he's not in the position to call him weak. That statement stings Surtur, and when he only exclaims, Jaehyun asks him if he's also scared of him, who is a human too. Surtur, now blazing through his eyes, calls our boy a bastard, and when Surtur strikes him with fire, a surge of water bursts out toward him. It turns out that Jaehyun had activated his illusion skill, so Surtur didn't know he was standing right in front of the water tank and not Jaehyun. The water is so great that it covers up the monster and temporarily puts out the fire around his body. Without hesitation, our boy leaps into the air with his mana-packed sword and strikes it into the monster's heart, pushing him to the ground. With his back on the ground, Surtur accuses him of using a dirty trick, but Jaehyun says it doesn't matter since he won. The giant warns him not to be arrogant because he only fought him with a copy of himself, and dealing with the original form won't be this easy. Shortly after, Surtur dematerializes, so the system informs Jaehyun that he has cleared the last mission of the Big Three, and he has cleared the hidden route and will get extra rewards called Unbelievable Performance, as well as an item called Surtur's Undying Flames. Seo, who is standing nearby, is glad that it's all really over. The cat that was watching them realizes that Jaehyun didn't need help after all. He finds him interesting and admires his willingness to get stronger, but Hel mentions that Jaehyun is nothing more than just a vessel. The cat doesn't believe what Hel said because she's the one who's always curious about how Jaehyun is doing, and he also believes that it's too early to let the Aesir know about the boy, but they need to focus on helping him become stronger so he can get strong enough to kill Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, our boy is given the S-ranked Thialfi's Thunder Steps, who stepped up to the position of a god of light as a human. The equipment will reinforce strength and dexterity and grant a skill called the Step of Light, which is also S-ranked. Jaehyun is shocked by how amazing the equipment is, but he soon notices an odd expression on Seo, so he wonders if she's trying to pull something on him. He uses his subordination skill on her to force her to show that she got an item called Roskva's Seal that increases one's strength and gives one a skill called Courage, which resists the state of fear and increases dexterity. While Seo laments about how annoying he is for using the subordination skill on her again, Jaehyun considers how he doesn't have any interest in any of her rewards, but he's more interested in her cognition accelerant skill. He decides to hold off on duplicating it since he can summon her any time. Shortly after, Bruin shows up to congratulate them, but as they are about to leave, he calls Jaehyun the great adversary, just like Hell and the other gods call him. That surprises Jaehyun, but when he turns back to ask him why he called him that, Bruin disappears. Meanwhile, everyone waits eagerly for those who entered the dungeon until the shield around it breaks. When the two survivors come out, people begin to rejoice, but Sun By Nim forces his way through because they need to discuss some things with the survivor. However, he gets to the front to discover that Jaehyun has disappeared, much to everyone's surprise. Seo is left on the stage like a deer in headlights, and everyone turns their attention to her. When Kyung-hoon shows up, he suggests that Jaehyun may have hidden himself if he's an assassin class. But Sun By Nim protests that Agent Kim Ji-yeon had told him that Jaehyun is a magic class, and particularly a battle mage. Meanwhile, Shungun is impressed when she learns that Jaehyun vanished after accomplishing such a feat. Sometime later, our boy is glad to see there are no articles about his feat online, and he figures the Lotus Guild must have done something to cover things up. The way he was able to escape the people on the scene was by using Thialfi's thunder steps, which made him ridiculously faster. Another thing he got from the mission is Surtur's Undying Flames, which is single-use and can imbue a flame attribute to a weapon. However, Jaehyun considers how this incident with Surtur makes him realize that he's still weak. He doesn't want to have to use dirty tricks to win against his opponents, or win without having someone by his side. He wants to be someone others fear to approach, and he wants to leave behind his weak past so he can protect his friends and family, so he plans to become stronger. Meanwhile, Chairman Ja-in commits to a mission of reporting everything about Jaehyun to instructor Jung Yi-soo, and she assures him she won't disappoint him. When she leaves, Ja-in thinks about how excited he is about the next event, where he plans to get rid of all the dirty things in his way. On the ground, he litters pictures of several students whose faces he has crossed with an X. The next morning, Jaehyun tells the ladies why he was unavailable the previous day. Yoo-jung had assumed he was ignoring her calls and messages on purpose, but our boy clarifies that's not the case. Ina, on the other hand, asks him if he's hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's not. Yoo-jung thinks he has bad luck getting into such troubles, and she wonders if God hates him. Suddenly, Soo-yuk walks up to them and mentions that he saw our boy's annoying face here. He tells Jaehyun he can't play any stupid tricks on him this time, but when Yoo-jung asks our boy if he knows who the strange new kid is, Jaehyun tells her he doesn't know him. Annoyed, Soo-yuk screams at them that he's Lee Soo-yuk, but instructor Yi-soo tells him to keep his voice down, so he has no choice but to back off. When Yi-soo steps on the podium, she introduces herself to the cadets and informs them she'll be teaching them the first part of understanding magic calculations. She asks them to do their best because she plans to teach them well, but Jaehyun notices that she's quite young for an instructor. When Yi-soo asks them how much they know about magic, Soo-hyuk explains that magic uses necessary calculations to use mana to manifest something supernatural. The teacher agrees, and Soo-hyuk smirks at Jaehyun to gloat over the fact that he answered the question. Eventually, Yi-soo hands out books containing basic magic calculation formulas for D-rank magic and the foundations of magic applications of higher levels, which is their focus this semester. After she hands some of the students some books, they lament that the books are all blank, but Jaehyun knows differently. When Yi-soo calls him to ask if he can tell her what's written in the book, he tells her that it's written in rune, and it annoys Soo-hyuk that he was able to answer the question. It also unsettles Yi-soo that Jaehyun was able to answer because the book is a magic text that can only be read by solving the calculations. Normally, it takes new students a week to be able to see the text in it, but he solved it by looking at it once. She realizes he's more talented than the chairman described, so she further probes him by asking if he knows the meaning of the rune on the book's cover. Meanwhile, Jaehyun doesn't know why he can read the book easily, and he doesn't know if it's the Nornir system playing a trick on him, or if it's the fate of the Aesir. But he tells her that the writing on the cover says, Odin's life and the basics of rune. In her apartment, Seo laments because Jaehyun, whom she refers to as a bastard, made her walk so much that her legs are now hurting. She also hates the fact that she had to answer the journalist's questions about the interior of the theme dungeon and explain what happened on her own. Before he left, our boy had made her unable to reveal anything about his skill using his subordination skill. Even recalling the experience makes Seo burn with rage, and she wonders when he's going to undo this subordination. Eventually, she recalls she can go find him, and it gives her an evil idea. Sometime later, our boy reads the book instructor Yi-soo gave him, and he finds it more interesting than he expected. He learns that all calculation formulas change their nature depending on how they're used. The in-depth knowledge of the basics from the book allows him to use a wider range of low-rank magic and can easily help him attain higher levels faster. When he notices Yujung collapse from exhaustion, he praises the fact that she was able to succeed in reading the book cover. She laments that she's upset because she was the one who taught Jaehyun magic. But our boy jokes that the student surpasses the teacher. Meanwhile, Ina rejoices because she can finally read the first page now, so Jaehyun praises her hard work. His compliments make her blush, so she covers her face with the book. Jaehyun notices that Ina has been treating him differently, and he wonders if it's because he drew a boundary the day they came out of the dungeon. Outside the library, Odin's crow watches the students and soon travels back to report the situation to Odin. Sometime later, Jae-sung organizes a naming competition for his potion shop and offers to give a box of best quality potions to the winner. Hoyeon, Ina, Yujung, Jae-sang, and Jaehyun are seated at the table, and they soon realize it's harder than they expected. Ina mentions that it may be because there are barely any potion shops, and Yujung wonders what will happen if the shop doesn't get any business. Jae-sung explains that survival is the most important thing to a raider, so there's no way a potion business would fail. He reminds them of their experience when they tried the potions and declares that this is revolutionary. A few days earlier, our boy considers how a raider would do anything to get stronger. Although, to get stronger, money is more important than effort. As someone who has regressed to the past, Jae-hyun realizes he has many opportunities in business and investments because of his knowledge of the future. In the present, he plans to get Jae-sang on his side since he knows he will be responsible for half of the potion businesses in the entire world in the future. Suddenly, Seo barges into the room where they're having their meeting, and she chides Jae-hyun for not keeping his promise. He wonders how she found him, but he soon recalls that the system told him that the user and the subordinate can locate each other, and this effect cannot be cancelled. Yujung asks Jaehyun why he'd blackmail a kid like that, but Jaehyun only asks Seo to take a seat so he can borrow her brain. A few minutes later, Seo suggests the name Heavenly Demon Potion, but our boy forcefully makes her shut up using subordination because he thinks her idea is trashy. Others also suggest names, but Jae-hyun doesn't like them, and he believes even the monsters in the dungeons would have better ideas. Eventually, Yujung gets angry because Jae-hyun isn't asking her for some ideas. He's not asking her because he believes her ideas will also be terrible, but he decides to consider her. She suggests the name Workshop Elixir, and our boy recalls that the word elixir is another name for the Philosopher's Stone that's supposed to bring back the dead and heal injuries. Jae-sung loves the idea, and Jaehyun also thanks Yujung for saving them, which is a first. Sometime later, in one of Instructor Yisu's classes, Jaehyun answers a question about rune being the language and foundation of magic. He answers it perfectly, and it further annoys Soo-hyuk. After the lesson ends, our boy informs Instructor Yisu about a question he has about something he read. When she sees the book he's holding, she becomes tense because it's a 4th-star rank magic text, which even most instructors struggle to read. At this point, she wonders what kind of creature Jaehyun is. Later on, our boy heads to the library, and he soon realizes he's stuck on this book, and he also couldn't get anything from Instructor Yisu either. However, he doesn't realize that the librarian, who's sitting nearby, is taking notes about him, and the fact that he's reading a 4-star rank magic text. After leaving the library, Jaehyun goes to see his teacher to help him understand the 4-star magic text. He explains that creation is to make new magic, destruction is to rule out and remove magic, and amplification is to reinforce magic. Apparently, the calculation formulas and theories are high level and hard for him to understand on his own. Up until now, he depended on Odin's eye to understand the texts, but now he needs to understand at a deeper level. When he's done explaining, Seongun tells him that she can't tell him for certain either. When he asks why, she adds that he needs to understand the concepts in 4-star magic texts on his own, so that he can step to the level of an A-rank raider. When she notices he's still confused, she decides to at least tell him a discipline to help him learn amplification. She manifests a cloth in her hand and hands it to him, and Jaehyun is pleased that this will help him grow stronger. Sometime later, our boy returns to the AR battle system room and battles with the monsters with the sash that his teacher gave him tied around his wrist. He looks pretty exhausted, and he soon activates his magic arrow skill and blasts it at the monsters, but they easily slash the arrows with their swords. Seongun had told him to repeatedly use one magic skill while having this item she gave him equipped. The item is called Gleipnir, a rank B item. It's a string that sealed Fenrir and an imitation item that was modeled after Gleipnir that temporarily decreases all stats by 50% when tied around a user. His teacher told him to focus on just one skill and analyze that magic skill's formulas again and again. When Jaehyun asks her what this has to do with learning amplification, she tells him that's up to him to find out. In the present time, Jaehyun notices his entire body feels heavy and slow because of his decreased stats, and it's worse than he imagined. Some days later, Yoo-jung notices the dark circles around our boy's eyes, and she asks him if he's okay. When he tells her he thinks he's fine, she informs him that she can detect him from 100 meters away because of the smell from his pain relief patch, and informs him that he's been living in the AR test room for a week now. Ina looks worried about Jae-hyun, and Yoo-jung adds that it's not good for him to overwork himself. He thanks Yoo-jung for her care, but reminds them that there's a quiz in 2 days, and he heard they're not done decoding the book and may have to take extra classes if they fail the quiz. Upon hearing that, the girls rush off to study. Eventually, our boy returns to the AR battle system room for another session, and he perfectly clears test level 41. The Nornir system informs him that his understanding of the formula has greatly increased, and his magic arrow's efficiency has increased greatly, causing the magic arrow skill to increase to level 2. Because of this, Jae-hyun understands that amplification in the 4-star magic text means to level up a skill by increasing one's proficiency with that skill and understanding the magic's formula. Jae-hyun realizes he's around the highest level of a B-rank raider, or the beginner level of an A-rank raider, just like Seong-eun had said. He remembers that they had initially approached each other to use each other, but now it really feels like a student-teacher relationship. Meanwhile, instructor Seok-gi goes to see the chairman. The chairman doesn't look very excited to see him, and Seok-gi realizes that he has to recover his reputation, which has hit rock bottom because of the mock dungeon incident. He informs the chairman that the guild experience event preparations are complete, and the chairman asks him if there are no faults with the thing. When Seok-gi confirms there are no issues, the chairman smirks in his evil manner, and it's clear that he has some terrible plans. Outside, Jae-hyun moves into the woods, and he asks a mysterious person if they're going to come here or if he needs to come to them. Soon after, a bright light appears, and a strange figure that looks like one of Odin's crows jumps down toward our boy, but he moves out of the way. When the being is close enough, our boy lands a kick that sends it rolling into a nearby tree. Jae-hyun tells the being that it must have missed the news that its colleague went through hell the last time he tried to kill him. Suddenly, our boy notices some other creatures trying to ambush him from above, and it's clear that Chairman Jae-in is on the move for these creatures to have the boldness to come at him inside the academy grounds. Jae-hyun surrounds himself with magic arrows and tells them that they messed with the wrong person, then fires them at the bird-like creatures, knocking them backward. However, he soon sees something that makes him cringe. One of those beings turns out to be his father, Min Seong-o, who tells him it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Jae-hyun burns with deep rage and fires several lightning chains at his father, who dodges his attack easily. After evading his attacks, his father places his hand on his sword and sends a sword slash toward him. Jae-hyun gets cut on his side because he can't escape the slash quickly enough, especially because he didn't even see his father draw his sword at all. The slash Song-o sent created such a deep gash in the ground that it would have cut Jae-hyun in half if he didn't move out of the way. After a moment of silence, Seong-o tells our boy he was looking forward to seeing him after such a long time, but his personality seems to have gotten much more aggressive. However, Jae-hyun tells him to stop calling him son, because he never thought of him as his father. Surprised, Seong-o mentions that our boy must be in his rebellious phase, but Jae-hyun tells him to cut the bullshit and state why he's here. For a moment, Seong-o looks at Jae-hyun and recognizes that he possesses the power of the prophecy, but he believes there must be a limit to how strong he can become. Eventually, he asks Jae-hyun if the resistance against the Aesir got in touch with him, and when Jae-hyun looks shocked, Seong-o gets his answer. He sends sword slashes to cut down Jae-hyun, but our boy manages to create a barrier to protect himself. Regardless, the strength of the slashes breaks the barrier and burns up some of his clothing. So Jae-hyun wonders if this is really the power of an A-rank raider. His father tells him he's gotten stronger, but Jae-hyun still can't wrap his head around how he knows about the Aesir, and he wonders what he's been hiding. Eventually, he asks Seong-o if he intends to kill him, and he tells him he doesn't plan to. However, Seong-o considers that the great adversary's growth is unbelievably fast, and at this rate, he will become a great obstacle not far in the future, to his plans and to the Aesir. He decides to use divine power to stunt the great adversary's growth, so he tells Jae-hyun he'll take his limbs. Seong-o amplifies the power of his slash and directs a huge strike toward him. Jae-hyun hopelessly stands there as the immense power moves toward him, until it's mysteriously stopped by the cat that was conversing with Hell. Seong-o asks the cat if the contract between the Aesir and the resistant Aesir was broken, or if he's just decided to challenge the great Odin. The cat tells him that he's not sure what he's talking about, and Jae-hyun doesn't understand how the cat just spoke. The cat soon transforms into a female being and tells Seong-o to go away because they still have business with this child. Our boy can tell from the mana coming from her that she's stronger than Seong-o, and he doesn't know what the heck is going on. When Seong-o asks her if she really has to make matters worse, she cuts herself and lets out drops of blood on the ground. and the droplets soon transform into monstrous hands that attack Seong-oh. Seong-oh blocks the attacks, and the hands become larger and the strikes stronger. While still attacking, Seong-oh tells the girl that Loki has gotten weak enough to depend on a mere human to end the war between gods. However, the girl reminds Seong-oh that he's also a mere human who's trying to kill Odin, so he's not much different. Eventually, Jaehyun's father decides to leave for now, but he warns her that he'll make sure she takes responsibility for the contract with Aesir if she gets in his way next time. Regardless, she tells him to do as he will, but reminds him she can behead him at any time if he also interrupts her. After leaving a love mark on his neck, she reminds him the contract is between just the Aesir and the resistant Aesir, but there's nothing in the contract forbidding the murder of Odin's crow. Soon after, Seong-oh disappears, and our boy soon collapses on the ground, severely injured. The girl walks up to him and tells him it's nice to meet him. She introduces herself as Hel's alter ego, Hela, and says she's his observer and his guide for the 5 trials. Sometime later, our boy returns to the academy to heal himself. Hela informs him that he can ask her anything if he's curious, and she'll answer anything she can. He decides to ask her the true identity of Seong-oh, so she tells him he's not his real father, and his real name is Hugin. Apparently, he's one of Odin's crows, and his name, Hugin, is a mythical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind. Hugin borrowed the power to manipulate memories from another crow, Moonin. Hugin has also been lurking around Jaehyun, pretending to be his father, in order to keep an eye on the prophesied great adversary. Our boy is shocked to learn that Seong-oh is not his real father, so Hela decides to show him since that'll be easier. She points her finger at him, which triggers him to recall his backed-up memories. In a flashback, he goes back to his childhood home. He witnesses his father calling him useless and despising the day he was born. His father didn't like the fact that he awakened, and ever since he unlocked his mana, his days were filled with violence and abusive words. However, his mother always tried to save him and defend him from his father. Suddenly he finds it hard to breathe, and somehow it occurs to him that he seems to have forgotten something that he should never have forgotten. Suddenly, memories of good experiences with his real father, who had always tried to give him sweets against his mother's wishes, resurface. He remembers how much of a happy family they were, and tears begin to trickle down his face. As he looks at the picture of his real father, he begins to cry profusely, and he wonders how he forgot. After his memory is restored, he returns to the present, and Hela tells him he's finally free from the memory manipulation. With tears in his eyes, he asks her why Seong-oh did that to him, and she tells him it's because he was born as the fated great adversary. The mention of the prophecy and him being the great adversary annoys Jaehyun, and he asks her what these things mean and why they're all making his life so hard. After a short pause, Hela explains how 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok happened, and that's when everything began. Ragnarok is the final chapter of the gods and where the story ends. During Ragnarok, the Resistance Aesir alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but they lost to the Aesir gods and the army led by Valkyrie. After the war, Odin agreed to let the gods and giants who were prisoners of war live on the condition of creating a contract. The document notarizes that the resistant Aesir force has lost in Ragnarok, and from this point onward, they cannot harm the Aesir gods in any way, and will have to be obedient to the supreme Odin. Living beings of many worlds have suffered because of this contract and cried in despair endlessly until the 3 sisters of Norn gave a prophecy. They prophesied that 10,000 years from now, when the second extinction comes, the weakest being will bring down Odin and Asgard and open a new world. And that prophesied great enemy is Jaehyun. When Jaehyun confirms that the plan of the Aesir resistance is to use him to kill Odin, he asks what Odin's plan is and what he gains from all this. Hela informs him that Odin wants the 9 realms in the palm of his hands, including Midgard, where humans reside. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin finds it irritating to have to watch some inferior being just because of a prophecy. Heimdall, who's standing nearby, mentions that Jaehyun is just a human who cannot amount to anything compared to them. However, because the resistant Aesir are determined and they can't afford to show weakness in such times, Odin grants Heimdall temporary authority. When he hears that, Heimdall is glad he'll be able to leave Asgard, since it's been a while. Sometime later, our boy hits the gym to work out, and he remembers what Hela had told him about the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin has already taken over some worlds, including Vanaheimr, Jotunheimr, Svartalfheimr, and Muspelheimr, and he wants to conquer the rest with the Second War. In the flashback, Jaehyun asks why Odin hasn't already killed him, so Hela explains that it's because of the power of the prophecy, which is something even the gods cannot overpower. However, even though Jaehyun is being protected by that power, it's not eternal and will vanish once the second Ragnarok approaches. She explains that the Aesir gods will kill him when the second Ragnarok approaches, and she explains that he was already once killed by them. Jae-hyun suddenly understands that the death he experienced in his past life was Odin's plan, and that they were playing him from the start. They killed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela asks him if he wants to get revenge and protect what is most important to him. She informs him once more that she is the guide of the 5 trials, and explains that she will give him a trial in order to raise him into the person who will kill Odin. The Nornir system displays a main quest called the God Murderer's Path, which requires him to receive the resistant Aesir throne's power in order to keep Odin's ambition at bay. He's already done Hel's trial, but there are 4 other trials of unknown difficulty before he can receive the resistant Aesir throne's blessing.